Hey everyone, today we are going to uncover what it's like to play from unranked all the way to diamond. So if you want to get better at TFT, no matter what rank you are, I have 7 instructive games for you where we're going to cover all sorts of different comps. Like each game is going to be completely different. And if you're someone who just is curious about what's going on at each rating, like maybe you are permanently Master Plus and you want to know what an Iron game's like. If you are permanently in Bronze, you might be wondering what a Diamond game looks like. This is going to be the video for you. We're going to do Reroll, Fast 8, Fast 9, what to do on win streaks, what to do on lose streaks. Why did the Tooth Fairy give me $1, but my friend got $5? All these will be answered, plus how to get one of those super high cap boards. Because a lot of players ask me like, hey, I got second in this game, how could I have gone first? All these questions will be covered. So let's just get right into this. It's going to take around 3 to 4 hours. So grab your favorite snack, use the bathroom if you so choose to, or you can hold it in if you really want. But let's start off with the Shadow Owl game. Shadow Owls is a very good beginner comp to play because it's very linear. The only thing that needs to happen is you need to get an early Viego 2-star. The reason why is because when you play Viego, he is going to unlock the rest of the trait because none of the other Shadow Owl units are available. So the reason why I like this for beginner players is because 1, you're not going to be that contested, and 2, you know exactly what units to put in next. So in this game here, we're going to start off with 2 copies of Viego. It's not going to be enough to just hard force Viego from there. You need the actual 2-star copy of Viego, but we do have good items for him on the left. Another good thing about Viego is that you could choose to reroll him. You could also choose not to reroll him, but we're just gonna go Silver Destiny here on the left, just because we don't actually know what we're going yet. But the great thing about all the Destinies is that they're kind of like loot boxing. You just never know what you're gonna get, but it's usually gonna be a good thing. Actually, that's not true about loot boxes. Normally they're pretty bad, but okay, we get the Viego 2-star. We put him in, we got some bow items, so that's gonna be really good. We actually got a pretty good augment. We got backup bows, which gives us a bow, and after we attack a lot, we gain more. This is really good because Viego likes using bows a lot, so we're just going to slam a Rage Blade. It's a pretty good item on him. It doesn't work really well later on in the Shadow Owls comp, but Rage Blade is really good on Viego because it helps you win the early game, and that oftentimes is all you need to do well in a game. So that's why you build Rage Blade on Viego, even if you plan to take it off of him later, or sometimes you don't even play Viego later on in this team comp. Speaking of the team comp, we could use this little filter thing, put in all the Shadow Owl units, and then generally you want to like stack in some legendaries and wardens in here. So scroll all the way down. You could do the Shurima package with Azir, that's pretty good. You could also do Wardens with Ornn. Any legendaries can do, but Wardens are good because Thresh and Yorick are both Wardens. The Piltover package with Loris plus Seraphine also works because you also run Disruptor, so that gives you Warden and Disruptor. So if you don't get Azir, there are always other backup plans. But you have to remember, you can't handpick your legendaries, so Fiddlesticks will do, Shyvana will do, all those random like flex legendaries, they definitely fit into this comp. But Azir works out really well because he gives you the other Shurima, so you could pair that with like whatever Shadow Owls you have out there, and it's just really easy to add on because there are only 5 Shadow Owl units. But again, you cannot handpick your legendaries, though I think some people in the real world believe that because, I don't know, I was messaging this girl on Hinge, and I suggest a few places to go to for where to eat. And like they're obviously nice places, but they're not like super nice. Then she's like, oh, why don't we go to Nobu? And I'm just like, what? No, I'm not going to Nobu with someone on a first date. I don't roll like that personally. Maybe some of you other guys do, because obviously this idea didn't pop up in her head magically, right? Like obviously it probably has happened before. But for all those people not familiar, like the price at that place is like $300 per person. Like they literally talk about this restaurant in what was that movie called, like The Big Short or whatever? But essentially, it's just generic, expensive place that people like to go to just to say they went there. And I'm in New York, so obviously there are a lot of other expensive restaurants that are probably much better food, better environment, everything like that. But like people just like going there because other people go there. By the way, the $300 is without the wine pairing, so I don't know if people even get the wine pairing that often at these places. But like, yeah, if I'm taking my mom out on Mother's Day, then yeah, I will go to some expensive place. Just because she likes them sometimes. If I've been dating someone for a while and there's something going on, then yeah, of course, like go to whichever place you want to. But first date, you can't pick your legendary. You don't need Azir to make this comp work. You could go with the Piltover package, you know, like the 4 costs and 3 costs. Those are still valid units to get first place or whatever placement you want. And you know why it works? It's because there are Synergies. So I guess if you don't synergize with someone, you could hard force the legendaries, or you could just synergize with someone and just get whatever you hit, you know? All right, so back to the game. We just need to fill out our team with some extra synergies and some legendaries, but it's not that important about who they are. But I slammed the Giant Slayer here, probably a mistake, but building items is never too bad if you can win streak for most of stage 2. So yeah, I probably should have waited on that item. There definitely are better items for Viego. You want some lifesteal or survivability items, so something like a Bloodthirster or Edge of Night works out really, really well on Viego. Quicksilver, Titan's Resolve, all those items are pretty good on Viego, so I probably should have held out for one of those items, to be honest. I don't know why I was scared of losing the previous round, but yeah. Giant Slayer is fine. Anyone can use it. That's one of the pluses of this, whereas the other items are a bit more niche, so when you do get to the late game, like someone's going to use a Giant Slayer, right? It doesn't really matter who, but someone definitely can make use of it. So that's one of the advantages of just slamming generic items in the early game. Also, we are last pick, but I guess I would have gotten the Negatron Cloak, which would have gotten me the Bloodthirster, which would have helped my win streak even more in the early game. So I guess it could go either way, but I probably shouldn't have built it if we're being completely frank here. But my legal name is not Frank, it is BunnyMuffins. So let's get on into, but one thing to look out for in the early game is always try to find random splash units to play. Zoe is a great one if you ever have AP in your team comp. So what she does is that she shreds all the enemies that she hits with her ability, and that's really good because it reduces their magic resistance, and that's not a mandatory effect in the early game, but it is mandatory in the late game, but it's still nice to have in the early game if you deal magic damage. Another unknown synergy to a lot of players is that Anivia always critically strikes if the target is chilled, and it just so happens that Zoe always casts a little bit before Anivia, so Zoe chills people, and when units are chilled, Anivia always crits, so Anivia ends up being a great complementary unit for Zoe. I'm also guessing that they purposely did this, but for some reason, Zoe always casts a little bit before Anivia does. Like, even when I have a mana item on Anivia, because sometimes I use Anivia item holder, she still sneaks a cast in a lot of times before Anivia. Like, I don't know what it is, but okay. Like, we are probably going to go on perma win streak here. This is an interesting shop if you wanted to go into Demacia. There are 2 Vaynes and a Garen. I'd say it's a little risky. I know we do have the Xin Zhao and stuff, but Rageblade, not the best item for Vayne. It's definitely serviceable, but Kraken's a lot better. And we also don't have 2-star Jarvan, which is very critical whenever you play Demacia, because you need Galio to get unlocked, right? And without getting Galio unlocked, which requires a lot of upgraded Demacia units or star levels of Demacia, without the 2-star Jarvan, 2-star Sona, it's very hard to do, because if you don't have those, you need 2-star Lux and Garen, which obviously, yeah, you want those anyways, right? But it's a lot more difficult to get Lux and Garen 2-star than it is to get Jarvan and Sona. But we are able to get this 5 streak completed, which is absolutely clutch for this team, because, I mean, you don't have to win streak with Shadow Owl, but it's nice to, and it kind of shows that in these Iron games, like, if you just have upgraded guy with good items on him and you have some sort of direction, you will get some good games in there. Like here, we get the win streak going, we unlock Gwen. Also, we dropped in Yorick as soon as we could. In order to unlock Yorick, you need items on Viego. That's why you need the 2-star upgrade. But for all the other Shadow Owls, you need to just get a lot of souls. And to get a lot of souls, you need units to die. And winning is one way to do that. But we're going into the neutral round now. What do we want from this? We have like an okay amount of gold. 40 gold's good, but since we win streaked, it's going to be a lot more. What else? We need some items. Getting like a healing item on Viego would be good. Like Hand of Justice, it isn't like the best in slot or anything, but it would be pretty nice. Like getting a full Bloodthirster would be pretty cool. We got a cloak there, so that's nice. We could always build something like Adaptive Helm. Adaptive isn't bad. Static Shiv isn't bad. Tank items aren't bad. There are honestly a lot of different things we could use here. But looking at these items, you always want to try to not have 4 item components on your bench. You want to have fewer than that, because if you build an item, you get value from it earlier and earlier. And each round, an item component sits on your bench is just lost value. So you have to build something here. It could be anything. It could be Redemption. Redemption is really good. That's belt plus tier. Void Staff is good. That's bow plus tier. Adaptive Helm could also be built there. That's tier plus Negatron Cloak. All of these, like I gave you so many options there, right? Like all of these are usable in this team comp or in like a lot of other team comps. So just build items because you just get more value. And since we are win streaking here, it makes it even more important to do so because you want to keep your streak, because the more streaking you do, the more gold you get from the win streak bonus. If you didn't know, you get extra gold every time you win a round, which is 1 gold. But if you streak, either a win streak or lose streak, you get bonus gold as well, up to 3 per turn. So if you're on a 5+ win or lose streak, you get bonus gold, which obviously is really, really good. And whenever you have one of those streaks, you want to keep it going as much as possible. Like some people on stage 3-1, they even level to level 6 at that point. But I thought I was like decent enough to not do that. Okay, so Spears Will, Big Grab Bag, Know Your Enemy. All 3 of these can be usable. I don't really like the first one because Viego is AP and we're playing around him right now. But the other ones are probably fine. Like Big Grab Bag's good if you have a lot of components on your bench, so you could grab that. So if you were a bad boy and did not slam items, you could go ahead and do that. Know Your Enemy is just good generic combat, and Tons of Stats is also a generic combat augment. So between the 3 options, Big Grab Bag, Tons of Stats, and Know Your Enemy, all 3 of those, like the difference in average placement between picking one of those is very minuscule. Like I really don't think it'll matter that much. But we have a lot of components, so we got to follow the rule again. We got to build something. You could build Warmogs, you could build Spirit Visage, you could build Morellonomicon, you could build Adaptive Helm. Any of those items I would not spank you for. But if you did not build anything, then bad boy, and yeah, you need to do that more in the future. I did a bad boy move here too because I did not level to level 6 because I took too much time picking my augments. So another good tip is either learn all the augments, play the game a lot, or just don't think as much. Like stop thinking if and only if the difference between the augment choices aren't that big, because sometimes they are big and you do need to think on those turns. Like don't quote me and be like, oh, this guy says not to think when playing a turn-based game. Like, of course you need to think when playing a turn-based game. But if you have 3 options of augments, and we had 3 in those cases, like Big Grab Bag, Tons of Stats, and Know Your Enemy, choosing between those 3 is not that consequential. Like I'm just going to be honest there. But other times they will be consequential. Like you don't want to take the completely god-awful augment. But if it's costing me time to not level up when I'm on a win streak on stage 3-2 to level 6, then yeah, that's a even bigger error than picking the wrong augment. So you have to think about your leveling decisions before you get into the augment round. So then you can decide if you have the time to think about everything or not. Obviously, I didn't get punished there because I won the round anyways. But, you know, as you get higher and higher, you will get punished for it eventually. So we're facing off against a guy with Nico, 3 items. Probably not the best item holder, but I mean, she can make use of those items. Like tank items are decent, Bloodthirster ironically okay. And do we end up losing this? It's going to be close. Malzahar can come up with some clutch comebacks because he just summons those little minions and they just build up throughout the course of the fight. So we are able to win this one, which was super, super close. We almost have Callista unlocked. So we have a Rod. What do we want? We have decent Azir items, like Rageblade good on Azir, Giant Slayer good on Azir, Void Staff good on Azir. We do want some sort of anti-heal, so I think a belt here would be really nice. Someone took that. So no belt there. Gunblade could be good if you have a Rageblade on Azir. That's not a bad item combo. But we could also do Crown Guard. We could do Jeweled Gauntlet. All those options are good. So yeah, glove or sword here, I wouldn't really mind either. Glove probably going to be better for the immediate term because I think having the crit effect is pretty nice for win streaking. So I think we'll build that here. We could put it on either Gwen, Malzahar, or even item remove this Viego and put it on him. And yeah, let's go ahead, level up to level 7. Put in more Quick Strikers. Quick Strikers is a good little add-in for this. We're also running Disruptor with Malzahar plus Gwen. And then Leona's like a nice little flex tank unit we have. We are lacking tanks. Like, honestly, our board isn't that strong. We do have a stacked Viego, but we kind of want a 2-star tank. Would I roll for it? Probably not. At this point in the game, I just want to get to level 8 or even level 9 and roll there instead, save all my gold up for that. Like, if I lose the win streak here, so be it. Like, I prefer having it still, but I think it's worth not spending the gold now and just getting a bigger cap later and spend my life total. Like, use my health as a resource. That's something a lot of people need to manage a little bit better, in my opinion, and it is difficult to do. I'm not saying it's easy, but yeah, if we had one upgrade here for our tanks, I think we just win this round. And we did have a pair of Leona and Xin Zhao, but I don't think it was that mandatory to try to keep the streak going. But if you're planned perfectly, you scout and you figure out who you're facing, and then you could kind of work around with that. But it is what it is. We do get the Xin Zhao upgrade like one turn too late. I don't even think we're running him anymore. And I don't even want to lose 1 gold from upgrading him. So I think just skip him for now, play with the Leona for a little bit. And yeah, just go level 9 and see what happens. We're going to get a lot of different units we could kind of flex in. Obviously, we want Ornn. Ornn is really good because he's a legendary and a warden, and he gives really good late game for your team, and you are going to have a lot of item holders. So one reason why I like item augments in the Shadow Owl comp is because you have a lot of different item holders. Some team comps, you only really care about 1 or 2 units, in which case you don't want item augments. You want combat augments to make them more powerful, or you want econ augments so that you ensure that you hit them. But for something like Shadow Owls, where you're running like legendary soup is what people call it, you want a lot of items if you get a lot of 2-star legendaries. So if I have like 2-star Fiddlesticks, 2-star Azir, some of the Shuriman units like Renekton, Nasus, Xerath, 2-star, yeah, you want a lot of items because you want them to actually be effective. But if they're all 1-star, then yeah, you don't need them. But we ended up losing this round. It's hard to win against Tryndamere if you're a melee carry. Tryndamere just counters all other melee carries just because he whacks you harder and he's a bit more durable than most other ones. Like most melee carries, they're more high damage and you need to protect them a lot. Tryndamere can do both. He can do the tanking and the smacking, so that's why he kind of counters a lot of those other melee carries, because you don't have enough damage to kill him, but he can kill you. So it's kind of rough there. But we're on the stage 3 neutral round now. Coming into stage 4, we need to start thinking about what our leveling is going to look like. So do we want to go level 8 and roll there, or go straight into level 9 and roll there? So this game, I'm thinking more level 9 because we have 83 life. If we were maybe like 60 life, then we probably have to roll at 8. Play around Callista and stuff like that. You also have to look at what items you have. Like what legendaries can actually use the items we have. Well, obviously Ornn can use a bunch of them. By the way, we're going to build the Bramble here. We could go Sunfire Cape as well, but Sunfire Cape I normally just reserve for building in the early game. If I'm in the late game and I have an extra belt, I'm going to go more towards the Morello or a red buff, because the goal is to get anti-heal, and the best appliers of it are going to be red buff and Morello users. The advantage of building a Sunfire Cape is using defensive item components early on in the game, and it's also just a very solid item early because people run generally 1 range unit, 3 melee, so you just get a lot of value from it when they only have 4 units. So you hit 3/4 of their units and you just get a lot of value from it. And if you have a 2-star tank, it's pretty much unkillable. But in the later parts of the game, I like going for the red buff or the Morello, unless it's an absolute emergency where I just need anti-heal. Because some team comps you need anti-heal against in order to have any chance of winning. Like your win rate can go from maybe 5% all the way to like 60% just from having anti-heal. All right, so definitely not the middle one, definitely not the left one. The right one is okay, just generic combat augment. Duo Q, probably fine if you want to go for some random legendaries. Yeah, that one's probably not bad. Honestly, Glass Cannon could be usable too. Like Ascension, probably not the best, but yeah, Duo Q is going to be the one to go for because we want to play into those random legendaries. We get Fiddlesticks, so we could probably use him. Don't really want to use Annie. Annie's only useful if you get a lot of mana items, and she's pretty useless in all other cases. So this is a pretty tough choice. We could go for a Thieves' Gloves or a Striker's Flail. Striker's Flail is good because it pairs with a Jeweled Gauntlet really well. Thieves' Glove is good because it gives us more items to itemize those 2-star legendaries with, and it saves the belt for building a Morello Nomicon. And looking back at this point in the game, I think waiting out for Morello is a little bit better. I'm not going to lose because I built the Striker's Flail, but Morello definitely is something that needs to be built eventually, and since I used up that item component, I need 2 components now instead of just 1, so it's kind of griefing myself a little bit. We got absolutely smacked by this board. What's he even running? He's running a Diana with Bloodthirster Rageblade. Yeah, that'll make sense. Diana's another one of those comps which can use a lot of those flex legendaries, but you know, we're not in too desperate of a situation. We're at 61 life right now, and we started the stage at 83, and oh look, we got Azir, so we can go to Nobu. By the way, if you actually want me to take people onto $300, $400 first dates, just spread the word of BunnyMuffins.lol/meta. that's going to be the best way to do it. Share the channel with your friends, your family. Anyone who has any interest in playing TFT, that would be the best way to do it. You don't even have to give me any money or like do anything regarding that. In fact, I encourage you not to. Like, don't send money my way. But I do encourage you to spread the word. You know what? I'm going to give you guys some TFT chunk codes right now. We'll give 2 of them. Actually, let's give all 3 of them. Here's one right now. I'll be giving out the other 2 later on in the video. So I guess you guys gotta first come, first serve that. But please, if you took one, do not take another because, first of all, like it's the same skin, so you can't use 2 of the same skin. But it also just helps spread the love to other people. But thank you to Riot Games for giving me those codes. We got rocked here by Kai'Sa, AD Kai'Sa at that. You don't see that too often nowadays. But yeah, AD Kai'Sa, it should be getting buffed a little bit. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world because you could use her to transfer items onto Baron later. But AP Kai'Sa, definitely the way to go this patch if you can handpick everything. But we are going to be second pick on the carousel. We have this extra glove. I honestly don't know what the best thing to build with this is. I guess we could go for a Hand of Justice. That's going to do really well on Thresh. We could do Jeweled Gauntlet, Hand of Justice, plus Striker's Flail. And that's going to give him a lot of crit on his spell and give him some durability and obviously a lot of damage, right? So Thresh is going to be really rocking hard with those 3 items. For tanks, we could use the Warmogs plus Bramble plus Adaptive Helm on someone else. And then for Azir, we could use Rageblade, Giant Slayer, and Void Staff. So we got all our things taken care of, to be honest here. But yeah, we want to wait a little bit, farm the Thresh, and then once we hit Thresh unlock, we want to start rolling and going crazy with that. Then we get Thresh 2, and we have a very, very happy life. Yeah, we're just going to do Adaptive on him right now, swap the items over. Viego definitely falls off later in the game. You want to put these items on someone else. It could be literally anyone. Doesn't have to be Azir. Honestly, Azir isn't that good. He's only good because Shurima is good, and just itemizing up your Azir, it's like, yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. If you have them, like, use it if you don't have anyone else better to do it on, but it's kind of like your second pick, you know? But yeah, we should be getting these backup bows pretty soon, so that should be pretty nice for red buff. What are we facing here? Nidalee? Nidalee's a very interesting unit. You need to have 2 2-star Nikos to play with Nidalee, and she obviously is very strong. But we get a nice little Nasus here from the lose streak. That's going to give us a nice little tank holder, so he's probably going to hold all our tank items if we get him to 2-star. Renekton's really good with attack damage items. You want Sterax, Titan's Resolve, things like that on Renekton. But on Nasus, just generic tank, anything works. But we do get the Thresh. That's very nice. We also have Diana unlocked for some reason. We put 3 items on Leona, so that's why it kind of came out there. But we're not playing Diana this game. We are going to be playing the Thresh comp. So yeah, we want to get all our stuff onto Thresh and make Nasus a tank. So probably item remover this Gwen, tank items on Nasus. And we could probably keep the other stuff on Azir for now. But yeah, this Thresh should be pumping out some really cool stuff with this item build. Lots of crit in there. Like, does he need all this crit? Probably not, but getting a little bit is perfectly fine. It is in his item recommendations for Magic Fighter, but all right, let's see him do this little trap thing. All right, decent damage, and obviously he's sustaining as well a little bit. Maybe not the most, but it is something. He's also still a Warden, so he gets a Warden bonus. Nice little trap there. Okay, not bad. Thresh's highest DPS is your second. I mean, it makes sense. They have the items, right? So if they're not, it's pretty pathetic. But once they get 2-starred, they're going to be doing a lot more than what you see here. So we're going into stage 5. We did 4 loss into a win, which isn't the worst thing in the world because we actually were 6 loss because we lost the final 2 rounds of stage 3. I know we don't get to carry the streak into the neutral rounds, but honestly, at this point in the game in stage 4, late stage 4, first of all, I hope you survive, but second of all, you need life total because like the game's ending and player damage is a lot higher in this point in time. But I guess I'm a genius for making the Striker's Flail because you know you're automatically going to get a red buff if you have backup bows, so I guess I forgot about that when I was talking about this. By the way, in the shop, Taric is another good unit to kind of flex into your team. He's just very solid 4-cost tank that pretty much any team can use. He's best against ability power teams because he gives magic resistance to your whole team, but you know, he's just solid in general. So we get the Thieves Glove here, very good for legendary. So we ended up getting everything we wanted. But yeah, let's level up here, do some rolling. All right, Azir, Seraphine. We don't actually need the Seraphine, but we could build it for now because we might end up dropping Gwen because you don't actually need to play a lot of Shadow Owls in the Shadow Owl comp, believe it or not. You just need Thresh, some Wardens, and just go with that. But yeah, a lot of super late game comps, they don't actually play out with comps you see on websites such as bunnymuffins.lol/meta because a lot of those comps you use in the mid game, like Shadow Owls, for example, like you don't actually want to go 5 Shadow Owls. You want to play 5 Shadow Owls in the mid game like we did, and then eventually once you unlock Thresh and get like 2-star Fiddle, 2-star Azir, 2-star Renekton, 2-star Nasus, then you just want to switch into those units instead of all the Shadow Owls. It's not that it's bad, it's just that the other ones are better because more expensive units are better, right? And if you have ways to itemize them or utilize them, then they are going to be better. If you have like 0 items though, then yeah, sure, play the Shadow Owls so that you buff up your Thresh a little bit more. But in general, in the super late game, you want to have like 2-star Shyvana, 2-star Fiddle, 2-star Ornn, things like that. Well, not Ornn. Ornn is good because he gives you the artifact items. He's good if you want to try to win out because he just farms you infinite items, right? But yeah, we don't actually need Gwen in this comp. We definitely want this Fiddle. We don't even need Callista. I like just playing around Thresh plus Yorick just because they are trait twins. Trait twins just means that you are 2 units that share the same exact traits. So they are both Shadow Owl Warden, and that makes it so that they're just very easy to pair together. But we're facing off against a Bard Bruiser build, pretty good reroll comp, honestly, for beginners. Is pretty fun to play. Also, Bard's just fun in general, but we're facing the Ghost board. Ghost boards are going to be a bit weaker, and we are able to win that one. We almost have Azir, so if we lose our next round on purpose, we could unlock Xerath, not Azir, Xerath. Xerath is a very good unit if you have the right items for him, and honestly, we have pretty good ones. We have Adaptive Helm for mana regen, we have Giant Slayer, Void Staff for damage. Like, Giant Slayer isn't the best item on him. Honestly, the Thresh items would do really well on this little Xerath. So you do Adaptive plus Jeweled Gauntlet plus Striker's Flail. That'd probably be a pretty good build, but we could purposely lose. Yeah, Xerath is a pretty good unit. So we're just going to bench the Thresh for now and get the Xerath. You don't have to do this. Obviously, if we lose, which we probably will. Oh my god, this guy's got Brock 3 items. Is that Brock 2-star? That's Brock 2-star. And yeah, okay, so we're losing this one. And then we get put to like, what, 10 life? And 10 life is not good because that means you cannot lose any more games. But with the Xerath, we can come back because we get charms every single round, and Xerath himself is a pretty good unit. I think Azir 2 is a little bit better with these specific items because Rageblade, like Azir just uses that perfectly. He's one of the best 5-cost users of that item. So yeah, it is a little risky doing this, but you know, sometimes the risket is worth the biscuit. So here we want Hat or Jeweled Gauntlet because we want to start itemizing our Xerath. We already have the mana regen item, so we could go another tank item. That way we use the adaptive on Xerath and then take that off of Nasus. Then you have the 3rd tank item for Nasus anyways. But Jeweled Gauntlet going to be really, really nice here because, yeah, it's just going to be a very solid item for him. Just anything with AP is good. So you could have went Hat, you could have went that. Mana is good. You want 1 mana item, so that's Shojin, blue buff, or adaptive. And then 3rd item, just like any other damage item, and you are going to be more than perfect. But yeah, we get charms in the shop. Let's put the Jeweled Gauntlet on him. I don't think we removed the Azir items yet because Azir is 2-star, but someone can feel free to correct me on that if they want to. I'm pretty sure this is better. Callista, it could be Callista or it could be Shyvana, doesn't really matter. We get the Nasus 2. That's probably the biggest upgrade we needed because we needed some tank. Next thing we want to do is probably get a bunch of 2-star legendary upgrades. We want Thresh or Xerath. After that, we could go level 10. And from there, we could add in stuff like Renekton. We don't need to do everything 2-star. Like, you don't need Shyvana 2, Fiddle 2, and everything before you go 10. You just need the ones you have items on. That's really what you should be deciding on whenever you're like, oh, should I keep rolling or should I level? It's like, are your item holders upgraded? If no, First of all, you must ask yourself, why do they have items if they're not upgraded? And if you have a valid reason, that's perfectly fine. Like, you just need to roll for them before you get to the next level. So that's kind of how I decide whether I go level 9 or stay at level 10, or stay at level 9 versus go level 10. So we get a nice little charm there. Always buy the charm. It's always just very good value in terms of fight value. But yeah, going into this last neutral round, you probably should scout. I'm not scouting here because I'm lazy, but we're facing either the first place guy or the last place guy. First place guy is on a win streak, but we have pretty good late game here. We got a lot of items and units who can use them. Like, honestly, our worst item holder right now is the Fiddlesticks with the Thieves Glove, but that's already a good combo. But it's only bad because Fiddle is just 1-star. If he was 2-star, then we'd be saying God bless, right? Diana gets on our Seraphine, and then she's going to go to Azir. But Shurimas have this buff where every, I think it's like 2 seconds, they heal a little bit. So I'm actually not that scared if Diana gets on my Azir, because he's going to be pretty resilient. And yeah, we just completely stomp this fight. We get top 4. We get the nice little top 4 dance. And yeah, looking like a pretty good game. We'd still, I don't know how we lived this long with Yorick 1-star. In higher ratings, you definitely can't get away with that. Like, I might have rolled a bit earlier, maybe like go into a different comp, maybe instead of going straight to level 9, I might have had to roll at level 8 if I didn't fully win streak. But in the games where you do fully win streak due to luck or whatever the reason is, you always got to take advantage of it and make the most of it. So in those win streak games, make sure you get the best level 9 available. Make sure you get the best level 8 available, because these games don't come often. Like, you don't often get full win streak every single game. It's pretty rare. Ooh, next combat stun everyone. I will take that. We get the nice little Loris upgrade, and yeah, we're just going to roll for Thresh. Okay, we finally get Yorick at stage 6-1, and we get the Thresh. So here's when you're like, okay, let me get a Xerath item, probably Blue Buff or Hextech Gunblade. You could even go Stoneplate and then use an item remover and put the Adaptive on Xerath. Honestly, any of those 3 items, I'm not going to get mad at you for picking any of these. They're all pretty solid stuff. I would say Hextech Gunblade probably is the worst option there, just because I don't have the 2-star Xerath yet, and I don't even have Xerath pair. Hextech Gunblade is one of those items where it's bad on bad units, extremely good on good units who are itemized. So if I had 2-star Xerath with like an Archangel, super statted up, Hextech Gunblade is the best thing ever. But if I have 1-star Xerath, I think there's better items than Hextech Gunblade, which I probably should have gotten instead. So like the blue buff probably going to be a little bit more solid. Going for the tank item to swap the adaptive on him, probably a bit more solid, just because you just need him to do stuff. Like, Xerath right now is more of my red buff applier rather than like a damage carry. Like, Azir and Thresh are doing most of the carrying. But if I do magically get a 2-star Xerath, then Hextech Gunblade is going to be the best thing ever. So if you're going for the Giga win out, go for the Hextech Gunblade. If you're just trying to get more value immediately, go for something else. But honestly, like, I'm playing in low rating, so yeah, I'm not really like super try-harding that much. But second, yeah, so I moved the Hextech Gunblade onto the Rageblade user, which is going to be Azir, and then put everything else on Xerath. That's perfectly fine too. So if you think about the items, Rageblade has to be on Azir. Jeweled Gauntlet could go on either. Red Buff probably better on Xerath. Void Stab probably better on Xerath because he hits the backline units, but Giant Slayer probably better on Azir. But you also want Jeweled Gauntlet on a unit who's doing a lot of damage. So you don't want Jeweled Gauntlet with someone who has Void Staff and Red Buff if you can help it, because it's just not going to be as efficient or effective, because items like Hextech Gunblade and Jeweled Gauntlet, they're like multiplier items, right? Hextech Gunblade, it gives you a heal, so it's like a whole added effect. So the more you do of something, the more you heal. Jeweled Gauntlet is crit, so the more you do of something, the higher the crit's going to be. So those are really good with items that give pure stats, and pure stats is exactly what Rageblade gives. It gives a stacking attack speed buff. Whereas something like Red Buff and Void Staff, like, it doesn't matter how much stats you have, it does the same thing every time. There's Ornn, it's a little late for him, but I guess we could play him over this Callista. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even do that. Callista might be better here, but, you know, it doesn't really matter. I should just keep rolling because it's second to last round. I should probably put this cloak on the Ornn. Every item Ornn has, he gets a nice little health buff. But yeah, I'm trying to unlock this Renekton, and then hopefully we could play 4 Shuremans. And all right, let's look at the Xerath go. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, we're against Diana. Okay. Yeah, Diana, she can't get on Azir and the Shreemans because they just heal too much. And I also have the Gunblade on him, so that gives him a lot of security. But we're able to win this round. We get Renekton, and we could play 4 Shurima. Okay, pretty nice. So just take out Ornn. Actually, we have this little round here. What item do we want? I guess Spearish. No. It doesn't matter what we get here. Maybe Deathblade. I got a second Ornn. Okay. Nah, yeah, probably doesn't make a difference. Ornn 2, Ornn 1. Like, I'm playing the Renekton, right? Gain a lucky item chest. That's absolutely fantastic. So drop the Renekton in. Yeah, sure. Take out Fiddle. I don't know. I should take out Ornn. All right, let's get this Renekton beefed up. Probably Titans. Titans or Edge of Night. And then FF. No 4 Shurima. I'm sorry about that. Not under my control. But let's move on into the bronze game. So we have a very fun comp coming up in this bronze game. But we're going to see this little Echo thing where we get our starting champion upgraded to 2-star. In these games, how do you want to play differently? So first off, when you have the upgraded unit, you can win all the stage 1 fights without having to do anything, which is nice. But it also can give you a lot of direction. Like, if we got Viego, we could go Viego like we did last game. We already have the 2-star upgraded. We can unlock Yorick pretty early, and it could potentially give you a lot of direction. Other things that can give direction is maybe like a Jarvan. Jarvan, you can just sell it. Well, not right away, but eventually sell it, and you have part of the Silas unlocks available to you already. So those are all really cool things to do with having this little galaxy or portal, as they call it. But yeah, there's just a lot of units that give you direction. Like if you got Shen, you want to check the Ionia. Maybe you could go for an Ionia game. There are some bad ones. Okay, so we got Kiana, which is good and bad at the same time. Kiana's a solid unit in the early game to win streak with. So I probably want to pick up this Briar if I have a brain. But people also like using Kiana as part of the Ixtal thing. So Ixtal is really fun, but you honestly want 1-star Kiana when you do Ixtal because some of the requirements is losing a lot of games. And if you have a 2-star Kiana, I just said she was really good early game, right? So you might end up accidentally winning around and then griefing your Ixtal thing. So she's a blessing and a curse, but I definitely should have picked up that Briar. I don't know why I didn't. But I picked up the Shen pair. I probably wanted to hold on to Ionias and do like an Ionia game, but I got something really fun cooked up for this one. It's actually like, you don't have to play meta comps. You know, a lot of people, they message me and they're like, oh my God, like meta slave. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to play this stupid comp over and over and over and over again. Well, this is going to be the game for you. So, I saw this Double Trouble thing, and my friend was telling me about Double Trouble Targons. So I'm thinking, if not now, when? And I get a nice little Aphelios there, which is obviously fine and dandy. I put the 2 Shens in. We get a little bit of Double Trouble value, obviously not that much, but we just want to make econ. So Double Trouble Targon is just running a lot of Targon units. You want to play around Zoe and Leona. So they're both 3-cost units. I mean, we'll just do the team planner right now. So obviously you can use Aphelios, but yeah, let's just always use the filter. I keep forgetting it's there. But Zoe, Leona, Taric, those are the 3 units. You can do Diana if you want. If you get items for her, like, sure, why not? But most of the time it's just going to be 2 Zoes, 2 Leonas, 2 Tarics. So that's 6 units, and then you could put Diana, you could put anything else. You could put in random legendary. It doesn't really matter, right? If you have items, like, again, use Diana. If you don't, then probably something else. But yeah, let's sell for econ here because we don't really care about anything else. And yeah, we'll try to make this work somehow. Aphelios is decent in the early game, but in the early game, you kind of just use anything. You don't have to lock yourself into this comp by any means. There are other Double Trouble comps available. Pretty much any reroll comp, there's a Double Trouble version of it. And the real question is it viable or not? So that depends on how good this augment is. Some sets, they buff it up. Some sets, it's a little weaker. Some units that do reroll comp really need very specific synergies. Some don't. So, for example, if we're taking Tryndamere and Ashe, in that comp, you need 3 Freljord. So you have You ideally want 2 copies of Tryndamere, 2 copies of Ashe. So you're at 4 units already. Then you want Freljord, that's 5 units. So Sejuani. And then you probably want second copy of Sejuani because she holds items in that comp a lot. So that's already 6 units. And if you're re-rolling on level 6 a lot and spending most of the game at level 6, you're not going to be able to fit in a lot of synergies on your team. Like you just have 3 Freljord. But of course, we all know Tryndamere needs Slayer, so you need a player Slayer. So the comp doesn't really get online until level 7. Whether that's good or bad is going to be a game-dependent question, but you need that Slayer in there to make the comp work. And you also need the Double Trouble versions in there to get the benefit of the augment, right? Because that's the whole point of doing this. So it's a little bit tricky to navigate in some comps and much easier to do in others. Like there are going to be other comps where you're able to run a lot of those extra units because you don't need a lot of complementary traits. One example is this one because we're running Targons, and Targons, they don't even have a trait, so obviously this one works. But another one that you could think of is maybe Bard reroll with Bruisers. If you're running 2 copies of Bard, and then whoever your main Bruiser is, let's say it's Scion, you're running 2 copies of that, you don't really need 2 copies of anyone else. So you have 4 units in there, and then the 2 extra units can literally be anything. You could do double up of them as well, or double trouble of them as well, or you could choose not to. And in the late game, if you have 4 Bruiser with double trouble versus 6 Bruiser without double trouble, like what really is the difference? Like you're getting the stats anyways, right? So you don't absolutely need the 6 Bruiser, and that's why double trouble could work in that team comp. And obviously, Bard doesn't have traits in the backline. So it's really going to have to depend on the comp. Ionia is another one that's interesting. If you're doing reroll Yasuo, you could get 2 copies of Yasuo and then 2 copies of Yone. And then you don't have to go 7 Ionia. Like a lot of those Yasuo reroll comps, they go 7 Ionia. But you don't have to do that. You could just go 5 Ionia or even 3 Ionia, and you don't have to make that much use of the trait. You can instead just go for solid value with 3 Ionia plus the stats you get from double trouble. So generally, if you go deep into a vertical, you generally can play double trouble for that reroll comp. So the 6 Bruiser version and the 7 Ionia can be dropped down. And if you're typically playing something that only uses like the first breakpoint of a trait, like the Ashe comp, they use 3 Freljord and 2 Quick Striker, 2 Slayer, things like that, then you typically have a much harder time making use of double trouble. I'm not saying it's impossible, but the power spikes are going to be a little bit more difficult to achieve. So we got the Rod off Carousel because we just want Zoe items. You probably want Jeweled Gauntlet and then Mana Regen item, and then last item, some Rod item, doesn't really matter, damage item. It could be Archangels, it could be Rabadons, it could be Hextech, it could be Giant Slayer, it could be Guard Breaker, literally anything, but this is pretty good starting items. I'm not going to build anything yet, though, because we don't really have an item holder, and I kind of want to lose streak in Stage 2. Just because we have the streak started already, we might as well just max out the gold on it. And honestly, this double trouble comp is pretty expensive because whenever you do 3-cost reroll and you need 2 3-star 3-costs, if you do not have an econ augment, it's very difficult to get that. And if we have double trouble, you absolutely need to 3-star someone because half the trait benefit is missing if you don't do that, or half the augment benefit is missing. Because if you 3-star a unit, you get an additional 2-star copy of them. So it's just this really easy free benefit to get from this little augment. So whenever you do pick double trouble, you typically do want econ augments because it's very hard to 3-star things with this, especially if you're doing 3 costs. If you're doing 2 costs or 1 cost, then it's not that big of a deal. But if you're doing 3 costs, you absolutely need to get some sort of econ augment to complement this. If not, you're just not going to get the 3 stars. And while you can still place well in those games, it's just going to be a lot harder. Because again, you get an extra bonus from double trouble whenever you 3-star something. So we are going to lose against this guy. He's got this nasty Jhin that's attacking so quickly. It must be Blade Master Ionia where they get extra attacks or like chance for extra attacks. But we get rocked here, which is honestly fine. Do I prefer if I killed a unit? Yes, I do. But we're at 74 life. Not the end of the world. We're going into golems. We are... was it 8 life, so 82 minus 74 behind the next place person. We get another Aphelios there. We could double trouble that for a while. Is this enough to win? I guess we'll have to find out. So normally if you're level 4, you win this if you have a 2-star or if you have items on someone that can actually use those items. In this case, we have neither, so it's looking a little suspicious. I honestly forget what happens, but let's take a look. And also, Aphelios is AoE. If you have AoE, that's also not good, but I guess he does have this focus fire thing there, so looks like... okay, yeah, we're going to win this. Aphelios, because he's a Targon, that counts as a trait, right? So we're able to finish this off. We get a Mundo there, we get a Draven there. You could easily, like, switch into maybe like a Draven reroll comp with GP. That probably could be possible, but get a 2-star Aphelios there. Do we even want this? These items are a little bit scuffed. We could do Adaptive Helm, Jeweled Gauntlet, then have the Open Cloak, or we could just build a Dragon Claw, just get some tank items going, but it depends on if there's a lot of magic damage in the game. But I'm pretty sure it's just Adaptive Helm, and then Jeweled Gauntlet for sure, because you just are always going to use that. You could reforge one of the Negatron cloaks if you don't like that, but yeah, there is a couple of magic damage dealers in the game. You could build the Dragon Claw here. It really doesn't matter. I think there are like 2 or 3 of them, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and reforge though. Ooh, it could be Redemption, Morello, or Adaptive. All 3 of those are good. The only item you don't want from this is Even Shroud, but yeah, I mean, you just need the mana item, right? So if you get too many mana items, you could always move the Adaptive to a tank, so that's perfectly fine. Oh, I got to say, everyone, you don't actually need Morello. Sorry, my bad on that. The reason why you don't need Morello or Sunfire Cape or Red Buff in this comp is because you get anti-heal automatically in this game from Leona. So yeah, Explosive Growth, easy choice there because we need to get some econ. It's not the best econ. We would have preferred something like maybe Pandora's Bench, maybe Heroic Grab Bag, things like that. Stuff that gives us either rerolls or champion duplicators. That's going to be a lot more effective for us than just getting raw XP from this Explosive Growth. But gold is gold. It's going to help us get to level 7 a little bit easier. But again, the optimal thing to get is a reroll augment, but you take whatever econ you can get. But we have Zoe, at least she can do a little bit. But yeah, on this next carousel, I either want to complete this rod or complete the belt. Belt might be a bit better if we have a Leona, but we don't have a Leona right now, so maybe we go for 3rd Zoe item. If we get too many Zoe items, like get too many AP items, it's okay because we could always put it on our 2nd copy of Zoe. That's one of the big advantages of this comp. So Double Trouble is really good in high resource portals because you automatically get 4 item holders whenever you play this. You don't have to do the other item holders, but it can be done. So if you're ever on like Scuttle Puddle and you get offered Double Trouble, and if it's any bit meta, it definitely is something to look out for because it does get better in those galaxies. Because not only do you get more econ from stuff like Scuttle Puddle, you get more items. And when you're playing 2 copies of a unit that you care about, well then, even if they're 2-star, they're still going to make great use of the items. So that's kind of why it works out that way. So yeah, we could put the, Rod on Mundo. We have like fake Double Trouble here with the Bruiser front line. But yeah, we're just looking out for these Targon units. We don't really care about too much else. And we just want to continue with our game plan. By the way, another bonus about going with Targons is that you don't need any of the utility items. We already talked about not needing Morello, Red Buff, or Sunfire Cape, but you also don't need Magic Shred. So I always talk about this in my TFT Fundamentals video, and if you have not watched that yet or read the guide, it's on the website, BunnyMuffins.lol, but it's also somewhere on this YouTube channel. If you type in TFT Fundamentals in the YouTube search bar, it will come up. But every single team comp, and I mean every single team comp, needs anti-heal and penetration, or like resistance reduction. So you gotta get your R&Rs. And Zoe already takes care of that herself. She's very self-sufficient. So with that in mind, you have a lot more extra items to play around with to itemize those extra units. So that's one of the advantages of this comp. But we're going to go for, what do we want? I was thinking the Gnasher's Tooth. Gnasher's Tooth isn't bad for Zoe. Essentially what you do is if you have Jeweled Gauntlet, Gnasher's Tooth becomes like a really good mana item because every time you crit, you get some mana on hit. So it's a nice little effect that you can get, especially with the Adaptive Helm. It works out really, really nicely because Adaptive Helm increases the mana you get from mana sources. So that would have been like the best thing to get. A Redemption or Archangel Staff here, also pretty good, but I would have preferred the other one. But let's start rolling. We need to at least get 2 copies of Leona and 2 copies of Zoe during this roll down, and we get Leona 2, we get Tarek. We need 1 more copy. We need to actually use Double Trouble. This is one of those really awkward states where you need to keep rolling. God, passing on Shyvana feels bad. I probably should play her for a round, but it is what it is. Let's unlock, what's her name? Diana, though. We could put the 3 items on our Leona. You don't have to do this, but I think I do eventually want Diana. But you could always play a Shyvana instead of the Diana. That's honestly probably better, but it feels cooler to play a bunch of Targons. Like, yeah, maybe we play Aesol, and you need all the Targons unlocked for that. But you don't have to do that. It's just something to kind of keep in mind. But, you know, if you're in Bronze, you're allowed to have fun. You don't have to, like, a lot of people are like, oh, like, you have to play meta. You must win every game. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, I don't know about you guys, and apparently I'm, like, one of the few people in the TFT community that thinks like this, but you can play games to have fun. Like, I got into an argument with someone. He was telling me that this set is so bad. Now I'm like, why are you playing it then? He's just like, what do you mean, why am I playing it? I'm like, if you don't like something, why are you doing it? And then he got into a huge argument with me. He's like, I have to play. I'm like, you don't have to play TFT. Like, it's not like a requirement you have in life that you must do something. And if you enjoy TFT, play it. But if you don't enjoy it, then don't play it. This goes with, like, everything else in life. Like, there's so many people that complain about this, complain about that. I'm just like, why do you do it then? And I've never heard good answers to these. And yeah, the same thing applies to having fun in TFT. Some people are unable to do it, but if you are, I promise you it is worth it, because when I play games, at least, I like to have fun. And I know winning is fun too, but if you like winning, then yeah, play meta. There's nothing wrong with that too. There's some months where I'm like, yeah, I want to win every game. I don't care about getting 3-star legendary. I don't care about getting crazy fortune or Ixtal cash outs. I just want to play and I want to win, and I want to do everything in my power to do that. And if I don't have that happen, I'm going to be pretty sad and angry, and I might smash my desk and might have to repair it in 10 years instead of 15 years. But there are other times where I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to do Double Trouble Targon because I think that's cool. Maybe I buy this Aesol, maybe I don't. But probably not this game, to be honest. But it really just depends on how you approach life, I guess. I don't even know if that's the right way to put it. But if you want to have fun, have fun. Don't let anyone stop you. And if you want to win every game as much as possible, then don't let anyone stop you from doing that either. But just don't do something that you don't want to do, because there's so many people that do that in life, and I just cannot understand why they think that. I've been called privileged for having this opinion, by the way, so I don't know where that comes from, but I'm just telling you what I've been told. But yeah, we got 2 swords here. Those are horrible. You want to recraft at least one of them. Ooh, tier is nice. We could build either tank items with that or itemize our second Zoe. Speaking of second Zoe, she is in our shop. But yeah, for Aesol, we just don't have enough space for it. As much as I want to play Aesol, I guess I could have played it instead of the Diana. Maybe I should have done that. Okay. Yeah, I should have done that. Okay, so here we have the Shojin, or we have... You know, honestly, looking at this game, instead of the Warmogs, I think I should have built Redemption plus Nashor's Tooth, because then we could have had more items built. And as I said before, having more items built is always going to be better, so I did make a mistake there. I mean, I could still build a Shojin. Shojin's kind of the same thing as those other items, so I definitely should be slamming these, but I don't know why I'm not. We do get the 2-star Zoe off of the subsequent shops, but it's actually good that we didn't get it earlier, because we do want to play with the Double Trouble bonus still active. But after this, we need to roll a bit more to get another copy of Zoe, because, yeah, we do want 2-star Zoe, but we also need the Double Trouble bonus to be activated. Indiscriminate Killer, probably not. We have enough damage items, right? I mean, it's not the worst thing. Crash Test, pretty... Oh, Heroic Grab Bag, definitely good. It just has to be that. Remember how I said we need Econ? Double Econ is fine, too, because getting the 3 stars is just that important. It really is. But, God, I really should have played the Aesol. But we get the second Zoe there. Nice stuff. We get the Leona, get 2 in there, and then we're not that far off of Zoe. I'm looking for another Tarek or something. I probably should have just played that Fiddle, put that in. But, yeah, we almost have our whole team comp. So we could reforge the sword, because because we do have another one, but I think just keep it. Probably just build Shojin. Okay, there's the other Zoe. But we're missing 2 more now. So if we just hit those, we'll just insta use our champion duplicator and go up. Facing off against Yunara with Dark and Bow, pretty good combo there. That's a really nice item to have. He's also got a set already. Set's really good with Jeweled Gauntlet. He almost has that. He has the Hand of Justice. So this player is going to be really scary in like maybe 3 more rounds. Once he gets 2-star, oh, he has 2-star Yunara on his bench, actually. So we got a little lucky here by dodging that. But once he gets this Jeweled Gauntlet on set and 2-star Yunara, he's going to be slapping a lot of people. In fact, he's going to slap people so hard that it's going to be harder than everyone slapping the like button on this video, because that's just how we do things here. All right, let's... All our augments are picked. We got decent augments. Like, I'd say Heroic Grab Bag is like a 10 out of 10 augment for Double Trouble. Explosive Growth might be a 4 out of 10. But speaking about 4 out of 10s, what is Chopped? Is Chopped 4 out of 10? Or is it like 2 out of 10? I just hear that word being thrown around everywhere, but I don't know like how bad Chopped actually is. So if someone can teach a 30-plus-year-old about some of this slang, let me know down in the comments below, because I honestly know I'm getting old because I just don't get like half the references made on the internet anymore, but you know, it is what it is. Also, I am playing this Lulu still. What is this Lulu doing on my board? I need to get rid of that. We're facing a Void player. He's trying to... If he gets to level 10 somehow, but he can't because he's got 10 gold, level 8, stage 4/3 with like 30 life left, he'd be pretty scary, because with max build or max cap, that's really, really good because you get a champion duplicator and you could use it on like... It's good in comps like Baron, Brock, Silas, anything with those like super legendaries. It's going to be really good augment for that. Like 10 out of 10 augment for fast 9, fast 10 comps. But if you don't get those situations, then it's honestly 2 out of 10. It's chopped, you know, it's chopped. All right. So items here, we have the Shojin that we're probably going to build. Nash's would be pretty good, so belt is nice, but it's on a 1 cost, so maybe not that. So maybe we want to get a belt. We could do Redemption plus Giant Slayer. We could also do Protector's Vow plus Giant Slayer. We could also get another Rod. Get a Rageblade Shojin for Acel. That could be good too, but it might be a little late to stack Acel, but those would be very good items for him. What else could we do? We could do Hextech Gunblade. Hextech Gunblade works really well with Archangel Staff, but I don't know if we have enough room on our Zoe to do that. But yeah, we could also Rageblade Diana. Rageblade BT works on her. There's a second Diana. Okay, we could get rid of this stupid Lulu now. Not that Lulu's stupid, but on this board she's stupid. But what does everyone think about this comp? Have you tried this comp before? If you haven't, I recommend it. It is pretty fun, but again, I said before, there are many, 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 many ways to use Double Trouble, and this is just one of the possible ways. But I think it's the easiest way, it's the most straightforward way, and you can't get confused whenever you play Targons because, I mean, there's no trait, so there's no big thinking involved for like what to sub out, what to sub in, things like that. So that's kind of why I like doing it like this. It's a great beginner comp if you do get this offered early. As you saw at the start of my game, I had 0 Zoe's, 0 Leona's to begin the game, and that's the most important unit. I did get bailed out a little bit by the augments. I'm not going to deny that, but you can play this comp without any opener, so it is possible. But let's go ahead and econ back up to 50 gold. Then on stage 5-1, we're going to roll down until we hit Zoe 3. So we just need 2 more copies of Zoe as a reminder because we have the 2 duplicators on our bench. So very, very, very high chance we hit that. Then we level up, play another Taric, and that's going to be our team comp. If we get items for Diana, great. If not, we could always sell her, play something else, like maybe play the Azir combo, maybe play just like a random Fiddlesticks, random Shyvana. Those are always good things to kind of play around. It could be Skarner too. Skarner's also a solid unit. He doesn't really need traits. He is an Ixtal, but you don't need Ixtal active to have him be good because Ixtal doesn't give any stats. But facing off against a Viego here, Zoe should be good against this because we have our Leona right in front of his Viego. Leona's going to apply that anti-heal effect so he can't regen permanently, and also, while Zoe isn't the best single target damage dealer because she's AoE, She will eventually kill it because I have a 3-star Leona tanking in front of her. Whenever you're facing a melee comp, you always want your strongest tank in front of them, and you want your anti-heal in front of them. So it's very easy for me to do. I did not scout this. It just happened to be that positioning in the fight. But if you're sweating positioning every single turn, which I do recommend doing if you want to win more, I mean, you don't have to do it every turn, but every once in a while, check your matchups and be like, what do I need to increase my chances of winning this fight? You should probably do it, you know? But yeah, anti-heal plus primary damage dealer and primary tank in front of melee carry is just not auto win, but raises it by a ton. Okay, so these items here are pretty interesting. We get the Titan's Resolve for Diana. Do we get a Bloodthirster here? We do, so we could go Bloodthirster Diana. And then we have this Hand of Justice at the end. So let's go ahead and recraft. The tier, I honestly want it to be a tank item, so let's see what we get. Ugh, 2 swords. Oh, I thought I had another remover, but I clearly don't. But I guess it's a Shojin. Okay. Shojin's not bad. It's just you want the tank item for Leona, because we just have a 3-star without any items, and that's not how you're supposed to play the game. As I said before, we're supposed to itemize whoever's upgraded, and right now I'm not really doing that. But there's a reason for it, you know? It's like, I wanted the Leona items, I just couldn't get them, you know? But yeah, we're able to get the Zoe 3 here. If we were faster, we could double Nico, and then she'd be 3-star. So speed is important in TFT. I'm not getting punished right now, but as we get higher and higher in the ranking system, you will see the games where it's like, yeah, I didn't do this roll down properly, and I was late, and I lost because of it, and that 10 life actually mattered. Whereas right now in like iron, bronze, silver, it matters. It still matters, but it's not as important because you don't get as punished. So a lot of people ask me, what is someone who's challenger doing differently than someone in silver if we're all reading the same guides, we're all doing the same thing, same that? Obviously, that is the case, right? Like, I got pretty lucky here because now I get to put the adaptive helm on the Leona, and that's a second tank item, which is really nice. But it's kind of like asking what's the difference between a professional sports player and a high school one. It's like they're stronger, they're faster, make better decisions. It's literally a combination of a lot of different things that make someone better than someone else in the aggregate or on average. So if you're talking about generalities, someone who is higher ranked than you, they're just better at everything, like generically. Just imagine a version of you out there that has better traits than you, better starting stats. Like, of course they're going to be better, right? But if you're talking about from a specific to specific basis, like obviously there's some challenger players who are really good at econ, not so good at positioning. And there could be someone who's the opposite, very bad at econ, extremely good at positioning, and because of that, they're the same rank and it averages out. But same thing can happen in silver. There's some people in silver who have really good, like, they could know like a lot of random techs, like a lot of those like quick tips that not a lot of players know about, and like niche tips. Does knowing a lot of niche tips make you a good player automatically? No, it doesn't, but it definitely helps. And if you combine that with good fundamentals, you can eventually climb up. There's this very good example. One of the guys I talked to a bunch, not so much about TFT, but a bunch of random other stuff. But anyone know the player Milk? He's pretty good at the game. He's very good. He's like one of the best in the world. He's played in the World Championships a couple of times. And I think in set 1, he was, like, people agreed he was one of the best, if not the best player there. And he does not read a single thing. He does, if you ask him what a unit does, like he genuinely might not know the answer, but he's a tier 1 professional player and he's competing in like the biggest tournaments. So you might be wondering, like, how is he so good if he doesn't read anything and doesn't know what any of the champions do? Well, he just knows how to play TFT, and his fundamentals are really good, and his execution's very good. So there are going to be other players with the opposite problem. People with not so good execution, but they know like literally everything about the game. They're like, oh, this unit belongs on this hex in this matchup, but it belongs on this other hex on another matchup because of like 10 different reasons why. And it works this way if you pair it up with another unit in this positioning, but if you put that other unit in this other spot, then you want this unit all the way on the other side of the board. Like, some people know all those little intricacies, but then they might mess up their level 8 roll down because they took too long or they didn't know what units to buy in their shop. Even though they know what to do outside of the game, when they're actually in the action, they don't know what to do. So that could be a very common like problem or like trope as well. So what I'm trying to say is, if you're trying to ask like what's the difference between a silver player and a challenger player, or like a GM player and a challenger player, it could be all sorts of different reasons and it depends on the person. But on average, all their stats added up is just going to be higher than someone that is lower ranked than them. That's really all it comes down to. But again, like, if you're really, all the examples I gave, by the way, are extreme examples. This is very rare. Most of the time, everyone's like, relative to everyone else, like maybe 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10 on all the categories, and it averages out to 5. So like the average diamond player is going to be around like middle of the pack compared to all the other diamond players for every metric, right? Like that just makes sense. That's just how most things are. That's how averages work. But there are going to be some weird outliers where one guy's really good at one thing and really bad at another. But all you got to do is just focus on improving in whatever category it is. You could focus on what you're weakest at. You could improve at what you're strongest at. Doesn't really matter. As long as you're getting a little bit better every game, or like every time you spend time on TFT, then things will be better, you know? It's not that big of a deal. What is a big deal is this Baron that we're facing. Holy cow. Did this guy actually get to level 10, or was that the previous game? I forgot which game we were talking about. No, this is someone else. They had max cap, the other guy, but this one has forward thinking, and okay, yeah, you can get to level 10 if you get that. Okay, Baron's pretty scary. He kind of just auto wins games if you unlock him. And the reason why is because he's just that strong, because his requirements are insane. You need to play Void, hard force it all game, and then reach level 10, and then play all the Void units, unlock him, and then still have 7 gold to buy him in your shop, play him, and have items for him. By the way, the item holders for him in the early game right now aren't the best options. Like, Bel'Veth is okay, but no one's ever saying like, wow, he's got 2-star Bel'Veth, he's so strong, he auto wins this fight. Like, I have not heard anyone say that this patch, but Bel'Veth and Rek'Sai are popular item holders for Baron, right? Because Baron is a Void unit, those are Void units, and they're melees. So it's kind of hard to do that when your primary carry in the Void comp is going to be Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa likes much different items than, than Baron. But we do this roll down here. We get the Diana 2-star, that's very nice. We could sell this, buy that. We don't get the Taric 2, but we could start itemizing some other random person. We could do 2 Dianas, why not? Like double Rageblade, or like Rageblade on one, Rageblade on the other, and then get the 2 twins going, you know? Is Diana a twin? I have no idea. Probably not, because she's like a goddess of something, right? Like goddess of the moon. I don't know what it is, but it's nice to have 2 of them because they can have one on one side, have one on the other, and no matter what, you hit the corner units. So if you have 3 items on both of them, it's going to be really easy to kind of play around with. But we win this fight pretty easily. He honestly is just missing like 1 lures for 3-star lures. I don't think that changes anything, but if he gets 2-star Thresh, that's pretty good too. But we kind of just spiked because we hit everything upgraded. We're just missing our second Taric, but we got 2 2-star Dianas. We got 3-star of Zoe and Leona. I mean, we had that before, but we capped it off with like the 2-star Dianas, a 2-star Taric. So we are pretty set up this game. We still can get a little bit stronger. Like if we get more items on this Diana, if we get more tank items on Taric, could be useful, but we're not going to have some sort of like super duper cap out, because Diana kind of falls off in the late game. Most melee carries do, apart from like the legendaries. So if you have like Silas or Thresh, those do not fall off. But 4-cost carries, if they're melee, they typically do fall off because they just face more powerful frontliners, or they have stuff like, as you see here, the Hextech Gunblade in the backline to kind of regen up a little bit. So Diana has a harder time assassinating Kai'Sa. Like, look, we were so close to killing Kai'Sa, but so close means that she survives, and it's going to be a little bit rough on us. So when you play Double Trouble, Targon, or like reroll comps in general, it is more difficult to win the game. Like, I'm not going to deny that. It just flat out is more difficult to win the game because your super cap out is a little bit lower than everyone else's. And you might be wondering, because I talked about this in the intro of the video, what could I have done differently? Well, I could have just not went for Diana and just play around 2-star Zoe, 2-star Leona. Or sorry, 2 copies of Zoe, 2 copies of Leona, both of them 3-star, and then just go into random legendaries. Like I skip Fiddlesticks, I skip Shyvana. If we took out the 2 Tarics and the 2 Dianas and just had like 2 2-star Fiddlesticks, 2 2-star Shyvanas, or like whichever legendaries you want, or it could even be like 2 Azirs and 2 Nasus, or 2 Azir, 2 Renekton. That's one way to make the comp a little bit stronger. So that's kind of your answer there. Were we like trolling here? Maybe a little bit, because I'm just playing all the Targons and I just wanted to do a double trouble game. But you don't have to play meta to climb, right? Like you don't have to get first place every time too. So this is one great example of that. Now let's run some science experiments in the silver game. So there are some comps that exist out there that are so powerful that if you just meet the augment requirements, you will do really well with the comp. So this is going to be an example of one of those games. I'm going to play a comp where I have no items for it, no start for it, but I have the right augments for it, and we're going to see whether we can make it work still. So the comp I'm talking about right now is going to be the Tryndamere reroll comp. So I have this pretty high up in my tier list, bunnymuffins.lol/meta for all those who are not in the know. But essentially, this comp just revolves around Ashe and Tryndamere, mainly Tryndamere, and he just whacks a lot of people. But what do you need for this comp? You need perfect items, and you also need 3 stars of both those units. Well, mainly Tryndamere, but Ashe is nice to have too. And for super luxury, you also have 3-star Nico or Sejuani, so that you have a tank in the comp as well. But we get the Ashe here, which obviously you need Ashe to play the comp. However, we don't have any bows, we don't have QSS components, so how are we actually going to play Tryndamere? Because you need those items to do it, and the way to do it is to get an augment called Pandora's item. So unfortunately, this comp needs very specific items. You need Quicksilver on Tryndamere, or at least a Titans, and then you want Rageblade, and then Bloodthirster is nice to have. Bloodthirster can be replaced with a couple of other different items, luckily, but like it's pretty important. Then Ashe wants a lot of the bow items, so you end up needing like a lot of bows and a lot of cloaks whenever you play this. But yeah, I get Pandora's items there. You could also take aura farming here. You could take savings. Like all 3 of these are takeable, but obviously for different comps. If you're doing the Tryndamere one though, like just take Pandora's and see what happens. Because again, we pretty much have no components that are useful. We have a bunch of tank components, and tank components are not good for this comp. Epoch also interesting to do if you play Bard, but Bard is not useful for Tryndamere because we talked about this in the Diana video, or not Diana video, the Targon video, where we discussed how the Tryndamere Ashe comp needs a lot of unit slots because you want to run very specific units. And because of that, you can't get Bard into the comp very easily. So that's kind of why this comp doesn't really play Bard. So we just sell, protect the bow, and play Quick Striker. And we need to build an item or 2 items on our Ashe in order to unlock Tryndamere. I'm going to go into the team planner, find the comp right now, because yeah, you just do Tryndamere, Ashe, Sejuani, Nico, what else? Some people like playing the Noxus package. You do like Briar, that gives Slayer to Tryndamere. You do Swain, that gives Juggernaut with Briar, and you use Draven, that gives Quick Striker with Ashe. So that's a pretty good package to kind of pair up with the Freljord plus Noxus combo. There are other variations that you could play with, but this is like the most typical one that you see. And a lot of the units are pretty cheap as well. So lots of different reasons why this works, but you don't have to play this exact combo. The only mandatory ones are Ashe and Tryndamere and one other Freljord unit, but you obviously need any Quick Striker plus any Slayer because that's the stats you need. So these are great items. We could do Quicksilver. That's going to be a must build. And then we got a lot of bows, but honestly, you need to build the items onto your Ashe because that's how you unlock Tryndamere. And I also want to protect this other bow. I probably should have just built the Quicksilver and put it on Ashe instead of the Kraken. There were some metas where people were like, oh, Ashe is more important than Tryndamere. Well, not more important, but like equally as important. But as people got better and better at the game, people realized like, oh, it's really just Tryndamere. Ashe isn't that important. But when I was playing this game, it was at the time where people were like, oh, Ashe and Tryndamere are both equally important. But that's not true. And if I were to replay this game, I would have built the Quicksilver right away and then swap the items over onto Tryndamere as soon as I could. And yeah, Quicksilver is just mandatory on Tryndamere. Like, I'm still going to build it eventually, but I wanted to build Rageblade plus Kraken first. So that's kind of why I put it out this way, even though it's not correct. But I just want to point that out there, and you don't need to be playing perfectly all the time, especially this is the silver game, right? So you don't need to play perfectly to win in silver, as we will see in this video. In fact, I went Pandora's items, and Pandora's, it's not that great of an augment. It's a very average augment. It is like a 4.5. 4.5 is average for a lot of things, right? Feel free to let me know what it is. But I was thinking about like Yelp reviews, right? Yelp reviews, 4.5 is average. You know why? Because anyone go to a Chinese place that's 4.5 and you're like, it's not that great. Like, I don't know. You got to go to like the 3.2 out of 5s. And you got to do it on like Google reviews. Google reviews, it's like 3.2 is normally pretty bad. But for a Chinese restaurant, that means you're about to have the best meal of your life. But Yelp, I'd say it's like 3 on the dot would be a pretty good marker. I've been to some 1-star restaurants, and like those have actually been pretty good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I have been to some 1-star restaurants. They're actually pretty good. I don't know what people are doing, but like for any Asian food, having like 3.5 stars means a lot more than having 4.9. Like, I promise you that. I don't know what the reason is. Well, I have an idea, but I don't know for sure. But it's like TFT rank. Like, you want 3.0, you don't want 4.5 average placement. Like, 3.0 is very good. But yeah, Pandora's items is like a 4.5 historically in like every single set it's ever been in. But on certain comps, it works out really, really well. Okay, some interesting choices here. Thorn-plated is good for Sejuani. We don't want Salvage Bin. It's kind of like the same augment, but we get Pandora's Bench. So I'm thinking, we got Pandora's items. Why not Pandora's Bench just to force the comp? We guarantee get 3 costs or 3-star of everything we could ever dream of, and we also guarantee perfect items. So if this isn't like the game where it's like, yeah, it shows that this comp is super OP, then I don't know what is, because we're literally just playing around with our augments, and it just allows us to no brain and no stress play our comp, and we'll probably do pretty decently. So I guess put your predictions down below. What place are we going to place in this game? We'll probably do this for every single game, but with these augments, we are on 3 loss streak. You actually kind of want to win some of the early rounds with this team comp, because you generally want Tryndamere to kind of farm up a little bit, because the more kills you get, the more stacks that Ashe and Tryndamere get. And when you get stacks, they get more powerful, which makes it easier to get even more stacks. So you don't want to lose streak with this comp. That's kind of why Bard isn't played with this comp typically, even though it is a reroll comp. It's really because you want to win streak, or at least go 50-50. You don't have to like go 5-0 like we did that other game, but you should ideally like get a couple of wins here and there. So let's buy some new 2 costs to put into the Pandora's item slots. We could honestly buy this Nautilus, take out the Kiana, but it's not that important. We don't care that much about the 1 cost. If we get 3-star Briar, like, so be it. But I should probably buy this Nautilus, put it in the slot, and get a chance to get Sejuani, because Sejuani is pretty good. Okay, I do that, so that is nice. Haha, I said doo-doo. But yeah, if we 5 lost here, it probably is worth not stacking, but if we win, it's not the end of the world. That's kind of another reason why I like this comp. The early game isn't as like make or break. And by the way, I'm doing a horrible positioning here. I got wrapped. You need to check out my positioning video to avoid getting wrapped like this, because this is like very, very costly. If I really needed to win this round, this would have cost me like half a placement, so that'd be pretty bad, or even maybe a full placement just from having that loss there, like if I needed to win. And that's just because I got wrapped and I wasn't careful. But we got an Ashe there, another Ashe in the shop, plus the bench. We have a bunch of 1 costs here we don't care about, so probably get rid of those. We just need this like Rage Blade, or 2 Rage Blades, so we need 2 rods plus the Quicksilver, and then we are going to be on our way. You could replace Quicksilver with Titan's Resolve on Tryndamere. It's not as good. I think Quicksilver is a bit better, but it's very serviceable. There isn't like that big of a difference between them, but I would say if you have Pandora's, get the better version, right? And that's what this augment's all about. It's about getting perfect items and no stress there. Okay, I no rods there, so I think we just roll all of these and try to get that best in slot for both of them. So there's one rod. I keep getting a lot of bows. Ironic, because like bow is the most important component in this comp, but you don't want too many because then, like, I mean, you just have too many then. But yeah, again, same thing here. I should have built the item on Tryndamere, but not the end of the world. We could go ahead and save the other bow. We probably should level up, play in second Ash or second Briar. Doesn't really matter. I guess we need more tanks, so we could do the Briar in there. Like, we don't even have a real tank in the game right now, so we're probably going to lose this round. And next round is stage 3-2. That's a very critical stage for 2-cost reroll. So whenever you're playing 2-cost reroll, you need to start winning from here on out, especially if you lose streaks earlier in the game, because you're going to get outscaled eventually. Like, this comp is very good at getting second and third place if you hit, but getting first place is a little tricky because your main carry is a 3-star 2-cost, which you oftentimes hit in early stage 4. And when that happens, like, your cap's just not going to be as big. Like, you reach your cap pretty early. So you're going to get outscaled by those people who go for, like, super big vertical comps with, like, Baron Nashor or something like that, plus legendaries. You're going to get burned by, like, the Ryze players, the Sylas players eventually. So you need to end the game before that happens if you want to win. And if not, like, getting second's still perfectly fine. Like, second, you're climbing. If you go second every game, like, you're climbing super fast, right? But a lot of people, they only like winning. So this probably is not the comp for you unless, like, you're lower rated, because, again, it's very easy to get second and third. In fact, it's, like, almost too easy, as you'll see here. But in terms of getting first place, it's a little trickier. You have to get a little lucky. You have to essentially hit the comp without taking any econ augments. And obviously in this game, we did take an econ augment. And that allows you to be stronger in the fights, plus still have enough gold to go higher levels to add in random crap into your team. But literally every comp can win if you just magically hit, right? Like, wouldn't life be so easy if we just hit everything we desired to hit? Okay, 3-2 or 3-3 roll down. I'm one turn too late, but let's do it right now. We need to get this 2-star Tryndamere in here. It's a little trickier with Pandoras. You want to collect a lot of 2-star 2-cost units so that you can put them in the slots and potentially roll them. But you need a lot of resources whenever you play with Pandoras. This probably wasn't the best game to take Pandoras, but I should definitely roll a little more here, because you just need Tryndamere 2-star. Even though I don't have that many items on him, he's still, like, one of my main tanks, even though he's a damage unit, because once he gets the Bloodthirster going, he just ends up regenning a lot. So he actually does end up tanking a lot of damage whenever you play this. But bit of a mistake on my end, but you're allowed to make mistakes here and there. So we get another loss here. So now we're 8 loss, and we're going into an augment round in the next round. I think I might have gotten, like, tricked out because I forgot the portal was the one that moves augments around. So normally, like, you're picking your augment on 3-2, but sometimes you get your rhythm messed up whenever this happens. But on this carousel, whenever you get Pandora's items, you just want to go for, like, either an item you can slam now. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to put this cloak on someone on my bench. Or you go for highest cost unit because you could continually roll items. So on this carousel, I could have went for either a 4-cost unit with a random item I don't care about, or I could just go 3 costs and then slam the Quicksilver right away. Quicksilver is a mandatory item that you need in this build, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I lose 1 gold, but I get value a little bit quicker, and I got Draven. I do want Draven, but here we could do Ascension, Pyromaniac, or Heroic Grab Bag. 3 stars are pretty important, but you typically don't want double econ in this, even though it does help in hitting, but you're just going to be so much weaker whenever that happens. So I end up rolling that. Whenever you get Pandora's Bench, like, you're going to get the 3 stars anyways. Like, it just will happen. If you don't, you're going to lose anyways. So it's best not to go double econ, in my opinion, whenever you're playing like that. But that's why I kind of skipped on that. Celestial Blessing, probably one of the best things for this comp because it gives Tryndamere a lot more survivability, and then Ashe can stack up some shielding for herself there. I went ahead and went for the Giant Slayer in the back line. You could do Last Whisper also. Last Whisper might be a little bit better. If you don't have Even Shroud, then you need the Last Whisper, and Ashe is honestly pretty good at holding it because she oftentimes attacks the same stuff that Tryndamere attacks. But Again, I probably should roll down for Tryndamere 2-star, especially now that I have 2.5 items for him. So that definitely is a mistake. I think I should have rolled at least a little bit, but it is crazy how I had Pandora's Bench running the whole game, and I still didn't hit the 2-star yet. That is pretty low roll, in my opinion. So I'm not even hitting stuff this game. I mean, I'm hitting Ashe, but she doesn't matter as much. You could build the Scion and actually just roll him because you can get 2-star or 2-cost 2-stars to get whatever units you want. Like I could get a 2-star Tryndamere from that Scion, so it is good to upgrade those units. But there's Ashe. I'm going to buy that. We could roll like maybe one more time. Okay, we got a bunch of Teemos. Yeah, just buy it, put him in the thing, and then we could sell up to 50. So yeah, we could also play around Nico. Whenever you are playing with Pandoras, you want a lot of 3-stars. So sometimes you play a comp, you only care about getting one 3-star unit. Honestly, this is one of those comps you really just care about Tryndamere, but if you have an augment that allows you to get a lot of upgrades, such as Prismatic Ticket, Pandora's Bench, things like that, then you want to get stuff like 3-star Sejuani to complement this, or 3-star Nico, sometimes even both if you can afford to. So you have to play around your augments, even if it changes the game plan a little bit from what you're normally used to. And this is one example of that. We got Darius unlocked. He's actually a decent unit to run in the midterm of this comp because you could play it as defender. And when you do that, you have Sejuani as defender, and you also get 3 Noxus before you unlock Swain. And Swain's a 4-cost, so he's kind of hard to unlock. But you could choose to play him, you could choose not to play him. It honestly doesn't matter that much. Also, like, I'm going to re-roll these Nikos because I like need Tryndamere 3-star before all this other junk. So that's why I'm just going to let these Nikos roll off, even though I could use her. But let's see what ends up happening. We get a bunch of... Oh, no, we do have the Rage Blade. And I don't get to equip it in time, but at least I got a new one. So that's nice there. Now I need tank items, but I should just roll here. Let's get some stuff. Unlucky I got Echo off of that thing. But yeah, we get another copy of Tryndamere, some Sejuanis. Bench is getting a little full, so it's getting a little awkward, but we'll just try to make it work. Getting a 2-star Sejuani here would be huge. So we should be rolling until we get all the way down to 50 gold, but there's more Tryndameres. I need to roll faster. It is what it is. Like, speed is important. You got to decide before every roll down whether you want to go for comfort or for speed, and in this one, it definitely was speed. But we're getting a lot of copies of our units from the roll downs, not so much from Pandora's. Did we even get any copies of what we needed from Pandora's? I think we got like 1 Tryndamere, 1 Ashe. Have we gotten anything else? That really sucks if that's the case, because, wow, that's kind of like a waste of an augment, you know? But hopefully these items roll into something good. We want like Even Shroud and Sunfire Cape. Did not get that yet. Yeah, another roll and another... No copies of what we want, so let's keep going. Okay, there's Sedge 2. There's a Tryndamere. We don't need the upgraded 2-cost anymore, so we lost 2 gold from this augment. That really sucks, but let's keep going. Get more 2-cost. There's Nico, sure. And there is Swain. We do want Swain eventually. So I guess we hold on to him, but this is really bad. We probably should roll. If I'm playing like in a serious game here, I roll down to 0, by the way. But if I'm in lower rank, then I can get away with not having 3-star Tryndamere this early. But if I am playing like against better players, then early stage 4, if you have Econ Augment, like you need to have the 3-star. If not, you could greed a little bit. Maybe late stage 4 you get the 3-star, but without any Econ Augments. But if you have Econ, then you absolutely have to get it. Look at this Tryndamere tanking. That's not bad, right? Like he tanked a little bit. Granted, this guy's board was pretty weak. But that's our first win of the game, right? Am I crazy in thinking that, or did we win one during stage 3? I forget. But going into this next round, man, still no copies. I don't even remember this. This is rough. But we get the Even Shroud there. Probably want to hold out for the Sunfire Cape with the other belt, so I should slam that also. There's Draven. I guess we could use that. There's Ashe. All right, if we're 1 or 2 up, again, I probably should all in here. If I'm playing for serious, I would. If I lost the last round, I would. But I guess you could greed it since it's a little bit lower in the ratings. By the way, I should swap the positioning a little bit here. Sejuani should be where Nico is. That way you get Sejuani in front of their primary damage dealer to do the tanking first, and then Tryndamere will take aggro after that. But he'll have his Rage Blade stack, so he's going to be a lot more resilient and life-stealing a bunch. So a small mistake there in terms of positioning. I don't know when I fix it. Sometimes when I'm too focused on rolling, I don't do my positioning, but you should do both as much as you can because, I mean, that's just the optimal way to play. But let's just get gold off this carousel. I should also save this belt. There's a Sejuani there. That'd be pretty good. We need a Sejuani. There I save the belt. And yeah, getting Chain Vest, the Sejuani, or a lot of gold, all three are fine options there. Like, if you have Pandora's items, like, you generally want to go for high cost because it's just free gold, right? Because you will eventually get the item you want. And I also have the item component anvil from stage 5 or end of stage 4. Like, you always get anvil at the end. And that'd be a way to get the anti-heal that I need, the Chain Vest. By the way, I heard this. Oh, finally, a Tryndamere. Yay! Woohoo! Okay, let's roll down and nope, don't need that. Yay, woohoo! We got what, like 3 units from that augment? So if we just took Heroic Grab Bag, we would have had this a lot earlier. Wow! Okay, so sarcasm aside, like, okay, I do fix the positioning and also, yeah, this augment really didn't help me at all. I'm essentially down an augment. It didn't really accelerate anything that much, but it is what it is. You just gotta make do. But yeah, at the end of every stage 4, you always get a component anvil. And someone came up with this good idea that I read about. I forgot who said it, but what if the component anvil at the end of the stage, if it gave the option of giving you gold? Because you know how sometimes you get uneven number of components? So that could be one way to kind of fix that. I don't know how much gold would be balanced. Is it 7 gold? Is it 5 gold? Is it 3 gold? But sometimes just extra gold is a bit better than having an item component that's literally doing nothing, right? But that's just something I heard from someone. I really forgot who told me this. I wish I remembered, but that'd be a kind of cool add-on for TFT or like improvement to TFT because there's always something that could happen a little bit better. But yeah, we got the Swain activated, which gives us Noxus. It also gives us Juggernaut for himself and Briar. But yeah, our comp is pretty much set now. Like, I don't need to roll aggressively for this Ashe because Tryndamere's doing most of the work. I just need anti-heal, and then after that, I'm going to pump all my gold into leveling. I could go for Sejuani 3 also. That would be really good. But I'm going to keep 2 cost units on my Pandora's bench just to get the 3-star Ashe, and then after that, maybe I can start thinking about going for the Sejuani. Like, if I have 3 items on her, definitely. 2 items, it could go either way. But in order to make use of the augment, I probably should 3-star her too. Because, again, whenever you play one of these heavy reroll augments, that's going to be Prismatic Ticket, Pandora's Bench. If you get Call to Chaos and you get the one that gives you 40 rerolls or whatever, then yeah, you probably want to go for a bunch of 3 costs as well. Those are going to be the things where you're like, yeah, I need multiple 3-star units. But we are in the final stage of PvE. We are at 32 life. You know, normally when I play this, I'd be a bit higher. Like, I'd stabilize at 3-2 much more aggressively. That way, I would save a bunch of life in the beginning. I'd slam more items on Tryndamere in the early game. That might have saved me a little bit more health. So a lot of different like micro adjustments I could have made that could have given me a bit more life by this point. But it is what it is. We get another belt and tier. That's okay. So we could build like Warmogs or Redemption here plus the Sunfire Cape. So that's really good. Which one's better? I honestly don't know. You know what a good place to check for that is? Teamfight.lol. Go to the Explorer tool. And then you could look at Sejuani items. So 3-star Trynd, 3-star Sejuani, 3 items. Yeah, with Even Shroud, Sunfire Cape, it's going to be the Spirit Visage. So I built the wrong one here. The reason why it's probably better than Warmogs is because if you have a big health bar, Spirit Visage is almost always going to be better. If you don't have a big health bar, then Warmogs is good. So that's kind of how you can think about it. So small mistake there. It is what it is. But over time, these add up. Like 0.2 here, 0.2 there. That's already half a placement. So if you make 2 better item decisions per game, you potentially could go half a placement better. So if you make 4 of those or 5 of those, then that's the difference between a third and a fourth sometimes. And that's 10 LP difference. Do that over 100 games. And all of a sudden, you're 1,000 LP higher than you normally would be. So it is important to check data. I wouldn't say it's like the most important thing in the world because if I ran out of time to do the items and then I didn't have the item ready for the fight, then I lose the fight because of it. That's not good either. But having more knowledge here and there, it builds up gradually over time. Like a lot of the things I'm going to talk about in this video, I'm not saying you have to do everything I talk about tomorrow. Like that's not possible, right? Like even if you watch this video, like, I don't know, over the course of like weeks or something like that, like look at this. I just leveled up to level 8. I didn't put in an extra unit. Like how stupid is that? But and I'm facing someone who spent most of their gold too. So I really needed that in that game, right? And if I just did it faster, I would have that out there. And then we could use the same argument that I talked about before, where I do one little thing better here over 100 games. That's going to be a big difference. Luckily, in this case, it literally did not matter because I won this fight anyways. But there are going to be times where it does matter. And everything you learn, like, you don't have to do everything tomorrow. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So just find one little thing to improve every single game, and I guarantee you will climb. But you got to be consistent with it, and you got to keep doing it. Like, you got to keep trying a little bit here and there. So one extra unit to throw into this comp that's pretty good is going to be like the Fiddlesticks. I held him on bench for a while, but I think I'm going to go for the Tarek. Since I'm not level 9, I'm not really in a position to 2-star the Fiddlesticks. It's going to be much easier to 2-star a 4 cost, especially with this Pandora's Bench, so maybe I could get that working. Maybe there's a version in here with Aatrox. I could probably drop the Noxus package and go for something with more legendary focus eventually, like not right away, but eventually. So I could take out Draven for Kindred, I could take out Briar for Aatrox, and then I could take out Swain for literally anything else, because he's given me Arcanist, but Arcanist isn't doing anything for my comp, right? It's given me AP. Have I built a single AP item all game? The only one I have built is Rageblade that has AP on it, but it's not an AP item. It's an attack speed item, right? So I don't actually need Arcanist from Swain plus the Nico, so that could be changed into something else. So there's a lot of different things you could do to, as I talked about in the previous video, cap out your board super high, and that is replacing a lot of those like trait bot units that do happen to be in the comp. And again, like on my website, I'm not going to list the Aatrox version of this comp. I'm going to list out the Briar, Draven, Swain version of this comp, because that's like the build you go for in the mid game, and we played this for most of the game. But in stage 7-1, you need all the legendaries you can get, and like Aatrox is one way to do that, and that's why I'm kind of holding him here. And like Kindred, it's just objectively a better unit than Draven. It's going to contribute more than whatever his Noxus trait is giving. But again, like you're not going to be playing Kindred 2-star every game whenever you play Tryndamere, because you need to get Tryndamere 3-star. And when you do that, you can't get level 9 that easily. And because of that, you're not going to have that much gold to roll with on level 9. And even getting a 1-star Kindred is going to be hard, right? So eventually, if I am playing for first, I do want this 2-star Aatrox, 2-star Kindred, and then Swain he could still be Swain, to be honest. He's a solid generic unit, but I probably do want to replace him with something else eventually too. Maybe like Tarek, Fiddle, Shyvana, as we talked about before, or even like a Skarner if I had Skarner unlocked. Sometimes you can unlock Skarner with a Thieves Glove. If you have a Thieves Glove on like a random unit that is not a tank unit, so a fighter unit, sometimes you get Stoneplate in a roll, and then you could unlock Skarner for free without the Stoneplate, because I don't really like Stoneplate that much as an item. I mean, it definitely has its uses. It's best on like a team comp that doesn't have too many tanks, but when I'm playing this comp, I have the Freljord statue, I have a lot of frontline units, I have a bunch of melees, so I don't really like Stoneplate that much when I play this build. I'd rather have the belt items, so Sunfire, Even Shroud, plus like Warmog's Redemption, either of those work. Like you could do anything in that last spot, but I normally have the utility items on my Sejuani, and that just gives a little bit less value to the Stoneplate, because I always have to position him with the Freljord thing in mind, so there's always going to be another unit next to my Sejuani. So yeah, not ideal in this build, but if I had Thieves Gloves and I unlocked Skarner that way, you definitely could play it, and definitely a solid +1. It's like the same thing as Tarek, they just do opposite things. One gives magic resist, one gives armor. Both are good, it just depends on who you're facing that game. There's no one right answer on which is better. But part of what I want to do is give you all the tools so that you know when to use each of them, and so you know they even exist. A lot of times, like, I'm working on something and there's a tool that fits the job, but I don't even know I have it. Like sometimes I know I need like a specific type of wrench, and I don't know where it is at the time, so I have to struggle. This happened recently when I was trying to undo the one of the garden hoses because of the winter, and sometimes they get really stuck, you know? It's like, I mean, I'm not the strongest guy, but you know, I can unscrew garden hoses, right? But one of these was like really, really stuck, and I looked it up. It's like, yeah, like some of these you need like a wrench for, and I'm like, I don't know where that wrench is for this specific thing. But what I did instead was I got some rubber gloves to get some more friction, and then I was able to undo the garden hose and then bring it indoors for the winter. So that's kind of what I'm talking about here. Obviously, that's like a very weird situation, but it is still TFT related because you need to know what tools you have when you need to slot in that +1 at the end of games, and it's going to be different every game. There's no one right answer. You know, sometimes you need the rubber gloves, sometimes you need that specific wrench, but against Baron, you just get wrecked, as we talked about before. This is not fair, but that's what Baron does. Baron just wins games, and unless I'm super, super capped, I already am capped here. Like, how much stronger can my team comp get? Not really that much stronger, right? Unless I do the Kindred stuff, which I am about to do right now. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I didn't even realize this game was a great example of trying to cap out your team because like we literally lose to a 1-star Baron board. Like he's probably going to get to 2-star Baron, right? Am I crazy in thinking that? But maybe, just maybe, with legendaries of my own, we might be able to sneak one out here. Like, okay, Baron also does physical damage, so if we had Skarner, it would be better. But we don't have Skarner this game because we don't have the Stone Plate. So Taric can probably turn into Fiddlesticks or Shyvana. Shyvana, I think, is the best thing against Baron because it reduces his damage. And if he ever has like lifesteal built into him, it's going to reduce that as well. So it's kind of like a double solution. But we're able to knock this guy out. We have this 2-star 4 cost on our bench. Maybe it turns into something good. We get the Shyvana there. We could put in the Zillion. He does have 2-star Baron now. Holy cow. Okay. I don't think Azir's actually going to do anything, but Taric's not doing that much either. Taric's just generic tank. We could also replace this Nico. Not doing that much. I guess Shyvana gives us Juggernaut, but yeah, Azir's doing nothing. So yeah, put the Taric in. 2-star 4 cost is going to be better than 1-star 5 cost. We don't end up facing the Baron guy. We're facing off against Ionia. Lissandra flexboard without Ryze. Like you kind of need Ryze in that comp to cap out, so we're probably going to win this one, but they're level 8, so they don't have the Ryze yet. But if you're ever doing this weird, like, not weird, but like if you're ever doing the Yunara or Lissandra flex, typically the win-out boards are going to involve Ryze, Set, and Volibear. Those are all super legendaries that you need to unlock, and they need specific items, and if you're trying to win, you need to get them booted up. But until then, what do we have here? Okay, we kind of... Yeah, Thief's Glove is good. Like, we have no other items for anyone else. We have, like, the full mana'd up Swain, but he's not that important. Like, he's got decent enough items. Wow. The other guy got knocked out. The Baron guy got knocked out. We don't have to actually face him, so that's one way to kind of do it. So we just need to beat this other guy over and over. I wonder whose Ghost board beat him, because he was facing a Ghost board. Maybe there's good positioning, but... Okay, so we have the Ashe here. Let's roll down a little bit more. It could go for 3-star Taric. It could happen. But yeah, the Shyvana is going to help a ton. Pretty good items for her too, like Titans is good. Archangel's not so much, but you just need one good item from Thieves' Gloves to make it worth it. And Shyvana can kind of use everything. Okay, so we're against the Yunara guy. They have Nico 3 for some reason. But yeah, this should be a wrap. So that's a nice little dub there. We were able to get a little lucky and avoid the Baron guy, because a Baron was beating us. Baron typically does well against other melee comps. Same reason why Tryndamere does well against other melee comps, but it's just like a bigger fish. There's always a bigger fish in the sea. But let's move on into the next game, which is going to be the gold game. So gold is the rank where you need to be making a little bit more decisions than every other rank we previously covered. I mean, that's going to be true for all the ranks, but especially for gold. I feel like this is where people start getting a pretty good grasp of the game, and it's not someone's like second game anymore, you know? Like you're facing people who actually play TFT and at least put like a little bit of effort into it. I'm not saying you're facing full try hard sweats, plays, and VOD reviews every single game. But I mean, people take the game a little bit more seriously in gold. Like sometimes I'm surprised and I queue up or watch my friend queue up, and if the elo is gold, I used to be surprised that like everyone's playing meta comps. It's like you look at my tier list, look at the S tier, look at the A tier, and every single comp of those is being played. And I'm just like, wow, like everyone's just like really just into it, you know. But now I'm not too surprised by it anymore. But I used to be. So we get a Rageblade start, and this is pretty good because you could go into a lot of different comps. You could go into Yunara, you could do Draven, you could do Kai'Sa, you could do Tryndamere. There's a lot of things we could go. Diana, like that's like 5 comps that are all very solid right now. And the thing is, we got Rek'Sai 2 with Kog'Maw. So whenever that happens, I'm thinking, hey, if my items are not complete dog, let's go Void. So we're going to go Void this game because if you have 2-star Kog'Maw plus 1-star Cho'Gath or 1-star Rek'Sai, I'd also say that's worth going if you have good items, but you also have to think about future decisions with Void. Let's make 10 gold here really quick so we get more interest and we don't really need any of the other units. But there are 2 key considerations you need to make. So first off, we don't really need Flowing Tears. You don't need mana regen in this comp. Slightly Magic Roll is probably pretty good. Destiny, also pretty good. Both of these are probably fine. But we get Placebo, which is really good because you need to make one decision when you're playing Void. Do you go for Kai'Sa or do you go for Baron? If you want to play for top 4, go for Kai'Sa. It's not guaranteed, but if you get a good opener, it pretty much is. If you want to go for a win out, you go for Baron. Not guaranteed, but it pretty much is. But you got to ask yourself one key question, and that is, can I make level 8 or level 10? That decides which version you go for, and that dictates what items you are building. So if you are able to go 10, so in this game in particular, we have Scuttle Puddle, and we got Silver Destiny into Placebo. So yes, we can go 10 when this happens because we're on an Econ portal and we got an Econ augment. 10 is in the question. And we even got an upgrade early. Like, yeah, the upgrade early is like really, really good. Don't get me wrong with that, but it gets even better when all 3 of those are combined. And because of that, I'm going to lean more towards the Baron build. And the way to do that is to build more of the melee items. Unfortunately, we don't have that. We just have the Rageblade built up here or like on our bench. And I forgot to use my Void upgrade. I don't know why I didn't use it. I'll be honest with you. I think it's because I was doing the team planner and all that because I didn't have it set up pre-game. But starting now, I'm probably going to play the actual game. So put a board in. We probably should have leveled up also. But if I'm going 10, you sometimes can sack the early game a little bit to ensure that you get all the gold that you can. Iron Carapace, this is best on Cho'Gath, but I'm going to put that on Rek'Sai for now. And I think we just slammed the Rageblade. You don't need Titan's Resolve, so none of these items build a Baron item. So we're just going to build the Rageblade. You can put it on Rek'Sai or the Kog'Maw. It doesn't really matter too much. I could even slam the Chain Vest on someone if I really cared, but here we should be able to win a couple rounds. But for Void, you just need to play Void early because Rift Herald gets unlocked after 8-player combats, and the earlier you play Void, the earlier you get Rift Herald, the earlier you get a forecast unit, which makes it even easier to win fights. So that's why you need a Void opener to play Void. There are ways to play Kai'Sa without like super Void opener, but I prefer it. You know, like it's like asking me, would I rather skip the line for free or wait in the line? You know, like I'd rather skip the line for free if it is allowed. Like sometimes when I'm boarding a flight, it doesn't happen often. I'm not a big traveler, so I try not to go on planes as much as I can, but sometimes I am forced to, and I look at it and I'm in line waiting to board because they called my thing, my boarding group, and all of a sudden this guy just skips the whole line, and I'm just like, that sucks. But then I see that he's sitting in first class. And I'm just like, you know what? If you paid $10,000 for a ticket, then you deserve to skip the line a little. You know, like no big deal. But is skipping the line actually that much better? I mean, it's slightly better, right? You get to sit down a little more. But if the opportunity is there, like you definitely take it. And if it's not, then it's not the end of the world. You know, if you just stand a little more while the plane is boarding, like it doesn't make that much of a difference. But for Void, it's like, yeah, it helps if you get the Void on stage 2-1, but if you get it 2-2, 2-3, like you're still going to have a fine game. It's just going to be a little bit rougher on the edges. But let's go into this first carousel. We are lose, win, win because I was AFK in the first round or like setting up my team planner. So here we could go either tank item, Baron item, or pick another component for Kai'Sa. I'd say if I was full win streaking, I'd definitely just build a Sunfire Cape right here, call it a day. If not, I could be a little bit more flexible. Honestly, I could go for maybe, I mean, I still want the belt, but honestly, any item is good here. Like you could go Stoneplate, you could go Bramble, you could get the bow to get potentially another damage item. Those choices left over there weren't the best. I'd say if I could hand pick my item, maybe it'd be a belt, like just build a Sunfire Cape. Then I don't have to worry about building anti-heal for the rest of the game, and pretty good stuff. But here, I'll just slam the Gargoyle Stoneplate. You can put it on Leona. Honestly, even Rek'Sai can use it pretty decently here because he's upgraded and he has the tanking Void buff, but it's best to put tank items on a tank. But I don't have Cho'Gath yet, so we're just going to have to wait for that. This Leona can serve us as like a medium tank for most of the game until we get Rift Herald, so this could be something that we play around for a little bit. Normally, you like playing around 2-star Juggernaut, so that could be like Blitzcrank, for example. 2-star Blitzcrank is great to play around if you have a Cho'Gath. That way you get 2 Juggernaut. Sometimes you can put it on Cho'Gath also if you get an early upgrade on Cho'Gath, but that is a little bit more difficult to do because he's a bit more expensive. And then those will settle you until you get to Rift Herald. Once I get Rift Herald 1-star, I pretty much transfer all my items to him because he gets the Void buff, the tanking Void buff plus the items, and he's just very solid as a 4-cost unit. You play him with 2 Bruiser, and that's really all he needs. He doesn't need anything more than that. Get the Malzahar here, which is nice. Don't actually have to play it yet because we want to get to 4 Void. That's going to require Cho'Gath, or we just wait 4 more player combats until we get Rift Herald, and then we could play that. But just sell up to 50 gold here. We could play this for Vanquisher. Vanquisher is pretty good. If we have the items on Rek'Sai, honestly, you could waste a remover to move the items to Rek'Sai. You don't need to use that many removers in this team comp, but having more is obviously always a little bit better. We're facing off against an Ionia player with Jhin in the backline with IE. Jin's not the best user of IE, but he can definitely hold it if you need it for Yunara, which is probably what this guy is going. Always a good idea to know what team comps people are going, and you could kind of tell it's not so much the units they're playing, it's more so the items they're building. And Infinity Edge plus Ionia, that leans more into a Yunara build because you're playing Yunara because she's Ionian, and then IE is one of her good items. If you were playing something like Set, then you'd be having like a Jeweled Gauntlet or something like that, or maybe some melee AP items. But that's kind of the patterns you kind of notice when you play around with the game a little bit. So we're on the neutral round. We're level 5. We're going to get a ton of gold here. What I'm expecting from this neutral round is probably a lot of items. So normally if you get a lot of gold early, you get items. If you got a lot of items early, you're going to get gold on future neutral rounds because more often than not, the amount of item components that you get generally end up being around the same every game. Like it deviates by a couple of components, but for the most part, okay, yeah, like 3 item components. This round gave both because it is Scuttle Puddle after all, but in general, if you got a lot of gold early, you're going to get your items later on, and it's the same for everyone in the game. But it's nice to plan around because we need to plan around what items we're building. We have to think of whether we want to focus more on Kai'Sa or focus more on Baron. Unfortunately, in this situation, fortunately, we didn't have to make that choice because we got a rod, a glove, and a tier. So the only item we can make is Jeweled Gauntlet. I guess we could have made Hand of Justice if you want to say that's a Baron item. I don't really think that's like a best in slot Baron item by any means. His best in slot is for sure Sterak's, and then the other 2 items, it doesn't really matter what you have on him. I mean, it matters a little bit, but as long as you have Sterak's, the other 2 items don't really matter as much. So the game made the decision for us. They told us build a Jeweled Gauntlet because it's a best in slot Kai'Sa item, and you already have a Rage Blade. And that kind of avoids one of the big mistakes that I see a lot of people making, which is building too many items for too many different units instead of focusing on 1 or 2. So in TFT, we always get enough items for 2 units, like 6 items total, 3 for one, 3 for the other. And because of that, okay, let's do the augment first. Not restart mission. We were playing Void. We don't want to restart our Voids. Probably not Celestial, not the best for Kai'Sa. Good for Baron, but not for Kai'Sa. So find your center, probably not too bad. You could use it as like a half tank, half damage augment, but it's going to be absolutely bonkers nuts on Baron. But you don't want to focus your items in or spread your items too thin. You don't. If you had 3 items, you don't want 1 AP, 1 AD, and 1 tank item. That's a horrible split. You want like triple damage, triple tank, or 1 damage, 2 tank, or 2 damage, 1 tank. That's what you want. You don't want one of everything, because if you do that, well, you're just not going to have a super carry to kind of, well, carry you throughout the game, or like a tank that is going to tank. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was more eloquent about this, but when you spread out your items, no one has any power. So, I mean, we could turn this political or something like that, but it's like, it's in like the Incredibles movie. If everyone's super, no one's super. If everyone has 1 item, no one has any items, right? So you want to focus it all on 1 or 2 people. They're going to be your super carries, and then it's going to help you win a lot more fights. So we end up winning this round, and that's just how TFT works. Like, if this was a different game, and if we have cybernetic augments, I don't know if people are familiar with cybernetic augments. They are not in this set, but they are in different ones. You get like bonuses if you spread your items around. In games like those, then yeah, spreading items can be fantastic. But in a game like it is in this state, you want to focus your items onto certain units. So with this tier, we probably want to build either a 3rd damage item or a 2nd tank item. And in this case, tier doesn't really build that much good stuff for Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa with the Rageblade Jeweled Gauntlet build, you want like 3rd item Hextech Gunblade, Giant Slayer, something like that. That means we want to have this tier build something for Leona, because tier doesn't build any of those items for Kai'Sa. So what can it build for Leona or whoever our tank is, the Rift Herald in a little bit? It's going to be Redemption, Protector's Vow, things like that. Those are going to be go-to items for us. Even Adaptive Helm probably isn't too bad. But looks like we're going to win this round too. So we are going to do like a 7 streak. We lost the first game, and then we won the next 7. And that's going to give us a good little bit of money boost. It's going to obviously save a ton of HP. So when you're in this position and you're playing Void, you're like, okay, I can go Baron. Because if we were 50 life, the last place person is in 50 life right now. If we were them, we'd be like, I need to roll at level 8, and I need to hit Kai'Sa 2-star and win every single round in stage 4. That's how you should be thinking. Whereas in our position right now, we're like, yeah, we have 95 life. If we like go, let's say 50-50 in the next 2 rounds, though, I don't see how that's possible, because we won all our previous rounds and we're about to get a Rift Herald, which is the 4-cost unit tank of our comp. Yeah, let's get this belt here. That builds the item that we care about. Well, if you think about it that way, we're probably going to win the next 2, right? So at worst, we'll be maybe at 85 life if we lose 1 round, but I highly doubt it. Most likely we're going to still be at 95, so maybe if you average it out, we'll be at like 92 life on average at the start of stage 4-1. But when you know stuff like that, you gotta adjust your play to it, and the way we are going to do that is we're going to try to get Baron. We're going to try our best to get level 10. That means no rolling, and yeah, slam this item. You know, it's a solid tank item for Rift Herald, very good. And we will pray that we have enough gold to reach level 10 and maybe have 1 or 2 lives left on our health, and that way we can still win if we lose 1 round due to very bad positioning, very bad fight RNG. Like, there are some fights, I'm not saying it happens often, but they could just crit every single attack and you can never crit. Like, I'm not saying that that happens often, and I'm not saying the chance is high, but it can happen. But having an extra life kind of prevents that BS from happening. Or maybe they just get very good targeting RNG. That happens too. But we actually ended up losing this round because we faced a Tryndamere player. He's got 3 items, 2-star Tryndamere, very strong stuff. So we're at 84 life. I think we could win this last fight, though. You gotta scout around a little bit. I guess someone in our rotation is this 100 health person. Could be a little dangerous there, but what can you do? We also have an augment that isn't really built for us right now. It's built for the future, find your center. So we kind of have no augments for us right now. I'm not saying it's like a bad augment or anything. I mean, honestly, all our choices weren't that great. Like Celestial Blessing wouldn't have helped us at all because we don't have melee units that are carrying right now. But we're facing off Yunara 1-star, 1 item. You know, I think Yunara She needs 2 items to do well. 1 item isn't enough for her because you're looking at her. Look at my Kog'Maw. He's like full health pretty much. And 4 cost versus 2-star 1 cost. 4 cost generally wins, but not Yunara, not with 1 item. Maybe didn't have the best synergies either, but yeah, like he has the Thieves' Gloves. I just have Find Your Center on a 1-star unit. Probably not going to do that much, but we were lucky to win that round because of matchups and all that. Wukong is good because it gives us Bruiser. We could replace maybe Mbessa or Echo. I am still expecting a ton of items to drop from this neutral round because we did get some last time, but it is Scuttle Puddle, so I'm expecting like a lot more, you know, because there generally are a lot of items from this little portal. But yeah, we're gonna level up here. This is like a nice little trick people use. You level up to level 8 before a fighting round actually happens. Like on a PvE round, you level up to 8, and when you have a lot of gold, you can get away with this because I could still make 50. Even if I only make 40 gold, it's still worth it. But I just put 3 items onto the Kog'Maw. I sell up to 50, and then I get Kai'Sa for free. But even if I drop down to 40 gold and lost an interest, I still think it's worth it because getting a Kai'Sa 1 turn earlier without having to, you know, deal with the fight where you have like no Kai'Sa, like 1 less fight of Kai'Sa, I think it is worth that extra gold. We could build Guardbreaker, we could build Sunfire Cape. Both options are good. Both are what we need for our grand plan. 1 is anti-heal, 1 is a bit more damage. If it was not Scuttle Puddle, I'd probably lean more towards the Sunfire Cape because you need anti-heal. Like, you just always need anti-heal in every single game you play. Like, we faced a Tryndamere, we lost to Tryndamere before. This guy has a Bloodthirster. Like, you do need that item, and it's very important to have. But in something like Scuttle Puddle, I'm going to get so many items that I will get the anti-heal eventually, so you're not as pressured to make those items as you normally are, but Guardbreaker, very good whenever you have a crit item like Infinity Edge or Jewel Gauntlet, just because it adds more crit and it gives you a bunch of damage amp also, though you could argue that Kai'Sa already gets enough damage amp. There's one of the Void. Okay, let's do the Augment first. Probably Mess Hall. Definitely not the left one. You don't need Unsealed from Steel this late in the game. Exiles is okay, but I Find Your Center, so I don't want to get trolled there, so I'm just going to take Mess Hall. If you have a strong tank, Mess Hall is good, and yeah, we have this Rift Herald, right? And we're also going to get Baron with Find Your Center, so we're going to have enough tanks to tank it up, if they're, for the lack of a better term. But what I was trying to talk about before was Kai'Sa gets damage amp from one of the Void augmentations sometimes. If you get it, I prefer the Leeching one on her. I think that's the best one. That's the one that's kind of like a Hex Stack Gunblade. But she also gets damage amp from Longshot. So you don't really need the Striker's Flail. It's just an item you could use for probably something else in the future, worst case scenario. But it's seen better days, this item, I'll be honest with you. Like, some sets, everyone's building this and it's the best item. Other sets are like, it's just okay, it's not great, but that's kind of where it is right now. But you always just want to make items, and if I'm going to get the anti-heal later, triple item on a carry can never be a bad thing, especially when I'm throwing pizzas at Peaceful because of Mess Hall. That's what you kind of see there. Pretty good augment, in my opinion, right now. If you have a team that can live long, it's good. That's the condition of it. You just have to live a while, and then your team, if you have any sort of auto attacker, so if you have any Rage Blade on your team, gonna be pretty good. So there's Kai'Sa, Cho'Gath, and Wukong. We could get to 6 Void, so I could take out Zoe or Swain. Either or works. Zoe's good because I get the Magic Shred. It's not imperative that I have it, but it's pretty good. Like Leeching Nucleus, I should probably put it on my Kai'Sa. Okay, I am doing that right now. Very nice. That's the one that's like Hextech Gunblade. And then Adrenaline modules, you could put that on maybe like Rek'Sai right now. It really doesn't matter who. No one has items, so doesn't really affect them, does it? But Leeching's good because you have Rage Blade. Rage Blade and Gunblade always go really, really well together, and Kai'Sa kind of has built-in Gunblade inner ability, as you see there too. She just stacks up throughout the fight and gets a lot of stats from that, so that's always going to be nice. Like, look at this. She's living through that Diana somehow, lives with 1 life like a beast, and then is going to heal my team back up, and then almost kill this Azir, but his Azir's stacking as well. He's got Archangels plus a Rage Blade, but we'll get him. We'll get him. It kind of sucks because he was Mr. 100. Mr. 100 just means you have not lost yet, like lost a fight. So you're just 100 streaking. If we interrupted that streak, that would have helped a ton. Probably would have guaranteed a first once we got Baron. But now that he's not interrupted, Even with Baron, it could be hard. He could cap out with a lot of 2-star legendaries, maybe get a 3-star 4 cost with that amount of gold lead. Something big, something big. But here we have that chain, so we could go for belt here. Rod's also not bad, but belt's just a little more simple. So we get the anti-heal. We don't have to worry about that ever again. And we can just focus our energy on something else. So probably going to slam this item right away. We could level up here. It's going to cost 22 to level up. My general rule is if you could stay above 30 gold, you can, but our win con is to get to level 9. I could go either way on this one. You could level, you can not level. Sorry, I mean, our game plan is to get to level 10, so we need to save every penny we can get, because once we get there, we just win the game. So losing 1 or 2 life, is that extra level up going to help us? That's another question we have to ask. What are we going to add in? We're going to add in, what, like a Leona or something like that? We're going to add in a second Wukong. Even if we added in a Swain, which gives us Arcanist and Juggernaut, I don't know if it does that much for our team. Like, would it change the outcome of the fight? It'll help a little bit, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's going to guarantee a win. It depends on your matchups. You have to scout. What I should be doing is slamming this Sunfire Cape. I don't know why I'm not doing that, but it happens. It is what it is. I'm allowed to make mistakes. But yeah, this Veigar build's pretty cool. I like Veigar a lot. Double mana plus hat, that makes a lot of sense on him. His ability always crits. Not always crits. It has the capability of critting, so you do not need Jeweled Gauntlet. Still a perfectly fine item to build on him. Still gives good stats, but you don't need it. Whereas a lot of other AP casters, they absolutely need it. But yeah, I'm like 1-star Kai'Sa, 1-star Rift Herald. Just try to get to level 9 or level 10. I mean, get the Baron. Don't really worry too much about everything else. This next fight, if we lose it, we'll be at 53 life. Like, it's approximately like 15 life total at this point in the game per loss. So we'll be in a pretty good state. We could probably hit level 10 definitely by 5-2, but we could hit it 5-1 if we really wanted to. Then we get Baron the next turn. So if we lose 3 more fights, 45 life, we'll be at like, was it 23? If I do my math correctly. And at 23, you have 2 lives. Yeah, with Baron, 2 lives, that's the dream scenario. Like, what more could I ask for there? So that's going to be nice. And with Baron, you just don't drop many fights. So I guess I'm saving this belt for Sterex. Sterex is Baron's best item, as we talked about before. But I do need anti-heal still. Like, you need both. So arguable just to build the Sunfire Cape. Maybe kill 1 more unit in both fights. Maybe it changes something, I don't know. But we will get everything we want. So let's drop in, I don't know, extra copy of anything. Off these neutral rounds, we need to roll a little bit, but we can only roll at 10. That's a trouble. So even though we have pair of Kai'Sa, pair of Wukong, pair of Rift Herald, if this was 4-1 or 4-2, I'd probably roll at level 8. But now that we're in stage 5, I need to just level up to level 10 because we kind of sacked our whole game plan around this. Because if we rolled, we would have wanted to win all the stage 4 fights. That's what Kai'Sa 2-star is good at. After that, she's not as good. Okay, so we get another belt, which is nice. We have a tier. Tier doesn't help us that much. All right, we need a sword here to build some Baron items. But we also have a Reforger if we want to use it. I'm actually not sure if we want to use it yet. But no sword there. You could go like, okay, Hand of Justice. Yeah, I think it's time to do some reforging. We already have the spare visage, so this tier is also useless. We have a lot of useless items here. This is going to be tough. We got a Negatron. Uh-oh. No damage items. This is going to be a pacifier Baron because he's just not going to have many items to use. By the way, we had to roll down a little bit to get, what's-his-face, Bel'Veth, because you need Bel'Veth in order to unlock Baron at level 10. So roll down a little bit there. We could have got the Kai'Sa 2 and some of the other stuff, but let's see what we get here. Next shop, okay, level up. We're at 40 life. 40 is pretty good, right? Even though we lost all the rounds. Okay, we got Baron rolled. Play him. Take out the second Rift Herald. And yeah, this is going to be our team. You could run Volibear or Wukong. Wukong's nice just because he's like more tank dedicated. Volibear, I think he's a little bit more item dependent. So you can play him. You could also not play him. It depends if you have items for him. But yeah, for the second spot, having or like your extra spot, because you have 9 Void, but Baron takes up 2 spaces, you could just add in a Bruiser. That's often the best thing to add here because Baron doesn't have any traits, so you just want to buff up your Rift Herald. He's a pretty good guy. I also need to swap my power up off of Rek'Sai onto the Baron. He's going to be pretty good with that, and also remove the Hand of Justice off of Bel'Veth onto Baron because Baron's absolute monster. Even without items, he's almost as much DPS as the Kai'Sa, which is crazy. I know it's Kai'Sa 1, but it's still crazy. Another good +1 could be Taric. Taric's Garner like always fits in every team. Fiddlesticks can be used. There's a lot of different stuff you can use. Oh, by the way, be careful when putting items on Baron. It's sometimes weird to put items on him because he has a weird unit model. But I also need to get this power up off of Rek'Sai onto Baron, so you just have to bench your Rek'Sai to do that, but I think I forget to do it here. And yeah, you just gotta do it the next turn. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, but not the start of it either. So this is a Tryndamere guy who's been beating us all game. You need anti-heal to beat him. We still don't have anti-heal. He actually has Quick Striker Tryndamere, which I think is really good because he has, 4 Quick Striker in right now. It gives attack speed, and Tryndamere likes attack speed. Oh, we just barely didn't kill him. If we had Kai'Sa 2, we win this. That's crazy, right? Just think about it that way. Kai'Sa 2 wins that fight because that Tryndamere would have died very, very easily. But we get another copy of Baron here. We're like so close to 2-starring all of our important stuff. It's kind of crazy how we don't have it yet. We don't have Rift Herald or Kai'Sa yet. But let's just get a Baron item here. The BT is looking mighty juicy. Apart from that, like Adaptive can fit on anyone, but it's just BT. Ooh, no, we didn't get that one. Kraken? I don't know. Kraken or Adaptive? That one's tough. They're both equally meh. Yeah, maybe just give him more tank stats. Baron can also tank. A lot of people are like, oh, you can only damage with them. Yeah, he's better as a damage fighter unit, but he can still tank a lot of stuff. So worst case scenario, it's always an option. It's not my first choice, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, you unlock Volibear automatically with this build because you get a lot of health. But again, he's not that great unless you have items for him. Because what would you rather have, a Wukong that just respawns, or would you rather have a Volibear with no items? I'd rather have a Wukong that respawns. He tanks a little bit. I think he has more resistances. I'm not 1,000% sure on this base stats, but he is a lot more useful in my experience. And he's also easier to 2-star. So if you want immediate strength without something in the super duper 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 late game, 2-starring Wukong is infinitely easier than 2-starring Volibear. And sometimes you don't even want a 2-star Volibear because if you don't have items for him, it's not worth investing gold into him. It's much better to invest it into something else that'll give you a bit of a better return for your buck. But we're against an Azir player again. This is the Archangel guy. We do end up beating him this time, which is nice. Going into the next round, we're going to swap out the Wukong for the Volibear. If they're 1-star, like obviously like 5 is greater than 4, so 1-star Volibear going to be a little bit better than the 1-star Wukong. But we just need this Baron. I'm trying to spend all my gold into getting this Baron to 2-star. Like Wukong 2, not actually going to change anything, but Baron 2 definitely does. We have him in our Find Our Center thing. Oh my god, we still didn't swap off the buff. Am I ever going to swap it? Let's make a bet on when I swapped it. Obviously, I wanted to, but I just forgot it was a thing. Sometimes that happens. You're playing Void, you're too focused into the game, and you put in a new unit, and you think that's all you have to do, but nope, you gotta swap your buff onto the other guy. Mistakes happen. This is Tristana Yordle reroll. I really want to try out that comp. It's actually pretty decent. Like, I have seen people do it at all levels. Definitely need very niche starts for it. I don't think it's good with the augment he has. The third one, like, I don't think you want the champion duplicators. You want to just farm a lot of money with the Yordles. You need to get an econ augment early to rush level 8, and then you get 8 Yordle to just farm everything for you. That's kind of the way I see it being played out. But we get second Bel'Veth here, but again, this Bel'Veth doesn't change anything. This Malzahar doesn't change anything. The only unit that matters is this Baron, so we have to get it. Luckily, we get 2 items off of this Rift Herald, because that's just how Scuttle Puddle works. At this late in the game, you get 2 instead of 1 item from the big guy, and Sterex plus IE would be pretty good. I know Titans, you don't need the CC immunity, but I think Titans just gives a lot of stats for Baron. You could use like a Giant Slayer. You could use all sorts of different items on Baron. Like, it really does not matter. Does not matter at all. I don't even know if buying that Malzahar is worth it. It probably isn't, but all right, roll down a little bit for this Baron. I don't even want that Lucian, and we get it now. Beautiful. All right, so Giant Slayer, pick that up, and Deathblade, I guess. It could also just be the adaptive, but I think it's Deathblade. I probably should click Deathblade here, yeah. What do I end up picking? Don't tell me it's Quicksilver. It's got to be Deathblade, right? Quicksilver for Belveth? Really? Okay, I'm pretty stupid here. I should just do Giant Slayer, Hand of Justice, Deathblade, Baron, and then put the adaptive on literally anyone. And I also still need to swap the power-up. The Void power-up would be pretty nice, would be pretty crucial. Probably would make a difference in a lot of fights, but look at this Rift Herald tanking it up. The 2-star Kaisa can kill this Tryndamere who was absolutely terrorizing us before. And yeah, now we're back in the game. 2-star Baron makes a big difference, right? But also the 2-star Kaisa, because you just need single target damage to kill these pesky melee carries, because you don't want them to sustain back up. So it's a little bit difficult. But I finally moved my thing over. Doi. But hey, now is better than never, right? All right, so what do you want to do in the late game? You want to position. Unfortunately for us, with Find Your Center, you can't really do that much positioning. All I would do is move my Rift Herald and move my Kaisa. And is it really going to make that much of a difference? But if you want to know, I'll tell you what to look out for. So you want your tank in front of their main DPS. So I want my Rift Herald on the left-hand side against this guy. His Azir's there and his Renekton's there. And then for my Kaisa, I want her behind my Rift Herald. That way, Rift Herald survives pretty long, or like the longest out of all my frontliners, so that Kaisa gets targeted the latest point in the fight. If they have melee carries, like he has Renekton here, then you also want Kaisa in front of him. She's going to ideally kill the weak tank, and then focus on the Renekton if Renekton is close. That way, he has less chance to deal a bunch of DPS. Another way to position your primary carry is to position it around your enemy's weakest tanks. So instead of looking for his Renekton, I could look for his tanks with the least amount of items and focus them instead. That way you get that unit off the board, get a kill really quickly, and then if they're dead, they can't contribute to the fight anymore. Whereas if you get stuck on their main tank, their crappy units get to stay in the game for a little bit longer than they should. Then for Baron, just leave him in the center, and hopefully he could do a bunch of stuff. I mean, he could tank a little bit. With this adaptive, he's actually pretty tanky. He has a bit of healing with the Hand of Justice, so he's just going to be an absolute monster. Just look at this team fight. Wow. Not even that close. Like, we have full HP Kaisa, half HP Baron, half HP Void. And on this carousel, we see a Sterak's, but unfortunately, he takes it. Probably settle for the Bloodthirster or Edge of Night. Those are probably fine. Bloodthirster is going to be a bit better. I mean, Baron's got such a big HP pool, and Bloodthirster gives you a shield based on your health. We'll go ahead and swap those items over, move the adaptives to someone else, just put on Belveth, whatever. I could probably put that on Volibear. Honestly, Volibear uses these items pretty well. We're going to do a roll down. We got Volibear 2. All right, so I need an item remove again. Do I do it? No, I'm lazy, stupid, and yeah, all those negative words that we are sometimes allowed to say. Not all the time, but yeah. All right, we're facing off against the Tryndamere guy again. So positioning against him, again, we want our Rift Herald in front of his Tryndamere, preferably not our Volibear, and preferably, like, look at that. Because our Volibear died so quickly, Tryndamere was able to move on to Belveth really quickly, and because of that, I lost a guy with 2 items for pretty quickly. And had we had Rift Herald in front, Rift Herald would have lived a long time, and then my Volibear would have done a lot of stuff, my Belveth would have done a little bit, so you could do a lot more with that going for you. But I'm going to switch the items now. Got those both on him. After this round, we have the neutral round, which is going to give us another 2 items. That's going to be great. We could get 2 damage items for Volibear, move the adaptive to someone else, maybe get a Thieves Glove for Belveth or something like that. We actually do get the Belveth too. And in terms of capping the comp, what do we even want? Nothing much, right? We have everything we could possibly want. We're facing the Ghost, so we guarantee second place. I think one of them's going to maybe not die, but get pushed down to like 1 or 2 life. And this is the Azir guy. we're able to focus down the main tank, then swap to one of the DPS. He has a Diana, but we have Leeching Nucleus, so we're not actually that scared of this Diana jumping over onto our Kai'Sa. I mean, we prefer it not to, but that's what I have to look out for in the future fights. But in this neutral round, we get the 2 items that we talked about. Ooh, what do we want here? We could use a Void Staff. Not really. We do a lot of physical and magic. When you have both types of damage, you don't really need the penetrations as much. It still helps for sure, but it's not as mandatory. Honestly, all of these are kind of whatever items. And then here, I guess you could Edge of Night, Volibear, or Hand of Justice. Either or work. And then, yeah, just Void Staff this Malzahar. He's not the best holder of Void Staff, but it's better than nothing. We have this 40 gold that we have unspent, which is pretty funny, but in stage 7, you take a lot of damage, so even if you have 25 life, it still might be enough to get knocked out in 1 round. I still haven't positioned properly. If this was a more serious game, I probably would, but doesn't matter. No, it doesn't, because this Tryndamere comp doesn't cap out as hard as Baron, so we're able to get that win there, and we still have another round. Wow, that wasn't enough? He has 2 life? Okay. If we positioned correctly, it wouldn't even be close. By the way, like, the way targeting works is that they target tanks first before fighters. So in the front line, we have Volibear, who's a fighter, Baron, who's a fighter, Rek'Sai, who's a fighter, and Cho'Gath and Rift Herald are both tanks. So they're going to target the tanks first. That's why it's good to kind of keep a Cho'Gath next to my Volibear. I could move Rift Herald closer to Baron, but honestly, if my Baron takes a little bit of damage, I'm fine with it because he has 2 lifesteal items. So I don't really care if my Baron takes damage. What I should just pay attention to instead is just putting my Rift Herald in front of the Tryndamere. That way he doesn't kill my high priority units first and die last. You never want your tank to die last, which is essentially what's happening right now. It's making the fight much closer than it should be. I would have knocked him out in the previous round, and again, in this game, I'm not getting punished for it, but in future games, I definitely can. I actually lost this round, and I'm at 5 life now. Okay. Do I end up positioning properly? By the way, I had like 50 gold level 10 last round. If I'm not going for anything like 3-star Kai'Sa, 3-star Bel'Veth, 3-star Rift Herald, what I should do instead is look at the other person and try to scout and see what 3-star forecasts they're going for or what legendaries they're going for and try to deny that. That's another thing you could do in the late game to make sure you win, because making sure you win is just as important as having a good early game. But we're able to do a positioning swap here, so we should win the game. He has Freljord, so if you're sweating, try hard scouting, he's going to have to use a lot more effort to swap his Freljords than you will have to swap your 1 tank. So yeah, I didn't scout, but he's probably not moving, let's be honest. And even if he did, I could swap back if I was scouting. So we have this Rift Herald in front of the Tryndamere, and you'll see how different this fight is. It's actually crazy. Like, he's just stuck on the Rift Herald, and then the rest of my team gets to do stuff. And my Volibear actually finally does something in a fight, and we end up smacking him for a lot of units. So we could have just knocked him out 2 rounds ago instead of having these 2 extra ones. So this video, the Platinum video, is going to be a lot different from all the other games we played before, because we're going to be playing a much more difficult comp to execute. All the other ones we've done so far, I'd give them like very easy difficulty, anyone can do them. And that's why I had them in the beginner videos. Now we're going to get into a little more difficult strategies. So in this game, we're going to play around with Draven, and we're going to see how to navigate the whole Fast 9 type of lines. But to start off this game, we have the 2 component anvils. This is really good for comps that like very specific items, and it's also a little bit better for reroll comps. So if you're playing like Tryndamere reroll, component anvil is going to be a great portal for you because you can just build like 2 Tryndamere items right at the start and have them pretty tailor-made for him. If you want to hard force Diana, it's like okay for that. You might think like, oh, what other comps require very specific items? Diana definitely requires that, but it's not as good as you think because you don't need the items in the beginning of the game. You need them in the middle part of the game when you're recovering. So that's why it's better on reroll comps, or like this portal favors reroll comps and it favors comps that need very specific items, because there are other reroll comps where best in slots are nice, but they're not absolutely mandatory. But in this game, we have 2 defensive items so far, Cloak and Chain Vest, and not the best. And we have the belt for the triple tank trifecta. Try saying that 10 times quickly. I don't think anyone can. But not ideal. So we have Spear's Will. That could fix some of the items. If we want to go a melee comp, we could go BT, Sterax, or Edge of Night. Legion of Threes, nah. We have no emblems, so Ruin King, don't have Viego, so it's probably late game scaling or savings account. Either of these two, you could go for, yeah, whichever. They're both going to help you go to level 8 or level 9. I think savings account is a little bit safer to take if you had econ start, but we don't have econ start, so I'm going to just take the one in the middle, which is just 2 XP a turn. Pretty solid, can't complain too much about that. If I can win streak, I'd slam a lot of items here. I do have the 2-star Briar. I think Briar has the capacity to win streak if we get good items off of these 2 item anvils. So if I was not a boomer and doing my team planner, I would pop these 2 anvils and build like BT Titans on her right now. Alternatively, okay, I could build the Even Shroud and go for like the Draven comp, and it's going to be good because I'm trying to fast 9, and late game scaling, the augment I have is going to help us do that very easily because it improves our 5 costs and it gives us a bunch of XP every round. So we want to skip level 8 and go directly into level 9 just because we have this specific augment, because obviously like you still can play around 4 costs and then eventually go into 5 costs. Like if you play the Ryze comp, you could play around Lissandra or like maybe around Yunara and then eventually go into Ryze, Volibear, Set, those types of units. And that would be perfectly fine to do. But with this augment, it is best played when you have like a lot of 5 costs because you just get more bonuses that way. And the best way to do that is to play the 5 cost soup comps, which can be done in many different ways. This game, we're going to be doing it with the Draven, but you could do it with Bilgewater, you could do it with Yordles, you could do it in a lot of different methods. There's more than one way to do a fast 9, but we're facing off someone. He has gonna go for the Tryndamere build. He's got pretty much 2 and 1.5 half items for him. He's got half a BT, half a Rageblade, and a Quicksilver already, so he's in a very good spot. But you see what I mean with the Briar. Like, if Briar has items, she can definitely carry the stage 2 portion of the game very, very easily. So how much gold do we have? We have 4 on the left, or 4 on the right, and 4 on the left. So yeah, we probably should have sold everything and made the interest threshold because none of these units are that important. So I think I made a little bit of a mistake there. I mean, I am holding on to some Ixtal units. Maybe I could do some Ixtal stuff on my way to Fast 9. That's the only argument I have for keeping these. But we have another Kiana that's going to help us out a ton. Getting 2 Slayer 2 stars would be fantastic. Let's sell a couple of things. We have the 2 Vi's, okay. So we have a pretty expensive bench, which is not what you want, but we do need to play with the 2 defenders. It's good to play around 2 defenders whenever you are going for Draven because you are going to unlock Darius, and Darius is a Noxian and a defender, so you definitely want some defender base so that you could easily add in that Darius later on because he's going to be a very good tank in the mid game, and you could even play him a little bit in the late game too, and then replace him once you get 5 costs. So that's kind of the way to use him. This guy's got 2-star Aphelios already. Holy cow, yeah. No one's beaten this guy. Very strong player and or strong unit, strong board, and we are going to get smacked there. 2 units with 1 life. A little bit unlucky, so if we lose the game by 2 life, you'll know why. It's this one. And we should definitely sell one of these Rumbles, get to 10 gold. Honestly, like if we sold before, I think we'd be in a much better spot. I don't think the Nico pair and Vi pair are doing that much for us. But let's see what we have on this little carousel. So we could go for a Sunfire Cape. That'd be good. We could also just grab a bow because we want to build another Draven item. We could also grab maybe a sword or a glove to build IE if we want to go into Yunara. But I think just grabbing a bow, building half a Runons would be really nice. And that's going to help us out a ton. So in the beginning of the game, it could be argued I should have built the Sunfire Cape instead of the Even Shroud. But I think Even Shroud is going to be built no matter what. I can't really build a Last Whisper in this comp because, I mean, you can build a Last Whisper, but all my bows are going to be dedicated to a Rageblade and a Kraken. That's pretty much what they go to. So if I get any more bows than that, it's probably not happening. But if it does, then all right, fine, I'll build a Last Whisper. But that's pretty much why I build Even Shroud, just because it's hard to get the Last Whisper going. But with Sunfire Cape, it's going to be good, but again, it's mainly good if you are super win streaking in the early game or if you have a 2-star tank. I don't really have either of those two going for me, so Even Shroud just guarantees I don't have to worry about armor penetration for the rest of the game. But I mean, you could argue it the other way. Like if I build the Sunfire, I don't have to worry about anti-heal for the rest of the game. But I think this one balances out my items a little bit better because, yeah, I just need to slam something. And sometimes it doesn't make that much of a difference, but it depends on what you have. But yeah, we're going to lose these next couple of rounds. Other people are level 5. I'm still level 4 right now. I mean, I could have leveled up, but I think getting that extra gold benefits us a lot more because we need to get a good level 7 roll down. If anything, I should have played for Bard a little earlier. So I should have just rolled 4 times on stage 2, 3 and potentially get a Bard. Not potentially, like guaranteed get a Bard and get some free rerolls. So that might have been a mistake on my part there. But we have the Vyze out now. Bard's only good if you want to lose streak a bunch. I mean, not only. He's still fine if you win a bit, but I like him a lot when I'm doing like super lose streaks. I don't know if I'm doing a super lose streak this game because Briar wins a lot of fights on her own. Like she doesn't care about the rest of the units on her board. She can like solo some parts of stage 2. So I wasn't really sure if I was in a position to kind of kill everything. If I was facing like really weak people every game, then yeah, I'd look like a genius, right? But I faced some pretty tough matchups, so Briar didn't end up fully carrying everything. Like this guy's got Portable Forge on a 2-star unit. Probably not going to beat this guy, but I can at least kill a bunch of units there. He also has a lot of upgrades, and I also faced a bunch of level 5s before, so not the best fight RNG. You could get around it by scouting, but sometimes even if you scout, you can fall into the worst matchup every single time. But not going to complain too much there. I think the biggest mistakes in this early game specifically was not making that interest early on. But we get a little lucky here. We get an early Draven, so we could start farming him. Normally when you play Draven Fast 9, you want to get him in a stage 1 orb. That's going to be the ideal time to get him. That way he gets a couple of takedowns in stage 2, and you get the gold farm really quickly. And with the early gold farm, you get access to Darius, who's a good unit, and I mean, you just start stacking a little more, you get a little bit more interest early, and because of that, you get all the future interest a bit early too. So we get another bow, so we did end up getting all those bows. We get a sword, a tier. Okay, the champion duplicator is good for Draven 2-star. You could go for 2-star or 3-star Draven, both work. It's going to depend on how many Dravens you natural. If you natural, let's say like 5 or 6 Dravens, then sure, go for Draven 3-star. But if not, I would just go fast 9 and just forget about everything else. So here you could build the Shojin. Shojin's going to be good on Senna. So in the late game with Draven, you want to play around Senna and Kindred. So Kindred's going to use the Kraken Gwinsus, and then Senna's going to use Infinity Edge and Shojin. And then obviously they both need 3 items, but those last item spots can be literally anything. So you just want to focus around those 4 items. Shojin, IE, Rageblade, Kraken. That's all you really need for this comp. So we're going to try to build those. Like obviously red buff's good too, but you need the Kraken. Kraken is so good on Draven because he's a quick striker. Quick striker gives attack speed, and Kraken gives attack damage. You always need to mix and match both attack speed and attack damage on your marksman carry. So that's what we're going to try to do there. Like, yeah, we could build the red buff, but it's just going to be too costly for the rest of the game. But end up losing this round, so we are on like a pretty big lose streak. It's making not going for Bard look pretty stupid right now, right? But lunch money, probably not going to be that because, well, we're not winning, but placebo going to be nice. It's just going to give us a bunch of gold there. With great gold comes great responsibility, so let's level up. And yeah, we're on our journey to level 9. Draven's going to farm us up a bunch, but we still need to stabilize somehow. You could argue we could do an early level up and roll down a bit. Maybe we get lucky and hit another Draven, then use our champion duplicator right away, and then farm gold back up with Draven. But since he doesn't have best in slot items, I don't think that's worth it yet. So I think I'm going to wait till 3-5. If I had Rageblade Kraken, I probably would do that, or at least consider doing it a lot more strongly. And the reason why is because with those items, he will carry every single round. But without them, he only has a Shojin. Shojin's not that great on him. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not as good as Kraken, right? I'm not guaranteed to win every round unless I scout every single round. But you know me, I don't like scouting. You should do it if you're sweating, but if I'm doing an unranked to diamond video, I'm not going to sweat every game. I don't think that's like A, fair, B, like that educational. Like you should know to scout, but if you're just not feeling it, you're not feeling it, you know. It's okay. Yeah, I know people who get to challenger without scouting ever, and it is possible to do. It is like a nice thing to do, but it's not mandatory by any means. Like everything else in TFT, like knowing when to level up, knowing when to roll, knowing what units to play, that matters like a lot more than scouting, I would say. Scouting's good if you're trying to like min-max everything, but you know, we're not always trying to min-max everything, even though it is obviously good to do. Like if I'm super try-harding, I'll do it. And if you're super try-harding, you should do it too. So get into the habit of that if you can, if you don't mind doing it. Like it really doesn't take that much time. I just have to click 3 things on the right-hand side. What I did instead in this game was move my little legend up and down a little bit. Yeah, he's cute and all, and he's nice to look at, but probably better things to do if you want to maximize your chances of winning the game. But we're going to get absolutely rocked here. 2-star Tryndamere. He has a Sejuani already, and he's got 3 perfect items for Tryndamere. As I said before, like this portal is really good for that. But we are about to go into our game plan. We're going to hit level 7, roll down, use our champion duplicator, get Draven 2-star, and then absolutely steamroll everyone from now until like mid stage 4, lose 1 or 2 rounds there, and then stage 5, we level up to level 9. Boom, we hit level 9, roll down, get some big legendaries, and then use that to carry us for the rest of the game. That's a game plan right now. So we could go Negatron Cloak here. We could also go maybe a belt here for Sunfire. Like both work, but let's just get the Negatron. I want my Runons because I want to focus on my Draven, and I also have 2 bows. Whenever you have 2 of an item component, you want to finish those items first. So if we had 2 chains, if we had 2 tiers, if we had 2 belts, like assuming you don't want to build the double item, like let's say you just really don't want Bramble Vest for some reason. If you have 2 chains on your bench, you either have to build the Bramble Vest or you have to finish those items on carousel. So that means like looking for a Sunfire Cape, a Crown Guard, like whatever it is you need to do, like just do it. So we get the Draven there, we use a champion duplicator, and now we can go on with our day. If we had to roll once or twice, then just subtract some gold from my gold total by the time we roll down. But yeah, what am I doing right now? Am I actually going for Skarner? Okay, I think that's a bit of a troll by me because I literally just made Draven 2-star. I really should use him. I know Skarner's good and all, but it's going to just farm me infinite gold if he has it, you know? So it's like kind of the difference between playing for serious and playing for the Giga High Roll. Like sometimes you just play for the Giga High Roll. It's just more fun that way. But if you're playing serious, then just build the Draven item for all the reasons we talked about earlier. Like I have 2 bows. What am I going to do with that? And Skarner isn't like critical for the comp. He's definitely nice to have, but he's not critical by any means. Do we end up winning this round anyways? Holy cow, we do. That is crazy. I don't know how Draven did that, but congrats to him. So we get Skarner and Darius here. Gonna buy both of them. Get rid of some of the quick strikers. Get rid of Leona. Yeah, perfect. Probably use item remover. We don't really need these tank items on Vi anymore. Probably better on Skarner. Like even 1-star Skarner. Yeah, probably the tankiest unit I have. Actually, we have 4 defender, and maybe this is fine. But yeah, just do the Skarner. Like Skarner's just a very solid tank overall. I like putting him on the edge. I go over this in my positioning guide, but you always want your strongest tanks on the edge because they get targeted first, and especially with the stone plate, that helps them get targeted or like rewarded for getting targeted even more. Skarner also has this weird like AoE thing with his grab where he throws a thing in a line and grabs 3 units, and because of that, you want him on the edge too. I've seen sometimes he throws it out. He doesn't grab everyone, even though there are units around him. And I think if you put him top left or top right, he always grabs a little bit more than he does if he were in the middle. But I'm not 1,000% confirmed on that, but go experiment yourself. Let me know your results down in the comments below, as it would help everyone else out as well. So we won 2 rounds with the Draven 2. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, like, I mean, if I rolled for the Draven for like 10 gold, we'd be in the same spot. Like we'd be 52 gold, level 7 with 20 out of 60 XP instead of 30 out of 60, right? So while we were fortunate that we hit the Draven 2, I mean, with the champion duplicator, like you pretty much always hit it during that roll down without going too deep. But we are going to have... Okay, that's good. We got a Negatron. We got the Kraken. Build that right away. The bow and the chain aren't the best options. We could build a second rate. Oh, double rod is awful. I mean, Crown Guard plus second Rage Blade. It's doable, but I think we prefer reforging one of these because Crown Guard is fine. I don't really need the second Rage Blade, but we get another chain. You could go Bramble. Crown Guard plus open chain is fine too, but like we're going to make a Crown Guard no matter what, right? This rod isn't doing anything for us. I guess we could build a Morello with it, but it's not going to be that crazy of a change in my opinion. Like you could go either way, Crown Guard or Bramble Vest. You just need to build any item here because the other components are probably going to be resting on someone. Why did I put it on Nico? Okay, I am a complete doofus moron. It should just go on Skarner. 3 items equals 3 items. That's like a TFT fundamental. And yeah, 3 items equals 3 items. You just need to put it on your main tank. I really couldn't honestly tell you why it's on Nico. All right, so we get some gold farm with Draven. That's very nice. Pretty much if he gets more takedowns, him or Darius, if they get the killing blow, you get more stacks. So it helps him get your gold faster. And yeah, that's the whole point of this comp, right? It's the fast 9 with extra gold. So it's pretty useful. So not salvage bin, not healing orbs. So it could be exiles, get some combat. It could be big grab bag so that we itemize some of our other dudes. We also have 2 components free right now. So big grab bag could get us some immediate value. So I think I'm going to go for that one. Let's see what we end up getting. Okay, we get 2 bows. So probably a red buff. And it could be second Stoneplate. We could also build a Sunfire Cape and second Kraken. Honestly, all those options are equally mediocre. Titan Resolve is possible. You could use it on one of the melee carries potentially. If I'm playing for Silas, and I definitely can this game because I have the Jarvan 2-star, then Titans would be one of the best items you can get. But for the rest of the stuff, yeah, I'm probably going to go double Kraken maybe. I could have also leveled up here without losing any gold, so I should have done that, especially since I am struggling for life a little bit. We're at 48 right now. In the other games, we were able to win streak pretty easily for a lot of them, but this one we obviously had a pretty big lose streak. So whenever you have a lose streak, you want to play a little bit more aggressively than you normally would. And unfortunately, we end up losing this round. If we leveled up, we still would have lost. He's playing Diana. So yeah, Diana at this point in the game is just super duper 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 strong. We're level 8 though. It's okay to lose some of these rounds. We just want to hit level 9 in stage 5, like 5-1, 5-2. And then once we get there, we'll have a lot of gold. And when I say a lot of gold, I mean a lot of gold. So that's why we could afford to go for Silas. Silas also uses a Crown Guard pretty well, by the way. It's not his like best in slot item or anything like that, but it is very good. And yeah, we obviously want to play around the expensive units this game. But yeah, item remove him, get the second Kraken on him because we just need to survive a little bit. Also, Shojin doesn't really do anything on him. We could place this on literally anyone. Honestly, maybe even put it on the Jarvan. Maybe he casts a little more. It's always just good to concentrate your items. That's why I kind of like doing that. But this person's playing Demacia. He has the 2-star Vayne, but he's got Rage Blade instead of Kraken. Kraken's just a little bit of a better item on Vayne, in my opinion, with the bow. Just because she tumbles around a lot, so you sometimes miss out on some of the attack speed value, and you just rather have more attack damage on Vayne, in my opinion. So the popular build out there right now is like double Kraken plus Hextech Gunblade. Very solid build on her. It allows her to get a lot of attack damage, and then the Gunblade is just good in Demacia because you get a lot of resistances when you play Demacia, so the healing you get from Hextech Gunblade is just a lot more effective than most things. There's a Taric there. I do eventually want to play Taric. We could also build a Morello with this, so that's not completely horrible to get. We could for sure do that. We could drop maybe some Defenders or Briar to play this Taric because this Fast 9 Draven comp, if you go to bunnymuffins.lol/meta, where I have the tier list, it's the longest player run tier list in case you were curious. You generally want to run those 2 tanks just because one gives MR, one gives armor, so it's just solid to have. But we're going to level up here. Let's see what we get. Do a couple of rolls. Okay, there we go. We got 1-star copies of the legendaries that we wanted. And then we can just go ahead, build this Morello, drop that on Senna, get the Shojin on Senna, sell this Ashe, and item remove. Kindred, I think, just uses the items a bit better. And yeah, she will just carry. Like this 80 carry duo comp, well, I don't know what you want to call it. It's just so deadly. even at 1 star, it can still do a lot of damage and like provide a lot of utility for your team. Because both Senna and Kindred, they're technically utility units. Senna is good because she hits the whole board, so she's very good at applying debuffs such as Red Buff Morello or Last Whisper. But then Kindred also has this you can't die in this area zone, and that's really good against lifesteal carries because it prevents them from lifestealing in a lot of cases. So both of them are technically support units, but they're also pretty solid damage units depending on the patch. Here we get super lucky though, we get Skarner 2-star for free. But we have a lot of open item slots on our team. Like we still need the Garen and the Lux. They are in the team planner right now for the unlockables because Sylas is crucial. Not crucial, but he's like a way to just guarantee a win. So we could keep him there. We have an extra Vi and Jarvan on our board right now. We could get rid of those. Like I know the 3 defender's nice, but since Skarner is our main tank with 3 items, we don't really need the 4 defender because we're not itemizing any defender. So the 2 defender team-wide bonus doesn't increase when you increase it to 4. I believe it only gives the extra armor and MR to the actual defenders. So 2 defender, 4 defender, honestly no difference there. We were facing off against a Tryndamere Ashe player. He's actually pretty decently strong now. He's at the 3-item Tryndamere, but again, like this Kindred, it kind of blocks off the Tryndamere's healing a lot of times, and you could get some sneaky kills on it. Also, we had the 2-star Skarner. Definitely would not have won without that because he tanked up a lot. He was like right in the front row in front of the enemy team and just providing a lot of solid utility. By the way, one thing about Econ and level 9 is when you are contested, or like if you're not contested, I mean, you can go level 9 and then hit the 1-star legendaries very easily because no one took them out of the pool yet. If there are a lot of popular 5-cost units, like let's say like Zillion's very popular and some people just play him a lot, it's oftentimes really hard to get them even if you have a lot of gold on level 9 because there are just fewer copies in the pool. So if you have really good econ, and we did have really good econ this game, I mean, we had like an XP augment and then we had placebo. Even grab bag gives a couple of gold too. We just have so much econ compared to everyone else. We had Draven farming that we're able to just get to level 9 before everyone else and have a bit more of extra gold there. So what do we want here? We want to get this Lux 2-star. That way we could sell it and then get closer to Sylas. None of these items are really Sylas items. You kind of want like the Jeweled Gauntlet Handed Justice combo with the Titan's Resolve. That would be like the best scenario there. But we get this Warmogs, which is really clutch for Skarner. So we could do that, put that on him. And then we have this extra Titans. We could put that on, I guess, Tarek for now. He has the Crown Guard. You could also put it on Senna. Maybe it's not horrible, to be honest. But we get nice little mana regen there. So we have like a utility Lucian Senna with a lot of mana regen and the Morello to keep applying it. So that's pretty nice. You don't always have to go full damage with the IE. Like, would I prefer Infinity Edge? Like, of course I would, right? But I prefer having a lot of things in life. Like, for example, this guy in TFT I know, he is... me and him are both single, and one of my friends is trying to set us up. Who do you think he's going to set up first? The person who is richer, younger, taller, better looking, and better at TFT? Or the guy who is worse in all those categories? So it's like, yeah, of course we always want the nicer thing, and yeah, we need to get that guy set up because until he's set up, I can't get set up, so that's kind of how it goes. But we get so many good things in our shop here. Holy cow, we have to sell these extra defenders. Yeah, goodbye. Let's get this Kindred 2-star. That's going to be doing a lot of carrying. We don't need Vi anymore. We get the Shyvana in. It's going to give us Juggernaut with the Swain, and then, yeah, put in literally anyone. And we almost have this Sylas as well. We have 2 Luxes, 1 Garen. We just need 3 more copies of those units, and then we are going to be giga carrying with this Titan's Resolve and Crown Guard on that Sylas. Like, Sylas just does so much carrying, it's actually crazy. He's just really, really expensive, right? That's how he's balanced. Like, he's allowed to be that strong. By the way, look at this Kindred value, just like blocking a lot of stuff. Really nice stuff. And then she focuses the Diana that's killing my team, and then Senna's somehow still alive. She shielded herself, and then there's like the no kill zone. They should honestly put that in a lot of schools in America. But yeah, Kindred is just really, really good right now. Really good, probably even in patches where she's not supposed to be good, she's still going to be good because she counters a lot of these melee comps because A lot of melee comps run lifesteal, and when you can't deal damage, you can't steal life. So that's kind of how it goes. But we do need to build up our econ a little bit. It's just that we hit a lot of units in our shop, and we definitely did need to roll because the only 2-star on our board before was Skarner, and now it's just Skarner and Kindred. Like, we honestly still need to roll a little bit. It's just we're running a little bit low on gold and resources. It's a little greedy sometimes to go for Silas, but I think this is one of those games where we can afford to do it because this Skarner 2-star is just absolutely, like, putting up a roadblock on everyone. Skarner's so tanky. I think for 4-cost units, he might be one of the tankiest. Obviously, like, probably Nasus is the tankiest 4-cost, but you have to play Azir to get him. So is he really a 4-cost? Probably not. He's probably considered a 5-cost. But in terms of, like, 4-costs that anyone can play, like, Skarner's unlock condition, anyone can do it. Like, pretty much every comp can use a stone plate. Maybe it's not a best in slot, but it's definitely usable and everything. So if you really wanted Skarner, you could. So if you need a tank, if your team lacks tanks, go for Taric or Skarner. So on this carousel, that Jeweled Gauntlet looks mighty fine. It's on a Shyvana, which is even better. We could also go for a Garen to try to get more unlock stuff, but I think this Jeweled Gauntlet is just too juicy to pass up on because it's got a champion we want and an item we want. You can't go wrong with that. Who's going to hold this Jeweled Gauntlet, though? We don't really have a good holder, so we're just going to put it on anyone until we get our Silas unlocked, and then, yeah, it's kind of like Baron when you play Silas. If you just unlock him, you win the game. We could play Azir. Like, you don't actually want Azir in this build. Like, you have too many other good things to play that you don't need it. But I guess he could hold the Jeweled Gauntlet for a little bit until we hit all these other units. But we have, like, 3 pairs on the right-hand side of our bench of units we're playing, and then we have the pair of Luxes, and then the extra Garen. A lot of wasted gold on our bench. We have 12, 17, 21, 25 gold on our bench. So plus the 4 gold we have in the bank, we have 29. We could be at like 30 gold technically if we sold everything, but obviously we don't want to do that because we are holding them for a reason, right? And that reason is to go for the super late game cap. And yeah, this board just stabilizes really hard. Even I know we have Kindred 2-star, but I'm telling you, even with 1-star Kindred, you're so stable because she has all the ramping items, so she will kill everything eventually as long as your team lives. So really the only key upgrade we have that we actually need is this Skarner. As long as he lives a long time, the rest of your team will do the work. Like, we have the double utility or double mana item on the Senna. Obviously not her best in slot, but she's actually doing a lot of work, applying the debuff to everyone. And then if you just stall out enough, you get anti-heal on everyone, you get the Krakens ramped up, you get the Rage Blade ramped up. And yeah, Skarner just allows you to do that because he's so tanky. So we're going to move our positioning around a little bit. Again, I like Skarner on the edges. He just grabs more people that way. This Jeweled Gauntlet, who does it go on? Does it even matter? I mean, I have 2 removers. I don't know if I need to use more than that. I might want to save at least 1 remover for my Senna because if I do get an Infinity Edge, I do want to move that onto Senna. And then the Crown Guard's going to go on Silas, but if I get a better item than Crown Guard, I definitely want to move that off of Silas and onto a tank. So I need at least 2 removers to do that. So using an extra one here by slamming the Jeweled Gauntlet on something random might not be worth it considering it doesn't change my win rate in these fights. Like, if Taric had a Jeweled Gauntlet, would he do that much more? Probably not. If my second Kindred had a Jeweled Gauntlet, would that do something too? Probably not. But I guess I could put on second Kindred because I'm for sure selling her. So I guess you could have argued that way. But we're on the Dragon round now. It's a bit late for Ornn. Sometimes when I'm playing this Draven comp and I stabilize with Draven 2-star and I see an early Ornn, I oftentimes play the Ornn for 4 rounds, have him farm me an artifact item, and then sell him. It doesn't have to be exclusive to this comp. You could do it with a lot of different comps. But since you are higher level, you oftentimes get the early Ornn randomly in a lot of games, and that could be the difference between getting a 2nd place and even a 3rd place, that extra Ornn item. And you obviously only greed the farming of the item if your board is strong enough to actually win rounds, because you don't want to take like 15, 20 health losses in stage 4. That's going to be very bad for your LP. But let's do a bit of a roll down. We got the Fiddlesticks, very nice. We could replace. He can also use the Jeweled Gauntlet and the other items before we get Silas, especially if he's 2-star. There's Garen. We just need one more. There's a Garen 2. Sell that. Buy Silas. Put him in. And it doesn't really matter over who. It could be anyone. And then remove the items. Put them all on Silas. And let's see what we get from this thing. I probably should have popped it first. We do get the IE. And a Deathblade. A lot of things we could use here, but I think IE is going to be the best. So we have Shojin, Morello, Infinity Edge, Senna. That's going to be a really good combo. This Adaptive Helm can go on literally anyone. I love Adaptive Helm. Probably one of my favorite items because, I mean, it's just adaptive. Anyone can use it. So you just build it early, slam it on whoever. Someone's going to end up using it throughout the game. Worst case, it's like a mediocre tank item. And look at this. We beat this Diana player. We're pretty capped. We're at 27 life. So if we hit everything one turn later, we'd be at like 13 or 14 life, you know, or maybe 10 life. And yeah, so we have 2 lives. So if we got unlucky in one fight, we definitely have something to come back to. Do the item swap. Very nice. And then this Adaptive Helm, yeah, you could put it on Fiddle also. But honestly, it doesn't really matter who gets it. But I probably would have put 3 items on one person. So that's a big mistake there. I don't know why I'm splitting my items so much. Like, what am I doing? It's like a very basic TFT skill to focus items on your units, and I don't know why I'm splitting them. That's actually crazy stuff. That's like a maybe like a gold level mistake, but hopefully you guys don't do that. I make the mistake so you don't have to. I don't know why I'm playing so badly. Like, sometimes when I'm playing these games, especially when I'm just doing the unranked whatever challenge, I am like watching Netflix on the side. Like, I will confess to that. It's not excuse, but sometimes that is the reason why things happen. But I still should know better than to split my items up, even if I am distracted with something else. But we get some nice little pickups there. We have the Shyvana 2. Definitely want to play that over something, probably over the Taric for now. Or we could just level up, put it in. Both options work. Could be over Mbessa also. Like, it depends if we're in a magic matchup or not. If we're facing some magic damage, maybe you want the Taric in there still, but we're probably going to level up next turn, put in this Mbessa, and then, or put in the Taric, whoever we take out, and then we'll be good to go from there. By the way, for positioning Silas, I like putting him in the middle. His abilities change. He always picks the best one, and he's got a bunch of AoE, so you just need to put some tanky units around him, and he'll be pretty durable. And he jumps around anyway, so even if you put him on the edge, he'll find his way in the middle of the fight anyway. So as long as you have your main tank in front of their main damage dealer, which is our Skarner in front of his Azir, which we do not have, you'll be fine. But just because we didn't do it this game doesn't mean we can't do it in the future ones. But we end up taking a loss here. How much health do we have? 13 life. Ouch. Okay, that's pretty close. We have 1 more life left. And let's see what he can get here. We want another Senna item or Fiddlesticks item. So Nashor's Tooth could be possible. Gunblade could be possible. Honestly, even Void Staff isn't horrible. Void Staff is good to support our Fiddle and our Silas a little bit. So you could put the Void Staff onto your Fiddlesticks. That way we have both types of penetration. All right, get that on there. Level up by the Silas. Put in Taric. Do a roll. Maybe we hit. Maybe we don't. Roll all the way to 0. Sell this Trogath. Roll again. We don't end up hitting anything, but if we win this round, we still have 1 more turn to play around with. What I should be doing is positioning, scouting, and putting my Skarner in front of his main damage dealer, and also maybe trying to avoid the Diana, because there was a Diana player. I forget who it was, but those are all good things to kind of look out for. But we're facing off against a Mel player. Against Mel, the trick is to not put anyone in the second row that's in front of your carries, because she has an ability that targets things or like that rotates things within 2 hexes. So if you have Fiddlesticks in the second row, sometimes she could hit it on your Fiddlesticks, and then it could potentially hit your back line. So to avoid that, you just put Fiddle in the front line. A lot of people have been frontlining Fiddlesticks anyways, though. I went over this in my positioning guide. Frontline Fiddle always hits backline, whereas second row Fiddle doesn't always hit backline. You have to get a little lucky, and it's just based on the way he runs around. So if you want to prioritize getting the debuff on their backline, I'm not saying you have to do it, but the way to do that is to just move Fiddle up front. The cons of having Fiddle in the front line is he potentially just dies faster because, well, he's in the front. So you got to kind of balance that risk and reward whenever you're playing this So we're facing off against someone with a very similar team comp to us. We did not end up getting the 2-star Senna, 2-star Fiddle, 2-star Silas, so we definitely can get stronger. But this is like, he has 3 2-star, no, he has 4 2-star legendaries. I think we have 2 of them. Let's see who ends up winning this little fight. Skarner's so tanky, man. He's pretty much a legendary, right? And we end up winning that, so that's really nice. So we get a nice little dub there. But yeah, a little bit harder comp to execute. We got a little lucky on the roll down, but I would argue we were a little late to hit the Silas, and we'd had less 2-star legendaries than the other guy. For the Emerald game, we're going to do a playstyle that I think every player needs to master at some point in their TFT career, because you need to know how to lose streak, and you need to know how to play the bailout comp. So right now, one good bailout comp is going to be Diana, and it's not the most difficult comp, but it's not the easiest either. You need to make a couple of different decisions. The good news is that in set 16, they have this unit called Bard, and Bard allows you to just get a lot of econ guaranteed, and even if they adjust him in future patches, he'll still do something to a similar effect, because there needs to be some way for players to come back if they get a horrible start, and this is kind of one of the ways to do it. So there are always going to be lose streak comps. I'm guessing in the future, right now it's Diana, but in the future, Singe might be that guy, because he's one of those champions where his unlock requirement is to lose, I believe it's 35 life, and you're going to have the same exact playstyle playing that as you will with this Diana comp, where you lose streak in the early game, you get perfect items for your Singe, and then ideally you hit him, he stabilizes you, and then if you get lucky later on in the game, yeah, you could win. If not, you get 4th, at worst case maybe a 5th or a 6th, because you just hardcore stabilized in the mid game. But in this start here, we have some long shots, so we could play the Kog'Maw with the Caitlyn. If we get another Void unit, we could possibly go into another Kai'Sa game, especially if we get a Rod. We have a bow already, so we could use the bow for a Rage Blade. Rods are better. Normally with Rod, you build 3 items with Kai'Sa. You have the Jeweled Gauntlet, you have the Rage Blade, and then you also have the Hextech Gunblade. And that's why people prefer Rod starts with Void. But, you know, this one we have Sunfire Cape, Titans, or Nashers. So if we want to win streak, it'd probably be the Sunfire Cape. But I already spoiled it. We are playing a Diana game. So if we take Comeback Story, this is just one of the best augments for it ever. Like, the lower health you are, the bigger bonus your team gets. So this is going to work in any lose streak comp. If you see it, it's not an auto take or anything, but if I have items for Diana, such as a bow, and I do have that right now, I will play it. So we're just going to lose streak in the early game, sack for Carousel. Well, maybe not a full sack, but you can if you want. In this game, I'm going to do a full sack, but you don't have to full sack like I am doing here. But it is better to kind of maximize your augment, because you do want to lose life. And the best time to lose life is in the beginning of the game, because you could collect lose streak bonuses and pretty much just guarantee good econ spots. You do have to watch out if you're being contested on lose streak, so it's always best, again, to scout around. If someone takes calculated loss is a gold augment, but if someone has that, you might want to be careful. If someone has an Ixtal quest where they're like lose 10 billion games in a row, then you also have to be careful of that. But the good news is that with Comeback Story, if someone's running Ixtal, you can just sell your entire board, and they have to keep their Ixtals in, and you grief them instead. So that's one of the advantages of some of these lose streak augments sometimes, is that if one of those lose streak strategies become really popular, if their entire game plan hinges on it, you're not that affected. It's mainly just a them problem. So we have this Titan's Resolve. You don't want to slam it yet, even though you know which items you want to build. I mean, if you really want, you could slam it on your bench. That way, when people scout you, they'll see that you're hard forcing Diana, and they'll be like, all right, fine, you got it, and they back off. It doesn't work all the time, but as you get better and better and more people are wary of that, I feel like that strategy does work out a bit more effectively. I've found that since the item changes, where they used to place your items on your board, it was a lot more effective back then. But now, since it's in this little left-hand panel, sometimes people don't see it as much, I've found. This could just be like small sample size from me or whatever, but let me know your experiences down below. Maybe we could figure out if it actually is harder to see what items other people have built or not. But sometimes I like just slamming items just to tell people like, hey, I am going this comp. I don't care what you're doing, because that's the only option I have this game. And, you know, when you back someone into a corner, they're forced to do something. And it's like, if I have no other options, like I have to go this comp. And if I get contested, I get contested. And if not, then that's good too. Or that is good, not good too. It is good. I don't want to be contested. Please don't contest me. But we get our Leona here, and we just need to roll a little bit down for Bard. Bard is still good even if you get an early Leona, because you do need the rerolls. It's just mathematically good. So we get him, put him in, and can we make 10 gold? If we sell... Ixtals could be useful too if we lose stuff, but yeah, definitely don't want that in there. And then I guess I probably, yeah, just sell the Vi, and we get 10 gold. So that's a pretty good way to make interest. So we get Bard, we still make the interest threshold. We have a Leona. Someone else has a Leona too, as we scouted, but you know, we're too deep now, and we are just going to grab this bow off carousel, and we don't need really any other item after that, because we should natural a sword and a Negatron to get Bloodthirster, should get a rod eventually to get Rageblade, so we already have the Titans, and that's all we need to get this comp going. The rest of the items don't really matter that much. You'd normally itemize your secondary carry. Oftentimes, I like choosing Renekton, but that's reliant on getting an Azir early on, and then you still have to wait to unlock Renekton. But I find, like, if I had to choose perfect items, it would be 3 damage items on Diana, or like Diana's best in slots, and then 3 damage items on Renekton. By the way, I know there's a Leona there, but I don't want the tier. The bow is that important, because not only do you need it, but when you take it, you deny other players' plans. So even though it wasn't on the Leona, I'm still going to take it. If it was on a 1-cost unit, I'd probably still take it, just because that item component is that important for this team comp. But the game plan from here is just to keep losing. There's obviously, you want to have perfect lose streak. If it gets griefed, again, not the end of the world. You lose a little bit of econ, but with this Bard, with all the free rerolls you get from losing games, you just, okay, what do we have here? Have full bench. I mean, you could play this, but it's not going to make that much of a difference. I guess full bench, buying 48 XP is a little ambitious at this point, and 2-star Nico. We have 1-star Nico, so yeah, it's just have full bench. There's a little trick you can do. It's a little cringe, but you can fill up your bench, and then as soon as the fight's over, you can sell stuff and get your interest still. So you'll see that in just a second. Yeah, like after we get the bow, we're pretty much committed. You could build the Titans if you want, as I talked about before, or you could choose not to. But essentially, once you lose this fight, and it'll happen in just a few moments, you'll see this quest tracker. It will show as me losing, and then I could sell my bench. So yeah, I'll still get credit for the thing. As you can see, 1 out of 4 there. And yeah, that's one little sneaky trick that some people have been using. I don't know if they'll fix this workaround, because I don't think that's the intention of that quest. But yeah, like abuse it while you can. You know, it's like loopholes or whatever, like tax loopholes. Don't hate the player, hate the game. So until they fix it, like, you got to do it. If not, everyone else is going to do it, and then you'll just be behind if you don't do it. I wish it was more clear, though, but it is what it is. So here we're going to keep our bench full again, and we're going to sell to get up to 20 gold. So we'll just sell everything on the left side of our bench. I like organizing my bench from units I want on the right side, units I don't want on the left side, because sometimes I buy a lot of nonsense units when I'm doing a big roll down, and I'm doing it solely to sell them later, just to thin out the pool. I know, like, it's not optimal to thin out the pool if you think about it from a practicality standpoint. From a mathematical standpoint, it is. Like, you should, if I had unlimited time to play TFT, I would thin out the pool whenever I do my roll down. But whenever I play TFT, I have this like 30-second timer per turn, or 40-second timer per turn, so I do not have unlimited time, so I don't think thinning out the pool is worth the clicking. I'd rather just roll a bit faster and use more of my gold, because how many times have I played TFT and I've like level up to level 8, I have 50 gold to roll down with, and then after my roll down's done, I'm at like, what is it, 30 gold still, and I'm like, I wanted to roll down to 0, and I'm at 30 still. And sometimes that happens because you like tried to do the pool thinning thing, and yeah, it's not something you should be doing if you run out of time. But if you're like a APM god or whatever, then yeah, sure, thin out the pool as much as you want, and then the champion pool will look like the top of my head. All right, so we got a glove. We had the belt from before. We're going to get some gold and a sword. Okay, not the best items because we can't slam anything. We wanted Bloodthirster or Rageblade. Normally, when I play this comp or any comp that requires super best in slots, any component that does not contribute to my best in slots, I just make the items right away. But in this case, we have Guardbreaker, and I don't want to make that. By the way, I made a mistake last turn, and the whole quest thing for this quest, it works on neutral rounds. I figured that out a bit later. And yeah, so I missed a turn of that too. But I do hope some of these like rules become a bit more clear in the future, because sometimes I'm like, I have no idea if things work on neutral rounds or not. Like half the things do and half the things don't, and the wordings sometimes are the same. And if it's not, like sometimes they come out later by saying like, oh yeah, it should have worked this way, but it was a typo. And it's like, how am I supposed to know that, you know? So you just have to learn from experience or just by watching other people play. And yeah, like I had to learn it eventually. I learned it through experience later on when I was doing the quest in the future. And then other times I learned stuff from watching other people play. So hopefully I impart that knowledge onto you, because my goal is to play a lot of TFT. Then all the important things I learned, I tried to tell you guys. And if I play like 5 hours of TFT, I might only learn. Okay, by the way, Celestial Blessing is so good in this comp. I think it's the best augment ever for Diana. Any melee carry, this is just absolute bonkers nuts. I used to think you need multiple melee carries to make this work, but that's just not the case. I was thinking about taking Curse Crown. Curse Crown could be fun to try with this build, but I'd lose more health for the losses. I'm going to take 2 more losses, so then I'd be at the perfect point for a comeback story, because I'll be at like, I don't know, 20-something life or maybe 15 life, and then I just have a lot of value from it. But Celestial Blessing's just too good to pass up on, so I'm just going to keep that. But it would be interesting to try the other one. Like, I don't think it's ideal or anything, but that augment, when I took it in the past in previous sets, there were ones similar to it. It's really fun playing with it, but it really only works in very specific situations. Those situations being like you're on a super win streak and you need it to keep win streaking because you need those extra units in. Or if you're playing a team comp that has very strict requirements and you need to play every exact unit. In those comps, that augment's also good, because then you could still play your exact units, but then play the good flex units such as Fiddlesticks, Shyvana, things like that. So it really depends on what your goals are for that. By the way, we are not unlocking Brock, so we are just going to take this little cash out unless we get a really easy one. So empty bench, alternating, extol, like, yeah, we can't do any of these. So you just take the reward, you just get a little bit of gold, and oh, we got a duplicator. How kind of Riot Games to give that to us when we're trying to do a 3-cost 2-star. So that's going to make the roll down very easy. But you can see, like, our rerolls right now, we have 6 of them. We're going to get 7 of them by the time we reach the next round. Like, you don't need this champion duplicator. Like, those 7 rerolls, you'll probably hit within those. And if not, you spend, like, maybe 6 gold on rerolls, like 3 more times. And you'll probably hit your 2-star Leona. Like, it's just bound to happen. If not, you roll a little more and you have a little less econ that game. You're still going to get the Diana, and it's still going to stabilize your board so hard. And since we have Comeback Story, if you lose a few more rounds, you lose a few more rounds. You get a bit more bonus from Comeback Story. It is what it is. And yeah, eventually you will stabilize and just keep winning, and it won't matter. Because that's just how Comeback Story augment works. Like, the more health you lose, the more health your units gain, and the more attack speed you gain. And what stats does Diana like? This is literally perfect for her, right? Because she gets her attack speed buff. That's why we build Rageblade on her. The health is always nice for resilience. It works really well with the Titan's Resolve. It helps her guarantee that it stacks all the way up. And Bloodthirster, it's a % health shield. So the more health you have, the better it is. Celestial Blessing, it gives the Bloodthirster effect, so it doubles up on that. So I have probably like the 2 best combat augments for Diana. By the way, on this carousel, we want to finish either Bloodthirster or Rageblade. And Rageblade was on a 4-cost. Rod's also a little more difficult to get than a Negatron Cloak, so we're just going to get the Rod and build the Rageblade. I also think Rageblade's a little bit more important than the Bloodthirster, especially since we already have Celestial Blessing. So we're going to, skip. I guess we could roll the shop, because we will be rolling, right? But doesn't really matter that much. So we level up to level 7. We use our free rerolls. Let's see what we get. We get Ornn early, which is huge. This is kind of what I'm talking about with Ornn. Like, you can just use him and just farm items for free. And let's put our 3 items on Leona. And when you have this Diana, your board is so strong, like so incredibly strong, that it doesn't matter what the rest of your board is, because you'll just win every round anyways, and that way playing Ornn isn't like a negative. Normally playing Ornn is a negative because he's just not as strong as the other legendary units. He's really only there to print you artifact items. Don't get me wrong, if you have like 3 artifact items for him, he becomes like a super tank, but I don't have 3 artifact items when I play him in the beginning. I have 0, so I just need to waste a lot of time to let him farm up, and then once that happens, it will be really good. But he's one of those units that you could use to kind of play if you get him early and then cap out later out in the game. It's kind of like Azir, you know, like the earlier you get Azir, the more time you have to get all the Shurima units, and Ornn kind of works in the same way. The earlier you get him, the better. But we got our Diana now. Let's drop her in. You could either sell Leona or use item remover. Doesn't really matter which. I normally sell her. This time I kept her because I have like no tanks on my team, but I typically just sell her right away in most games. So up to you for whichever one you choose. The reason why is because you don't want to play Leona and Diana together as it is right now. Maybe they change this in the future. I hope they do, because it would make more sense if they're played together, because they are kind of like complementary units lore-wise. But essentially what Diana does is that she targets the furthest unit in, I think it's 4 hexes with her Moonlight, and then she just dashes to them. That's why she hits the corner units so well, because she just is in the perfect range to hit them. But she also hits whoever Leona marks. And when you have Rageblade on Diana, you have like a lot of attack speed. And when you're dashing around hitting all the units that Leona marked, you're not using the attack speed as much as you should be. So if there are different builds in the future, maybe AP focused builds, maybe you go like Jeweled Gauntlet, Hand of Justice on Diana, then playing Leona will be better. But as of right now, people aren't really doing that. They're doing the Rageblade build, and if that's the case, then Leona is not as effective as not having her. Like, it's hurting her, because it's kind of griefing the Diana's positioning, or like her team fighting ability. It's just a small little optimization, but obviously at the end of the day, you still need some tanks. Like if you have no tanks like I do right now, well, I just got the Neeko, so Neeko can be my temporary tank. But if you have 0 tanks, then yeah, you don't want to be playing that. I honestly should sell this extra copy of Bard. I don't think the 2-star Bard's going to change any team fight, so I think I just lost the gold by playing him there. But it's not the end of the world. We have the Bloodthirster. We can make either Warmogs or Redemption here. Both items are fine. If I had an Azir, I'd probably save one of the belts for a Steraks and then slam a Hand of Justice for my Renekton, or in preparation for getting him. But Warmogs is fine. Redemption's fine. Doesn't really matter which. Just build any item here. I won't get mad at you, I promise. And then you could just drop it on Leona or Ornn. Doesn't matter either. But we're facing off against a Bilgewater player. He's a little weak. He does have Kindred, though, but he doesn't have too many items farmed up yet. He doesn't have like an insane Misfortune. He doesn't have any crazy upgrades, so we should be able to just win this fight pretty easily. But you can see Diana, she's like dashing around. Like, it wastes a lot of time. Like, she's not autoing that whole time, right? So again, that's why you want to eventually get rid of Leona. The sooner, the better. But we are able to win this fight. Like, she's just regenning so much. If you don't have anti-heal against the Diana comp, you just can't beat it. And at early points in the game, sometimes people don't have time to get it, so that's where it gets a little tricky. So here we do not want 1 buff, 2 buff. We don't really want Radiant Rascals because we don't have a great user of it. We will later, like Renekton, Fiddlesticks, both can use it really well. We could do Bronze for Life. It's not good right now, but later on it could be good. But Jeweled Lotus can be used also. It's not the best. You don't really need crit on Diana, but it is something that can be taken. But we're just going to go triple combat here, so we're super, super strong. We just need to hit 2-star Diana, and then we probably just automatically top 2 at that point because we have triple combat augment. But yeah, we will eventually be playing a bunch of synergies. We don't have too many right now. We just have 2 in because we are still playing the Bard, and we're also just playing a random Ornn. But once we get this Brahmin, I honestly should just sell Leona for Braum just to get the Bronze for Life trade in. But I guess I did it this way. I kept Piltover in, but put in Warden by taking out the Seraphine. Yeah, that's fine too. But I honestly should just replace Leona with Braum because I don't want my Diana dashing to all the Leona targets. It's working out so far, and just because like the way my augments are set up, the way that I have best in slot items already, it really doesn't matter. Like Diana can literally just 1v9 these fights, and yeah, I mean this one's a little close, right? I would have preferred her to target the MF a little bit earlier, and then it would not be this close at all because we actually almost lost this one, which would be bad because we want to start a win streak and get a bunch of gold that way. So yeah, I need to get rid of this Leona. But we do get the Ornn item there. Very nice. What did we get? Hellfire Hatchet. That's going to be good for Renekton. But we could just put it on Ornn for now just because he's really good with artifact items. Like fun tip with Ornn is that you don't need a best in slot artifact item for him to hold an artifact item just because he gets a lot of bonus health whenever he has an item on him, and it's doubled or I think tripled when he has an artifact instead of a normal item. So literally you could have like an item that only gives attack damage. As long as it's an artifact item, it's still going to be good on Ornn. So that's one useful tip with him. But yeah, we look at our Diana now. It just goes to the backline and just kills it right away because she's not wasting time dashing around because of Leona's marked targets. That's kind of why you want to get rid of the Leona. But I guess we could have played our Bard for one more turn. I think I just got spooked a little bit by the last fight where I almost lost. It was literally like one auto attack different could have lost me the fight. So if you don't need the econ anymore, just take out Bard, and yeah, you'll just win more fights. Especially since I have Bronze for life, yeah, just take out Bard. But you could argue I would have won that fight specifically if I had Bard in anyways, so that's why, again, it's important to scout when you're doing super min-maxes. But there's an Azir there, but someone took it. Okay, never mind. We could go for Fiddlesticks. Like, I don't really care about any item. I guess I could go for a belt. There's no belt here. We could go for Thieves' Glove. Thieves' Glove isn't bad. But you could also just get a Fiddlesticks because we do intend on fast nining anyways and playing all the legendaries. So getting a Fiddle early, probably not the worst thing you can do. Like, you definitely can, yeah, 5 gold's 5 gold, worst case scenario also. But let's look at what we have in our next shop. We have Nico, don't need that. We could level up here and do a little bit of rolling or just play Bard just for more econ. That's one way to fit him in just by leveling up. And here it's pretty important to scout because I need to know whether I can go level 9 or not. And if that's the case, I don't need to roll right now. So I probably should be doing that. I'm not, but that's what optimal play would do. So let's see who we're facing. We're facing a Tryndamere guy. Okay. This one is a very hard matchup. We'd probably lose this no matter what, even if we had Diana too, just because Tryndamere just completely counters Diana. Diana's an assassin, and Tryndamere is like a melee carry, and I mean, in pretty much every game, melee carries counter assassins, right? Maybe we're able to sneak this in, though. Because his Tryndamere only has 2 items, he doesn't have 3. And he also has double econ augment. So I guess we win. Okay, wow, we actually won that one. Even without anti-heal, I was able to kill that. That's actually nuts. But I mean, we have triple combat augment. He has double econ augment, so I guess it makes sense. But 3-star versus 1-star, that's actually crazy to me. Holy cow. Like, if you were to ask me, I guess he needed the 3rd item. If he had 3rd item, he probably does fine. But, all right, we have this Aatrox here. We don't really need the Aatrox. We're not running any Slayers. He's not one of those random legendaries that you just want to play for some random reason. So we could safely ignore him. What we want is Azir to start getting the Shurima units. And we also want to get some trait bots so that we could fill out the rest of our team. Like something like a Swain Shyvana would work out really well. That'd fill out our Bronze for Life a bunch. We'd get Arcanist. We'd get Juggernaut from that. We could possibly play Mel even with Mbessa. That way we can get Vanquisher with Fiddlesticks, and Mel also gives Disruptor in case we don't hit Azir. Those are like the possible wards you could play when you have stuff like Bronze for Life. You don't have to play the cookie cutters like the cookie cutter would be with Azir, but if we don't get Azir, then we need to think of something else to do, right? So the Noxus package can be used. But we lost this fight, so that kind of sucks. But let's see what we get from our next and last neutral round. So Ornn is going to print for one more turn. We're going to have 2 artifact items. That's pretty big. Hopefully we get one that's actually useful for our team, though, because like the first one, it's only good if we get Renekton. and his unlock requirement is going to take a while, right? So we can't really rely on that, in my opinion. But if you just have an Ornn out there, he still makes great use of it because he just gets a ton of health from that item. But let's see what we get here. We get a Rod, so that could be good on an AP carry. Maybe the Fiddlesticks that we have. Glove, Thieves' Glove is pretty good. And then the Anvil, what do we want here? It's probably Thieves' Glove plus some Rod item. Because we also have the blue buff. Maybe Gunblade Hat. Yeah, I wouldn't care for... I wouldn't mind either of those. So Thieves' Glove plus maybe... I mean, it could be Chain also, or yeah, Gunblade Hat or Crown Guard. They're all fine items. It could even be Ionic Spark, to be honest. Just because having the magic penetration, it's not the best thing in the world because Diana hits the backline. It's better to have a Void Staff on like Seraphine so that she can hit the backlines and reduce their magic resistance. But some Shred is nice. But you don't like need Shred in this comp just because you focus down and assassinate instead of killing tanks first. So that's one nice little advantage of this. We got Kindreded, and this guy also has a Senna 2. Wow, that's a very powerful board. But we're at 8 life now. Luckily, we have Comeback Story. Hopefully, we can make a comeback. There's our Diana. We're going to level up and roll down for Diana 2. Keep in mind, we did have Ornn printing the whole time, and we also don't have Diana upgraded yet. There's one thing there. We don't need the Zillion. I should probably just sell him. There's Shyvana. I probably want the Taric. Okay, there's Braum. So the cookie cutter build normally relies on the defenders. Yeah, we don't want Bard anymore because we don't want to lose anymore. There's Seraphine. She doesn't do that much, but better than nothing. And there's a Swain. So yeah, I'm just going to put all the artifact items onto the Ornn, get him super tanky, and then, yeah, blue buff Gunblade, doesn't really matter who. Like Fiddlesticks or Seraphine, they're both going to be equally mediocre with it. But yeah, you just want all the tank stuff on the Ornn, and then, yeah, hopefully we just hit Diana on this roll down. And the cookie cutter build is going to be with the defenders with Vi and Nico, but since we didn't get any good tanks, getting a Braum plus any other Warden, like we have the Ornn, but you could also use the Piltover guy. What's his name? Loris. Loris works really well. You could replace that with Vi. It's good to use those as like extra options for tanks because Braum is obviously a beast, right? Like he's one of the tankiest 4-cost tanks, if not the tankiest, right? So you could always use the Wardens as kind of like an extra out if you are having trouble finding like Taric or Skarner, or if you have like a weird game like this where I kind of want Bronze for Life and I want to add in more random synergies and I happen to have an Ornn. So always think about Braum. You could always use him as a backup tank. But I mean, even if you don't have Bronze for Life, like just with Loris, Seraphine, instead of Vi, Nico, you just add in Braum, like he's just a very solid dude. You don't need items for him, but obviously it is preferred. But all our tank items right now are on the Ornn because they're all the artifact items, and I'm prioritizing giving him a bunch of HP over using Dawn Core on something like our Seraphine. As for artifact items that are good on Diana, I think the only one that's like really good is Wit's End. It's perfect for her because it's an unhit item and it also gives lifesteal. So it's like literally all her items combined into one. So I think that's the best one by far. Death Dance could be a good Bloodthirster replacement, but apart from that, like you don't need any specific one. Red buff's going to be good for us here. We don't have anti-heal yet, so we could just drop that on Seraphine. She's going to make great use of that. She's got good AoE. She reaches the back line, so there's really not many better red buff or Morello users than Seraphine. And she gets red buff, blue buff, so I guess we skipped that augment before, but I guess we get it now. But hopefully we get this Diana too. Let's roll down a little bit. Let's see what we get. Singe would be funny, but maybe in a different patch. Not seeing anything yet. There's the Diana. Okay. I guess we, sell that and just play this because we have the 2-star Shyvana now, so she can use the Thieves' Gloves really well. And we also have the Swain for the Juggernaut. Meanwhile, like Fiddlesticks is good, but he's Vanquisher. We kind of just want to fill out more trades for Bronze for Life. I mean, he's still a solid unit, don't get me wrong, but we'll play him maybe next level, or if we drop Ornn, if we find other people to tank with. Okay, Diana found her way to the Senna in the back line. kills Lucian, and then she should jump to the, nope, not the Azir yet, but I guess my team won anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. So the 2-star Diana making huge differences there, and just like that, we get top 4. So that's already pretty good, right? It wasn't that crazy of a game. I mean, we are on our last life, but we do have comeback stories, so that's kind of something that we want, right? But if we wanted to play safer, what you could have done instead of going level 9 is roll at level 8 for Diana 2-star, and then you will pretty much guarantee top 4. There's like no way you can't get top 4 because we would have made it to the same point here. Like none of the legendaries that we got on level 9 really helped us that much. I know we have a 2-star Shyvana, but like let's be real. 2-star Diana would have allowed us to not lose a single round for all of stage 4 and 5. So we would have just been top 4 anyways. But I want to go for the win out, so I greeded a little bit for level 9, and that's why we're here. But you don't always have to greed. It's going to depend on your game. It also depends on what elo you're at, because sometimes at higher elos, the boards are stronger, and Diana 2 does not stabilize as much. Diana 1 doesn't stabilize as much. So you have to tune it to whatever is happening in your game, because even sometimes like using rank as like a marker isn't the best way to do it either, because sometimes there are just high roll games. Like this game is a triple prismatic lobby, so there might be some dudes out there with triple econ augment, so they might be level 10 with like 2-star legendaries on stage 5-1. Like that could be an outcome in certain games like this where it's triple prismatic, or if it's maybe scuttled puddle, those things can happen too. Wow, we actually got 3 Ornn items. That's absolutely crazy. Mittens probably is good on Diana as well. I guess you could use it over Rageblade. I actually don't know if it's better or not, to be honest, but I think we're just gonna drop this on Ornn. But we're going to wait to see what last item we get from Dragon. I guess we could use another tank item. We could tank up Braum after this and just put triple Ornn item on Ornn. All right, so we could sell these guys, get a little bit of gold back. And let's see what we get. Yeah, honestly, just triple item the Ornn and then start building up Braum. Get the Bramble Vest or Declaw. You just have to scout to see whether there's more attack damage or ability power. So this one's mix of both, but Baron's mainly attack damage. So I'm just gonna, yeah. I just looked at the next matchup. Like winning every round is, ooh, Azir. Perfect. Now I kind of wanted Renekton item, but you can't expect to get Azir in your next shop, right? Okay, so we should hit the Kai'Sa here, which is perfect. If you position Diana within the 3 hexes, she will hit the corner unit. Wow, okay. I know I just said that, but this is the unluckiest fight. So she 50-50'd on the unit in the middle, which normally is fine because on her second cast, she'll go to Kai'Sa, but she killed the middle unit too quickly so that she didn't have time to cast again and go to the Kai'Sa. But, I mean, we won that fight so easily anyways. That was like a Baron board. Like, he has triple econ, and, yeah, we have triple combat. We absolutely demolished him, right? If he had maybe like 1 combat, it'd be a little scary because as we saw before in all our other games, like Baron is really, really strong, right? And it's beaten a lot of the boards that we've looked at. And yeah, like you have to be kind of careful there. By the way, always put your tanks on the edges, like the top left or top right. That way they are the first to get targeted and your Diana is going to be mainly safe. It's okay if your Diana takes a little bit of damage, but you definitely don't want her taking the brunt of whoever their primary carry is, especially if it's single target. If it's AoE damage, it's perfectly fine. Like if I was facing a Seraphine, no one would really care if their Diana gets targeted by Seraphine. But if you're facing off against like a Kindred, like you don't want, like look at this now. Kindred's on my Diana and she's actually decently close to dying, like she almost did, right? But we have too many augments. Like, so I guess that's nice. Mbessa almost did some smurfing too, but we were able to finish this off. Once we get Renekton, it's going to be GG, like Renekton 2-star. Oh, we also got Skarner because we had Thieves' Gloves on Shyvana and we had the what do you call it? But we don't need Skarner right now because we're playing Bronze for Life. So we're going to roll down a bit, try to see if we hit Renekton. Could have also just not rolled and maybe go for a level up, but we're on last life, so rolling isn't too bad. Renekton 2 would be pretty huge, though, because I think we want to replace Ornn and Braum. for maybe Fiddlesticks plus Renekton. That would probably be decent to do. I know we lose a little bit of... Actually, no, it's around the same value for Bronze for Life, because Ornn and Braum only give me Warden, and then I get Shurima when I put Renekton in, and then Fiddlesticks is Fiddlesticks. So, yeah, we could easily replace it with that. This Seraphine's kind of clapping, though. Like, she's applying red buff to everyone. Not a bad unit at all. I know that, like, no one's really using Seraphine as a primary carry, but I think as a secondary, she's really, really good because she's not that picky. She just uses all the utility. I mean, she outdamaged everyone. That's actually kind of nuts, right? That's with the Hextech Gunblade and red buff, which aren't real damage items, right? So imagine if she had other stuff there. All right, so here, what do I want? If I'm building around Renekton, it'd be the Sterex. I already have anti-heal. Void Staff would be the pick here, but it's definitely Sterex. Didn't get that. We could go for a Titans, maybe. Yeah, Titans for Renekton if we get him. Worst case, you just Titans Braum. It's not the end of the world. There's a Azir 2-star. Don't really need him, to be honest. And no Renekton. No Renekton. That's sad days. He could have had Mittens, Renekton, plus the other Ornn item. That would have been actually so sick, right? That'd be a pretty good Renekton build, yeah. By the way, Renekton and Diana work really, really well together because they both jump to the backline, so they kind of are like a tag team. But yeah, I'm going to put my Braum near where my Diana is. That way their DPS units focus my strong tanks first. And yeah, Diana should get this lock on to Kindred and hopefully kill her before her ult gets too much value. But obviously I think Kindred will live through the first ult, right? Or I mean, like, she'll be able to ult once at least. But over time, once Diana gets stacked up, the Kindred's kind of stuck on my Braum or Ornn. I can't tell who she's actually attacking, but yeah, we're able to clean up the fight now. Seraphine's just doing Seraphine stuff. Does Seraphine chill as well? I actually don't know. I know she dazzles because she's a disruptor, but I don't know if she chills. Some of them do. There's Fiddlesticks, so we could do the replacement now. Oh my god, we got another Ornn item. What is this one? Eternal Pact. It's like a AP one. Who's even good with that? I mean, she's our item holder right now. Yeah, I honestly don't know. Blue buff on, yeah, Azir or Swain. Maybe it might be Swain, to be honest. Yeah, I probably should have kept the Fiddle. I think just swapping out the Ornn and the Braum for Renekton plus Fiddle. Once I get Renekton 2-star, that'd be ideal, right? But I guess I kind of need tanks also. Like, I don't really have... The Azir soldiers could tank a little bit. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know how to use this artifact item, by the way. Like, it's weird, because you want your Bane tank to die, but you also want him to live still, right? Because you don't like your units dying during the fight. So it's kind of tough to judge how to best use this. But this was actually a decently close fight. Diana almost died, and we are able to get a first just like that. But yeah, easy comp to kind of navigate once you know how to do it, but it's the first time doing those lose streak strats where it's a little bit tricky. Now let's get into the final game. By the time you get to Diamond, you need to be comfortable playing all types of different comps. So we're going to cover the most difficult comp to play, and this one's going to be the Ryze board, so like the Bruiser Ryze. And this comp is hard because you need to unlock so many different units. You need to unlock, obviously, Ryze, but you have to unlock Kennen and Kabuko and also Volibear. So you need belt items. You need good belt items for Volibear, but you can't just build a Warmogs. I mean, you can, but not everyone gets that many belts. The reason why you need a lot of belts is because you need to build Sterex for Volibear. So that's already one of your belts gone. Then you need another belt for anti-heal. That's 2 belts gone. So after that, how are you supposed to build a Warmogs to easily unlock Volibear? So there's a lot of tricky things you need to do in this comp. It's best played from Ionia's start. So I forget exactly what we got here. We have the Blademaster Ionia, but Ionia is the best way to get into both Kabuko and Kennen because you unlock Kennen first really quickly. Ideally, you unlock him before you hit level 7. That way you get Kennen unlocked, you get a Yordle, and then you can unlock Kabuko after that. Yordles is another way to get into this, but Yordles, I find it to be a bit tricky to play. If you're good with Yordles, then yeah, go ahead and do it. You don't have to like play a ton of Yordles. I'm just saying, like, you have 2-star Yordles. Like this Rumble could be one of the Yordles that we're talking about because Yordles do unlock both. Defenders are good, and also like obviously Bruisers. Like the reason why it's hard to unlock both Kennen and Kabuko is because one is a Bruiser, one is a Defender, and I mean it's just hard to get both of them, right? Yordle units are kind of weird, but honestly, Rumble kind of fixes this a lot. So if you have Rumble plus Ionias, it can be a bit manageable to do. But like, look at my bench right now. We got a bunch of Bruisers, and we have 2-star Rumble there. Like normally you just stick to one, right? You're like, oh, I'm only doing Bruisers because I got 2-star Bruiser, or like I'm only going Defender because I got like 5 copies of Defender units. So it's a little bit tricky. So here we could do the right one, Unleash from Steel, and you could do some sort of Yunara comp maybe. Honestly, with our items, we could kind of go anywhere right now. I mean, there's a Double Trouble again. We could kind of go for that. You could go for like an AP comp with a Seraphine. Like honestly, all 3 of these are, or all 4 augments we saw so far are like kind of mediocre. But we do have an upgrade. We could go Spoils of War. We could slam something and hope for the best. There's a Teemo. Teemo's going to be good for long shot plus Yordles. At this point, I'm not planning to go the Ryze comp yet. I'm just kind of figuring out what's going on. If anything, I'm thinking more of going Lysandra with this adaptive helm. I easily could have slammed Stoneplate as well. Stoneplate wouldn't be that bad either. But I want to level up because I have Spoils of War, and I just want to play around my win streak. I should have played Vi instead of Jarvan, but it is what it is. So I actually ditched all the Ionia units, so that's going to be extra hard. That's what I mean with this comp. It's like, you want to make interest too, because you have to hit level 9. Like, it's so hard to unlock everything. You need to hit level 9. You need to get all these weird unlocks, and then you also need a bunch of belt items that somehow magically get you 3,800 health. If not, you have to play 6 Bruiser, which again is another hard thing to do when you're playing like Kennen and stuff like that. So very difficult comp. Let me put it on the screen right now. And since everyone stayed until this time, I'm going to put up some chonk codes as well. Only take it if you haven't taken one already, but this is going to be what the Ryze comp looks like. You can use Taric or Wukong as your main tank. Volibear going to be your main carry with the Sterix. And then, of course, you have Ryze in the back. Use Lysandra as an item holder before that. And then, yeah, for everything else, there's MasterCard, I guess. But usually whenever you play this, you need some sort of econ augment. Spoils of War kind of is one. Like, it gives gold. Not as much as, let's say, Slammin' or something like that. Slammin' gives a lot of XP, or like, unless you win every round. But Spoils of War is just like a risky econ augment. Let's put it that way. But you have to like spend money to make money, so it's not by any means like guaranteed econ. I'd much rather have like Slammin' or some other thing that gives me passive XP, like Cluttered Bench or something like that. That'd be pretty good. It's just easier to hit level 9 with those, but we do have to sell something to get to 10 gold here. Probably going to be the Lulu and the 2 Inivias. So we're going to get to 10 gold like that. Keep the Jarvan. Maybe we get Silas in for some other comp, because we're not locked into this comp yet. We have an adaptive helm. That means we can adapt, and that's what TFT is about sometimes. But yeah, it does suck that we lose that round. We didn't kill too much either, but you just want to win rounds and at least kill some units whenever you are playing Spoils of War, because you get loot whenever you kill something. So just focus on that. That's why the Piltover is more like early game focus. I don't really like this Piltover, but since I just need to kill stuff in the early game, that's why I picked it. There definitely are better picks for it later on. But let's see who we are going to face in the next round. Sometimes in the beginning, people are like super strong. You could scout a little bit, but this guy's Rageblade with a 2-star frontline tank, so they're actually not that crazy strong because they didn't actually build an item from the other item components that they got. They only have the Rageblade from their augment. So this is actually a pretty even fight, and I think we win this one pretty nicely. So that is going to give us a bunch of gold and also the win. So yeah, we could sell for interest. Like, Jarvan isn't that important. We do want defenders, but it's not the end of the world. We could always find new ones. So on this little carousel, we want belts and we want swords, because you don't actually want to build Ryze items yet. You build Ryze items with the leftover items later. That's why Adaptive's really good, because you could use it on a tank and then it eventually becomes a Ryze item if you get him, because you always need to plan your game plan with and without Ryze, because you might not make it to level 9. Like, let's just be real. Some games you think you can get to level 9 and then all of a sudden you can't. So we're just going to try to get the belt here. Belts and swords are good. Belt is on a 3 cost here. We could slam the Sunfire Cape to keep winning. We also need extra belts for the Sterix, as I talked about before, and Warmogs is a nice to have. Spare Visage also good. Like, belt just builds pretty much every item this comp could ever want. Like if you have Jeweled Gauntlet, you could even build a Gnasher's Tooth with the belt. Like that's going to be really good on Ryze because it's going to get him to cast a bunch. So lots of cool things you could do there. For units here, we don't really have anything good to add. Honestly, I should play a Lulu over this Anivia. I don't think this Anivia is actually going to do anything good. But as you can see, I didn't lock into any team yet. I'm kind of like just trolling around. But once I got the Sunfire Cape, I'm like, all right, let me try to get this. And I look at the unlock requirements, and I'm already dreading it because I need a lot of Yordles and Defenders and Ionians, and I have no Ionians. I have some Defenders and a couple of Yordles, so hopefully that is enough. But you need them upgraded also, which is a little difficult sometimes. And you want to try to not unlock them during the PvE round or PvP rounds unless they genuinely are your like best board. By the way, this Vayne lived with 1 life. Almost griefed us, but luckily not, so we're able to win that round and also get a nice little gold there. And let me just drop the last chunk code that we have down here. Don't thank me though, thank Riot Games because they're the one that gave me these codes, and hopefully they give more in the future like they normally do. So if you didn't get one of these, hopefully there will be other chances in the future. So back to the game, we're level 5 right now. We're actually not in too bad shape. Like we got 30 gold, so we're gonna have around 40 in the next round. On 3-1, we'll have maybe 60-something, but we already leveled up a little bit, so we're a bit ahead of the curve right now, and that's all thanks to Spoils of War, which we were able to farm a little bit. But on these next couple of rounds, we just need to focus on trying to unlock Kennen if we can. So I probably should buy the Xin Zhao in shop. He's going to be an Ionia unit that we could possibly use, because if we are able to unlock on the neutral round, that's really, really good for us. But we're level 5, so we need 8 star levels to unlock Kennen, so we'd need 3 2-stars, so probably not happening this round, but maybe at level 6 it can happen. Like, you don't need to unlock it right away. I mean, it's definitely useful too. Kennen's a solid unit, Kabuko, solid unit, so it is nice to unlock them earlier, but if you can't get it, it's whatever. So don't force it, because we literally can't right now. But we're going to put the units in. Other things we should be thinking about, and you should always be thinking using all your time in TFT, because there's only so much that they give you. I play Netflix on second monitor, and sometimes I'm looking at that, but I really should be paying a lot more attention, because I always miss, like, every game you saw today, like, you saw me miss a couple things because I'm not playing perfectly, you know? It's okay to not play perfectly, too, as long as you learn from the mistakes, and then when you get to your, like, hard stuck rating or whatever, and that's different for everyone, right? Then you need to pull out all the stops and be like, all right, let me optimize everything and go from there. So we get a belt and a rod. Honestly, not bad, but any belt is good for us, so that gives us more health items. We don't really need the rod yet. Rod's going to be a lot later, but we can use it to play around Lissandra. Lissandra is not a bad unit to kind of stabilize with if we need to roll at level 8. Sometimes you could skip level 8 and go directly level 9, but other games you will need to stabilize at level 8. The only tricky part is recognizing when to do it. So again, I always talk about life totals. Life totals are probably the most important thing to pay attention to when you are deciding on whether to go to the next level or staying at the same level. And this goes for all leveling thresholds. It could be going from 8 to 9. It could be going from 6 to 7. It could be any of these little 1 or 2 steps. You always have to think about, hey, what's my econ at? What's my health at? And what's my board like? So if you have a lot of pairs on your bench, it makes it a lot easier. That's one way to just signal that, hey, I should probably roll on this level, especially if the units are at that cost level. So for 2 costs, that's going to be at level 6. At 3 costs, that's going to be at level 7. 4 costs, level 8. And 5 costs, level 9. If you really need to level up to get 1 extra unit in for a particular trait or synergy, then that's a sign to level up. If you have low life, that's a sign to do something, but don't greed your gold too long. So if you can level up and roll immediately, do that. If not, wait a little bit. Here we want gold, so probably not the left, not the right. We probably just take middle. Lunch money could be interesting because it doubles up on the Spoils of War. It's a little risky, but if we had more upgrades, I'd probably do it. At the very beginning of the game, we did have the Rumble upgraded, but we hit pretty much nothing since then. I mean, we just got this Caitlyn, but we found out after we picked the Augment, and honestly, Caitlyn isn't holding any of our items, so it's not that crucial. But now we have, I think it was 6 of the units required for Kennen, so we just need a little bit more. Once we hit level 7, it's going to be a lot easier, but we need to win these rounds. So I think I'm going to do something a little interesting here. I'm going to level up and just play an extra unit. I think I'm going to put in Invokers just to buff up my team a little bit more. we have the adaptive helm, so Invoker helps with that, but also we just need to kill a lot of units just to get our spoils of war up and going, because the more gold we get from that, like, it pays for itself, right? And whenever you can level up while still having 30 or more gold, I always say you generally should, and this is one of those cases, especially if we're going level 9 and we have like this augment that wants us to win rounds. It kind of is like a no-brainer to just go ahead and spend our gold and use it to level up, which honestly is really nice because we probably would not have won this round without that level up. It would have been really close because that Leona, the difference between her living and dying is a difference between like killing all my units or like me winning by 3 units, right? Because the front line, once that collapses, you access the back line. But we almost have Kabuko. We need like 1 more star level. Like, we'd need to take out the Caitlyn or something like that. Caitlyn's a little weird, but we kind of need her to help us win. So we're at 6 out of 6 for that one now. It's tough. It's tough. Can we unlock both at once? What is this at? 5 out of 6? Okay. 7 out of 8. It's hard to unlock. Maybe there's a way to unlock all of them with this, but I'm just getting... Okay, we need to get one of them. All right. It sucks to take out Caitlyn, but it is what it is, right? Maybe I should have focused on... I don't know who to unlock, but this matchup's easy. This guy is Bard, and he is level 5 still. We're level 7, so if we lose this one, that'd be shame on us, right? But yeah, Ahri, hopefully she can get some items off this carousel. We could get the Zoe to get the chill effect that helps out with the Anivia. We talked about that combo before, but honestly, Ahri is probably going to be our item holder, not Anivia. So we'll play around her. Hopefully we get some Ionians. We got the Kabuko. That gives us Invoker. So we could drop Sona or Anivia from our team and play a better unit. Kabuko also is a Yordle, which helps us unlock Kennen, so we should be able to unlock Kennen pretty much in the next fight. So what item do we want here? Maybe a sword for Steraks, maybe a belt for Warmogs, maybe a glove for Jeweled Gauntlet. Could be, yeah, those would be my options there. Negatron, we could take it for gold, but I don't think that's my first choice. I think we want this belt. Someone took it, so we're left with Negatron or Chain. I guess we go for 4 gold. 4 gold is greater than 3 gold, right? And we already built 1 chain item with the Sunfire Cape, so we don't need another one as much, but we might need the Negatron. I mean, we have a Negatron item too with the adaptive helm, but that's more of a mana item, right? So honestly, we have this Reforger. We'll probably reforge it if we can't build anything with this, but getting Kabuko in, very, very nice unit to have. It just makes it a lot better. And then we're 1 star level off of Kennen. If we play Shen, we can make it. We'd need to take out Caitlyn. I honestly don't know if this is worth it. You need to just scout to figure out if it's worth it, because we do lose the Piltover and a 2-star upgrade. This guy, he's actually pretty strong. He's got 2-star Tryndamere, 2 items, 2.5 items. And he's focused on not our main tank. So I think we would have lost this one anyways, because we don't have anything crazy in our backline. We just have this Rumble, who, he's not a bad unit, but he's nothing compared to Tryndamere 2, right? So we would have needed a lot of other upgrades to make this work. I think the Caitlyn would not have won us this fight at all. We still would have lost probably by the same amount of units too, because Tryndamere would have started tanking everything. But luckily we unlocked Kennen. Again, that's one of the risks you take when you play this comp. You have to do these weird things to unlock the stuff. Like, yeah, you could do it on the PvE rounds, but getting the unit early also helps you win more early on, because both Kabuko and Kennen are both solid guys. And yeah, we have 3 regions in. We still need level 9. We don't have to worry about that notification yet. It's kind of like when you get a notification on a dating app and it's like, oh, you have a match. And then you like check who it is and it's like someone you're not really into. And then you're just like, yeah, I could have lived my life without that notification, right? Anyways, we're going into the next fight. We still have a jank team. We're still running this Caitlyn. She's not really contributing that much. We don't even have Piltover in. Okay, I need to take this Caitlyn out. I know she's our only upgrade, but I mean, we're at 50 gold or 64 gold, so we're making max amount of interest. We want to hit level 8 pretty soon. Once we hit level 8, we could start unlocking Volibear. Another interesting unlock for this comp, who isn't required in the core comp, but sometimes people play Set in these boards because he's an Ionia and he's just a 5-cost unit that's very solid. He could use AP items pretty well, but we're just going to be focused on the Volibear. So once we hit level 8, we want to try to get 4 Bruiser in and try to get a lot of health items to try to get this thing going. We don't have too many yet. You don't have to use belts, by the way. Like, obviously Warmogs is the easiest way to do it. Sunfire Cape is good, and you need the Steraks because it's Steraks, but Other items that give health that you might not think do are going to be Dragon Claw and Bramble Vest. I believe they give 9% bonus max health, but for the flat stats, it gives none. So you might think it doesn't give any health, but they actually do. A lot of the random tank items do this, by the way. It's not just Bramble and Dragon Claw. I forget exactly which ones, but there are many ways to the final outcome. I don't think stuff like Stone Plate or Adaptive Helm give any health, but a lot of the other generic tank ones definitely do. So you could also build like Spare Visage, very fine item there. But we get this Chain Vest, don't really need that. We get some gold, and then we are at 80 gold already. Holy cow. Oh, there's a Dragon Claw. So I guess we could either reforge or just build the D-Claw, just so we get a little bit more bonus health. There's Tarek. He's pretty good in this comp, and he's good because he gives you Targon, and Targon's just an extra region that's 1 unit requirement, so that's really nice to have. But yeah, like we need to reforge something. I decided to reforge the chain. We got a Negatron, so it's like, all right, we have to build a D-Claw now. So we'll just slap that on. I think you could put it on Tarek or Kabuko. Kabuko's really nice unit to use. Him and Mundo are both very easily 2-starred because they are both 3-cost units. It's very easy to 2-star 3-cost units. And because of that, you can get to 3,800 health very, very easily with like pretty much any 3 tank items that give any bit of health. Like they almost always do it. Sometimes I'm off by like 20 health or whatever, and like tough luck, just put in more Bruisers. But I found that one little trick is Kabuko is better than Mundo because Kabuko has a bit more base health than Mundo at 2 stars. So if you ever have all your items on Mundo and you're a little bit off, you could always swap them off onto a 2-star Kabuko, and then you will hit the threshold for sure. Okay, what do we want here? Probably not any of these. I mean, Malicious would be good if we had a strong board, but we just don't. So Swordsmith or Staffsmith is actually pretty good because we need Ryze items. We have none right now, and we are going to get him pretty soon. So that's a nice little thing to get. We get this Lysandra, very nice. There's another Shen, definitely buy that. He's very important because he gives all the traits that we want. There's that. Sejuani, okay, we could put Ashe in. That gives us Freljord. Freljord also gives some health bonus, so always play that. Wukong's really nice. Obviously, 2-star Wukong, he works with any items. Tarek, you can sometimes get him at the threshold too. Sometimes if I play Braum randomly, Braum reaches the threshold at 2-star, but those are 4 costs, so it's a bit more difficult to do. But let's see if this guy does it. I think he was a little bit off. I don't remember exactly what happened this game, but yeah, you want to put the adaptive on that, and then the D-Claw on the Tarek. How much health is he at? 3,600. Oh, God. So yeah, if it was something other than Ionic, if it was like Redemption, I think Tarek meets the threshold, but with the Ionic, it's a little tough. So I need maybe maybe Mundo 2 doesn't even reach it. Maybe you have to get Kabuko 2. By the way, getting augments that give health also help a lot. Like Comeback Story gives health that we took in the last game. Giant and Mighty gives health. There are a lot of random ones that give health, so that all makes it a bit easier. If you stacked a Scion, you could use that also. That Lesser Dupe actually kind of helps us out a bunch. We could place it on Kabuko, and I think we get it. We also probably want 4 Bruiser in and put it on one of the Bruisers. But yeah, Tarek, sometimes he gets it, sometimes he doesn't. This is just one of the times he doesn't. So you just kind of have to memorize what combos work and what combos don't. But let's get the 4 Bruisers in. This one is, yeah, we just need the 2-star Kabuko, and we'll do the item remover, and then hopefully this is enough. Okay, that one on, that one on, that one on, and yay, we made it. 42 life above, and that's just because Ionic Spark gives like a tiny bit of HP, so I think it gives 150. Most of the other tank items, they give like 300, so definitely one of the worst options, but as you can see, you don't need like perfect tank items to kind of make it work, right? Like as long as you get 2-star Kabuko, and none of my augments are giving me tank stats either, right? But 4 Bruiser, Kabuko, Freljord in, you will get it. Maybe Mundo is like a little bit off on this one. I actually don't know the math on it, but that's a problem for me in a future game. You know, we'll discover that later. This Diana is just so pesky, and it barely killed my Lysandra before I was able to get like a good amount of anti-heal on him. But luckily we still win that round. And at this point, we could use our Volibear. We don't have Sterex yet. We actually don't have any items for him. So getting that, the 2 Rod items off that gold augment was actually really, really good for us. I think that's actually a pretty underrated augment. I mean, it's a gold augment that gives 2 items. Like, that's pretty good, right? Most gold augments give 1.5. Like, it used to be prismatics gave 2.5 items, so it's pretty good if you don't I know it's a random item, but let's get the sword here because we need the Sterex. Because even if it's on 1 gold, we need it for our Volibear. Absolutely, it's his best in slot by far. So we're just going to smack that on him, and he's going to start doing work. All you have to do is replace Mundo. The reason why Mundo's a popular item holder, by the way, for all the tank items is because you just sell him, and you don't need him after a certain point. So that's kind of why people use Mundo over Kabuko as the item holder. But again, if you're ever like a little bit of health off, then you want to just swap him out and use Kabuko and waste your remover. It's not wasting, it's using the remover. But removers are really good in the late game whenever you have like slightly suboptimal items and you're trying to get the super best in slots. Or if you play Ornn, like you could always farm some weird combos that you want to remove, and that's kind of why you play it like that. By the way, I've been liking this positioning a lot where I'm in the center with the Freljord buff, and then I put 1 tank top left, 1 tank top right, and then you put your Volibear on the side with the hole in it. That way he has room to walk up without getting blocked. Do not play this comp with stuff like crash test dummies, because then you have too much stuff on your board and then Volibear gets stuck and does nothing for the first like 5 seconds of the fight. That's a very, very bad outcome for you. So try to avoid playing too many units in this build just because it can cause problems. But we have the base of the comp. We just need to reach level 9 now in order to unlock Ryze. We're at 51 life, so we're actually pretty chilling. We don't really need to roll that much. I know I didn't talk too much about rolling, and that's because, well, we just had so much life from the early game because we had Spoils of War, and we didn't win streak, but we like preserved our life total for sure, right? Like when you're trying to preserve life, you don't always have to win. Like, yes, it's best to win, but you don't always have to do it. But yeah, we're excellent spot right now. I would prefer to have like more Volibear items than Lissandra items, just because they're a bit better. And yeah, we should remove these, put them on Taric. He's just a better item holder for this. Like, I know the threshold was not enough to get to Volibear, but he has better stats than Kabuko. Like, health isn't the only tank stat. Resistances matter, abilities matter, and Taric is just a better guy. I mean, 4 is greater than 3, right? I know a lot of people struggle with that, but yes, it also applies to TFT. 4 cost 2-star is better than 3 cost 2-star in like 99% of scenarios. If it's not, I will let you know. Like, the comp will be S tier on BunnyMuffins.lol if that were the case. I'd be saying like at the headline at the top, Kabuko is broken if he was better than Taric, but he's not. Or like Taric sucks. So either or, but that's not the case in most cases, right? So whenever you have an opportunity to move an item over from 1 cost to a higher cost, then you should pretty much always do it because, I mean, it's just better value. But the tanks in this comp, if you have to ask me a more difficult question, it would be, is Taric or Wukong a better holder of tank items? I think Wukong's slightly better just because he has his little revive mechanic. So depending on what items you have, he is very effective at being just like a super tank, but both of them are very good. And fun fact about Taric, he gives a magic resist buff to your whole team, but that's not the fun fact. The fun fact is, and I found this out recently, was that you only get that magic resist buff when he's alive. So putting items on him keeps him alive longer, which gives you the magic resist buff a little bit longer. So that's something that I did not know that I learned. But let's get Titan's Resolve here for Volibear. Don't get that, so unlucky. But we have BT for him from the neutral round. What should our last item be? Can't really be a Ryze item. None of these really fit that. I mean, we could go Jeweled Gauntlet, actually. We could do triple damage Ryze and then adaptive on a tank, because none of these items really fit Volibear. I mean, you could go Kraken, I guess. Is Kraken that bad? Let me check teamfight.lol. Volibear does attack a lot, so honestly, it's looking pretty good in the stats for all the bow items. It is a pretty low sample size, but maybe you could use the argument that I literally just need 3 items on my primary carry. That's pretty basic logic, right? So yeah, I probably should have built it just because of that reason. Even if the stats were bad on Kraken, I still should have built it because, come on, like, he literally is the guy doing all my work right now, and I'm not putting items on him. Am I crazy or what? Because I'm going to end up putting adaptive on him after I remove the items off of Lissandra and onto Ryze. So adaptive, there's no way adaptive is better, right? This is for sure one of those cases where it's like the sample size is way too low, right? It's 100, 200 games, like, but also adaptive always has good stats because people build it early, and theoretically better players build adaptive because a lot of people have like a aversion to building adaptive. So there's a bit of bias in the data there. But let's go triple. Is it adaptive on Ryze? I think it's triple damage on Ryze. Use the adaptive on Volibear, yeah. Mana items are good on Ryze, but I mean, if he's hitting like a truck, you don't really care, right? Getting third item onto your Volibear, I think, is just too important. But we get Ryze 2 somehow before Volibear 2. That's pretty nice. Before Wukong 2, before Shen 2, before Kennen 2, before Sejuani. Okay, I don't have any 2 stars this game. This is actually pretty bad. But I mean, if you get Ryze, it doesn't matter. If you have 2-star Ryze, 2-star Taric, does the rest of your board matter? That's going to be the question we're going to have answered this game. Ryze, he does pretty good stuff, and we're still farming with the whole Spoils of War thing, which is really nice, but Volibear is just such a monster. I mean, Ryze is going to top the damage charts, obviously, but that's because he's 2-star 7 cost. Like, it's not really Volibear's fault, but I honestly think stabilizing around Volibear at level 8 is the most important part of this comp, and that's why I prioritize building Volibear items as early as possible, because he just stabilizes you really hard as a 1-star, and you just need that in this comp a lot of times. But this game we didn't get the early items for him, so we weren't able to play around that. But typically you could play something like Ionia and use Yasuo as an item holder for Volibear's items, and then just play like 2 Slayer until you get to Volibear. And obviously you still need to unlock the other stuff, but you do that during the neutral rounds. I didn't really do that this game. I unlocked it during the PvP rounds, but you could do either. Like, whatever you can to just get everything unlocked doesn't really matter. By the way, another thing with positioning, I like having Kennen in the center because he just has the AoE thing. So for your random tanks on the top left and top right, I like putting Wukong and Shen there, or Kabuko. Wukong on the side because he has his clone thing, so you always want him to die first. And then Shen or Kabuko on the top left or top right, doesn't really matter who. I haven't found that much of a difference between which one I put there. But Wukong, definitely for sure. Don't put him in the Freljord thing. Put him on the outskirts. And then Taric you want in the middle, and Kennen you want in the middle because you want them to either stun a lot of units, or for Taric's case, you want him to be the last tank standing so that you get the magic resist buff. But yeah, this Ryze is absolutely tearing through everyone. Let's see if we could get this Giant Slayer, Deathblade. Those both would be good on Volibear. Could even honestly get an Even Shroud or Edge and Knight. So lots of good items for him. Then we can move the adaptive to either Lissandra or one of the tanks, Wukong. So that's going to be really good for me. So we're going to end up going with the Edge and Knight. Edge and Knight's pretty good. Just gives Volibear a little bit more resilience, so he's able to just put in a bit more work, you know. Sometimes if he gets single target focus, he has like the Tryndamere problem, where if you get single target focus, it can be very troublesome, but Edge and Knight kind of avoids that whole scenario. So we can item remove now, put the Edge and Knight onto the Volibear, the Sterix, and the Bloodthirster, and then put the adaptive probably on the Wukong. If I had 2-star Lissandra with items, I'd put it on Lissandra, but Wukong probably just the best one right now because he's just a 4-cost tank, and adaptive is a tank item. I just absolutely love adaptive for reasons like this. Yeah, even with the 2-star Lissandra, I still probably would have put it on Wukong. But that's why removers are useful to have sometimes if you want to hoard them, because in the late game, you could always do like tons of different swaps and get like a slightly better board every single time. And if you use a lot of removers in the beginning, and if you waste them, then you just don't have that option. Obviously, if it gives you a benefit, use them, right? But if there is an opportunity to not waste them, then don't waste them, because there's a small chance in the late game that you might have wished you had it. But we kept getting a lot of gold from this Spoils of War thing. I wonder how much it gave us in total. I wish there's like summary stats for every augment. That'd be kind of cool to keep track of everything, because sometimes I'm just curious, you know, like my name's not George, but I am curious. But we're able to win a lot of rounds just because of the Ryze 2 now. We need to either figure out whether we want to get Volibear 2 or if we want to get to level 10. So what do we even add at level 10? It's really not much. I think second Ryze is the best option. You could do like second Taric, second Wukong, second Volibear, like second copy of anything, or you just play Fiddlesticks. So it's not like that important to get to level 10. You don't really add anything that consequential. So if you have a bunch of pairs, which we do now, like I think rolling is fine, especially because we have 3 items for Volibear. If we only had like 1 or 2 items on him, then yeah, you probably want to level up unless you know you can get them later for him. But because we have 3 items on him, I think rolling is a good decision just to get him start up. And also we're looking for other stuff too. We're not only looking for Volibear. We still could get Kennen or Sejuani, and those are both 3 costs. They're at 25% right now. on the unit odds, so that's honestly not too bad. This person has Set and 2-star Annie. Oh my god, this is a big Annie. I don't know if that build works on Annie. I'm honestly not sure, but not this game. I mean, like, Annie wants 2 mana items, sometimes even 3 mana items. Archangels gives a little bit of mana regen, not that much though. But she obviously did have the, what was it, a blue buff? Okay, so there's the Kennen. Very nice stuff. Off this neutral round, we obviously get the items, a bunch of gold, 2 Leonas. Don't really need that, so just sell those. Get a bunch of copies of the forecast that we don't really care about. We could also consider 3-star forecast as an out. So let's see how that works out for us. Here we can decide whether we want to itemize Wukong or Lissandra. Honestly, I'm fine with both. Stoneplate is a very good item for Wukong because he is isolated. But Archangels plus the adaptive on Lissandra works too. But I think you just want to protect the Ryze, right? Ryze is our main carry. He's got an Archangel, so he's already stacking. So because of that, ooh, Volibear 2. Now we go up. If you ever have Rageblade or Archangel Staff, you always want to focus on your tanks next because tanks allow you to just stack infinitely. So unless you are dying for the damage or your items just so happen to give you a lot of damage items, I do prefer having tank items if I do have something like an Archangel, just because it just helps it stack, or like a Rageblade. But we're able to slice through that Tryndamere there and the Ashe. Very nice stuff. Ryze, he's an AoE champion, but he's still got high single target damage. He honestly does it all. He's one of the like super late game caps that you can kind of get in this game. Other ones are like Silas and Melisandre or Mel. And those 3 champions, because they're 7 costs, obviously like Brock and Baron too, but those are more locked into certain traits. But for these guys, they can be flexed into a lot of different boards because they have different requirements that honestly a lot of people can use. So for example, Silas, his requirement is you just have to have a ton of econ to be able to afford buying Lux 2, Garen 2, and selling them, and Jarvan 2 also. For Ryze, you need the 4 regions, so if you just spread out your traits a bunch, he is unlockable on other boards. If you get something goofy, maybe you get some emblems, maybe you get a lot of Force of Natures, or like the thing that Tactician's Crowns, the ones that give you an extra unit slot. Maybe you took that augment, which is like Cursed Crown, I think it's called, where you get 2 Tactician's Crown, but you take double damage. In a lot of those cases, you can flex in some of these super late game bombs, such as Ryze, or for Mel, you just need 2-star Mbessa. And when that happens, you just have super high late game cap. So we have second Ryze 2. Ryze 3 probably not happening. I haven't seen that yet, but I kind of do want to get it sometime this set. That'd be really fun. Any of the super legendaries, it'd be fun to get them 3-star. I wonder what they do. They probably auto win, but which one has the best matchup against each other? I wonder that. One time, this was like, I think 3 sets ago, I had a 5-star or a 3-star 5 cost, and then this other guy also had a 3-star 5 cost, and I ended up winning that fight. But the guy was so mad because he's just like, "Oh, I got this," and blah blah. Like, he was typing in chat a lot, but yeah, I mean, I'd be mad too if I got a 3-star legendary and lost. That would be kind of booty. But we're facing off against 2-star Lucian Senna. This is a Bilgewater guy, 2-star Tom Kench. He beat us before. Looks like he's gonna beat us again unless Volibear pulls something out of his butt crack, and he does not do that this time, so we're not able to knock that other guy out. That's kind of scary because Bilgewater definitely scales pretty well into the late game because they have so many items, so they are able to just put them on everyone, and then they're, of course, feeding their Tom Kench every single turn. So I probably do need to reach level 10 in order to win this game. So what item do we want here? Could just do Morello. We have the Sunfire Cape right now. If we ever get a item Reforger, we could always drop that on the Sunfire Cape. But honestly, the Sunfire isn't applying to the backline. We could put this Morello either on Ryze or Lissandra. And we're just going to level up here. We have the second Ryze. Drop that on him. Move the adaptive onto him for sure because we want 2 carries. Like, why not? And you could spread the love too. I think in an ideal world, you have Archangel on one Ryze and Deathcap on the other. Having them both on the same Ryze is a little redundant. It's not like bad or anything, but it's just a little redundant. So you'd rather spread the love a little bit. But we can always do that in the next neutral round. But I am going to slam this bow because we are in the last fights. I just want as much power as I can on my guys. But let's see if our primary Ryze is doing most of the damage. I mean, I'd assume he is. But he doesn't have a mana item. His only tier item is Archangel, but as we discussed before, it doesn't give the most mana regen compared to other tier items, but we are able to clean this one up. Not too bad. And then we're in a 1v1 scenario with the guy with the Bilgewater stuff. So if we had third Ryze item, this would be very easy. But Tahm Kench, you never know how beefed up he is. So in the late game, you want to try to get your crappy tank to be swallowed by Tahm Kench. You don't want your primary one swallowed, because not only can he potentially farm items, you don't want your Taric to just disappear from the map. I'm also going to spread out a little bit. I don't think it actually matters against this guy, but you just need to make sure that you're not getting screwed over by certain AoE abilities. But I'm moving my Sejuani up there. It's going to be a 50-50 on who he hits, but I'm not going to second row my Taric. So he attacked Taric instead of Sedge. That's not ideal for me. So he gets eaten. It's okay. I mean, he'll come back because he's not going to die, but I prefer him not being eaten because sometimes the Diagro can really screw you over. But with both Ryze's cooking, it looks like it's enough. Okay. There it is. 7 games, 1 at each rank. If you have questions, timestamp them below, and I hope you all enjoyed this video. I'm going to be switching the format a bit in the future and doing a bunch of coaching videos, so check out my coaching link down below where you could submit one of your VODs. It's going to be free, so hopefully we can have some fun there too. But thanks so much for watching. I know this was a long video, but hopefully everyone learned something, and I hope to see you all in the next one.